Chapter 1, Hope for the Best. You have to do it in secret. Naruto asked, surprised. Minato scratched the back of his head with a goofy grin on his face and a blush of embarrassment over his face. Yeah, complications with the seal Kushina's got, that's all. Naruto sighed in relief. Oh, I thought it was something a little more serious. Hey, this seal is serious. Minato said with a little laugh, trying to ease the anxiety, not just in Naruto, but in himself as well. Well, I know that. I was thinking that since you're the Hokage and all, that might mean that all the secrecy meant that they were afraid that you'd get attacked. Like, there was an assassination attempt on the baby or something. Great Naruto, Minato thought, I didn't think of that until you brought it up. Now I have more to worry about. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was about to become a father. Kushina, his wife, was about to give birth to their first child, and that first child would also be Naruto's first godchild. Naruto was Minato's little sister, but just because she was his little sister didn't mean that she was a child. She was only younger than him by 2 years. I'm pretty sure no ninja keeps track of his target's childbirths. Minato joked, trying to ease the added anxiety he felt from her previous statement. Naruto looked at her old brother and squeezed his face into her hand playfully. Well, excuse me, Mr. Hokage. It's not my fault that I don't know what ninjas know. Ah! Let go of my face, you witch! Minato cried, playfully pretending to be in pain and trying to pry his face from her hand. This earned a laugh from both of them. Despite all of the extra worries Naruto gave him about the birth of his child and how it could possibly take a turn for the worst, Minato was glad to have talked to her before departing. She could always find a way to put a smile on his face or make a laugh come out of his mouth. The same could be said for Naruto. Despite their chemistry, the two held two totally different lifestyles. While Minato aspired to be a ninja growing up, Naruto had settled for the quieter life of an average person. While it was Minato's dream to become Hokage and bring peace to the world in a big way, and fight for peace as a shinobi warrior, Naruto had dreamed of a simple life, finding her Prince Charming and bringing peace one small step at a time, with small kind acts. If you were to compare them from their youth to now, you would say that they had fulfilled their dreams somewhat. Minato was literally fourth Hokage, one of the greatest titles a shinobi could ever dream of having, and Naruto had blossomed into a woman that had stolen the hearts of many men, and was popular among the women of the village for her kind and gentle spirit. This arrangement had worked well for them. After a mission, Minato would come home and be greeted with a dinner Naruto had made, waiting for him to eat to his stomach's delight, and with Naruto at home, he didn't have to worry about paying the bills and just went on living his ninja life, and with Minato being one of the best ninjas in the village, and the slightly overprotective big brother he was, no man dared to hurt Naruto in any way. After they had stopped laughing, Naruto asked, So, have you decided on a name yet? Minato nodded, we'll be naming him Naruto. Naruto smirked, how do you know it's a boy already? I may not be a ninja, but I at least know none of you can predict the future. Minato shrugged, I don't know. A gut feeling I have. Naruto shook her head with a laugh, okay fine, but why are you naming him Naruto? Minato grinned, we decided to name him after you. Naruto's eyes grew in surprise, seriously. Minato nodded, what's the problem? If you both have similar names, then he's more inclined to be interested in what you're doing, and if he's interested in knowing about what you're doing, then he'll follow you around, and if he follows you around, your personality would spread onto him and he'd be a good boy. I'd be raising the kid without raising a finger. After the explanation he had a smug grin on his face. Naruto almost screamed, seriously? Minato laughed, of course not. But still, you've been a big part of my life and a good friend to Kushina, even while she was pregnant and her hormones went wild. But in all seriousness, Minato quickly added as Naruto gave him a displeased look, we really did want to name our child after someone we admired, and there's no one else I can think about except you, sis. Nariko looked at her brother in shock, and then cast her glance to the floor in embarrassment, even blushing a little bit. You too, brother. With that statement, Minato also felt his head look down in embarrassment. They may have had a close relationship, but they still seldom ever said anything so sentimental to each other. Hey, Minato began, trying to break the awkwardness between them a little bit, I have your word, right? That if anything happens to me and Kushina, that you would take care of him, right? Nariko looked at him and nodded with a big smile on her face, you bet. Minato smiled, but then looked down at the floor again and asked, Nariko, do you think I'll be a good father? Nariko had a gentle smile on her lips, you've taken care of me all these years, right? How hard could it be to do it again? And besides, she sat down next to Minato and looked up at his face, you have Kushina and me to help you out this time. Minato smiled, I'm really too lucky to have you two in my life. Nariko looked down in embarrassment once again. Then you'd better treasure it, or else we'll clobber you in your sleep, she joked. Minato laughed a little. She was right. He wasn't alone on this. He looked out the window, I should probably get going right now, he said. Nariko took her brother's hands into hers, then go. Nariko was in their house right now. It had been a while since Minato had left to go with Kushina to give birth to their child. She wondered what was taking him so long to give her the news. Didn't it happen yet? And if it did, why didn't Minato notify her yet? You'd think a ninja nicknamed the Yellow Flash would be able to tell her the news in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, she heard a tremendous boom coming from outside. As she looked out the window, she screamed. Outside, she saw a gigantic fox with 9 tails and orange fur, practically destroying the forest of the Hidden Leaf Village. For some reason, she couldn't stop staring at the bloodthirsty eyes of the 9-tailed fox, she was lost in them, frozen in fear. She was awakened from her trance by an urgent knock on the door. She ran toward it and opened it, and saw a fellow shinobi. Nariko, we need you to evacuate right now. What's going on? How did this happen? Nariko asked, panic apparent in her voice. We can't say right now. Right now, the safety of the villagers is the most important thing. Please, you need to evacuate right now. The shinobi reached out his hand, imploring that she take it. Nariko took one more look out the window and after a brief moment of hesitation, nodded and took the shinobi's hand. Minato, Nariko thought, please be okay. Moments ago. So, Minato thought, that masked man wants to release the 9-tailed fox, destroy the hidden leaf, and had the nerve to attack my wife and son. Minato's eyes grew sharper, no way am I gonna let him get his way. I'll protect the people I treasure. As Nariko was waiting at the evacuation site, she saw a familiar face in the distance. Kakashi! She cried, waving her arms to signal where she was. Kakashi looked at her and slowly walked towards her, with a look of sadness on his face. Nariko, now wanting to wait any longer, ran towards him, and they met halfway. Kakashi, what happened? Nariko asked. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know, he answered, one moment it was an ordinary day, the next, that giant fox came out of nowhere and attacked the village. Nariko looked at his distraught face, and asked, why are you here? The old ninja wanted the younger generation of ninjas to be evacuated. I guess they thought that if all of them died, at least the village would have its next generation to protect it. Nariko nodded in understanding, and as she looked around, saw many other ninjas close to Kakashi's age. As she returned her attention to Kakashi, she was startled to find Kakashi close to tears. Kakashi, she asked in a gentle voice, what's wrong? Kakashi was wiping his eyes with his arm. In bitter sniffles he answered, first Obito, then Rin, am I going to lose Minato-sensei too? Naruko's eyes softened as she enveloped Kakashi in a gentle and reassuring hug. Don't worry, Minato will be alright. He's the fourth Hokage after all. Yeah, but, the situation, it's just so hopeless. Don't say that. Naruko interrupted. She lowered herself so that she and Kakashi were face to face. Never lose hope, Kakashi. I believe, if you have hope, then anything can happen. Kakashi gasped. There was such determination in Naruko's eyes. After staring at her for a while, Kakashi's expression relaxed, and he nodded. Naruko smiled. That's right, she told herself, as long as you have hope, nothing can stop you. Isn't that right, Minato? After a long time, Naruko saw the third Hokage and a large group of ninja walk slowly toward the evacuation site. She didn't see Minato with them. With fear sprouting in her, she ran towards the third Hokage, who had something in his arms. Third. Naruko cried. The third Hokage raised his hand to stop her and gave her what he was holding. Naruko looked at what she had been given and gasped. There, in her arms, was a baby boy, with blonde hair and whisker marks on his face, just like her. He had cuddled up in her arms and was sleeping peacefully. Naruko looked at the third Hokage and asked, "Who is this?" The third Hokage sighed and answered, "Your godchild." Naruko gasped, and after a while, realization rose from within her. Wait, her voice was faltering, does that mean? Yes, Naruko, the third Hokage said sadly, Minato and Kushina are both dead. Naruko was trying to fight back tears. This is Naruto. Yes. Naruko looked at the baby and kissed his forehead, and after caressing his face, looked back at the third Hokage and asked, "What happened?" It seemed like she was asking this question a lot today. The third Hokage let out an exasperated sigh. A man in a mask ambushed us. His target was the nine-tailed fox. He succeeded at releasing it and Minato fought hard. In the end, all he could do was seal the nine-tailed fox into the baby you see before you. Wait a minute. Naruko and the third Hokage, startled, looked to the side, to see a villager had listened in on the conversation. Are you telling me that that demon is in the kid right now? He screamed, obviously frightened and paranoid after today's ordeal. Well, yes, the third Hokage began, but you see. If the demon is inside that kid, then we should kill him. The previous scream from that villager had directed everyone's attention to the scene, and many others were joining the man's side. Yeah, who knows when the demon will come out again. Let's kill it while we have the chance. What are you waiting for, third Hokage? Kill it. That thing needs to die. Are we just going to let it live and risk another attack on the village? My husband died fighting that thing. Let's avenge everyone's deaths. Yeah, Naruko. That thing killed the fourth and his wife, right? Don't you want to avenge their deaths? No, Naruko began, you don't understand. We don't need to understand. We know enough to know what we should do. Silence. The third Hokage commanded. Everyone got quiet. We will not kill the boy. The demon may be inside him, but he's still him. I will let him live his life. There was grumbling among the people. The third Hokage and Naruko are too nice. Can't they see that no matter what it looks like, the child is still a demon and a threat? Naruko felt a hand rest firmly, but reassuringly on her shoulder. She looked behind her to see the third Hokage looking at her. Naruko, he said, we might have to talk about this in private. He made a hand sign and the next thing Naruko knew, she was teleported to the Hokage's office. The third sat down in the chair that was previously his. He stretched a little bit and sighed. Now then, we need to know what to do with the child. With the fourth dead and no current replacement available at the moment, it's to be expected that I would be re-elected as Hokage. If that does happen, then I'll be too busy to raise the child on my own. Now what should we do with the child? Obviously the village will ostracize him, and if given the chance, they might kill him as well. And after fighting the nine-tailed fox, I doubt that they'll be too willing to raise the boy as one of their own. And if you take care of him, who knows what'll happen to you, a regular person. Obviously, if the village decides to take an aggressive approach against the boy, you won't be able to stop them, and they might kill you too. He sighed again. What a predicament. Naruko looked at the baby in her arms. Then she looked up at the third, with determination in her eyes. It should be obvious, right? She said. I'll take care of him, I'll raise him. She held the boy close. After all, we are family, aren't we? But Naruko, the consequences of having him are too great. That doesn't matter, Naruko said. Naruto is family now, and I treasure my family, and I'll make sure nothing happens to him. While she was saying this, she was looking at Naruto's sleeping face the entire time. The third grinned. I was hoping you'd say that. Naruko continued to look at Naruto, and said with a grin, hope can make anything possible. Are you sure there's nothing I can do to help? Naruko smiled. No, I'm sure. She then showed her visitor a concerned look. In all honesty, I feel that I should be asking you that. Didn't you leave the village in order to find a friend of yours? Jiraiya let out an exasperated sigh. Well, yeah, but it hasn't been easy. Haven't found a single clue yet. I kind of doubt you can help me anyway. No one knows my friend better than me, right? Jiraiya chuckled. He had heard fairly quickly that his apprentice had been killed in battle with the nine-tailed fox, and rushed to the village in order to help out as much as he could. He may have been trailing Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, but he always found time to spend time with his apprentice, and attending Minato's funeral was no exception. It had been an hour since the funeral, and since then, he and Naruko had had some time to catch up, and during that time, Naruko had explained the situation with Naruto. The boy was going to have it pretty rough, and, if things get crazy enough, Naruko may have a hard time too. He couldn't stay though, so before he left, he had asked if Naruko needed help with anything, but Naruko declined. By the way, Jiraiya asked, where is the little tyke anyway? He had a smirk on his face. You didn't lose him already, did you, Naruko? Naruko pouted. No, I haven't. She let out an exasperated sigh of her own. The third asked if he could have him for the day. The council's not going to take the issue of a demon inside a child lightly, and from what he told me, some have really considered the option of killing the poor thing. She shuddered at the thought of a baby being sentenced to death. The third thinks that bringing Naruto in and letting the council see him for themselves will help convince them to keep Naruto alive, and possibly make some laws to protect the both of us from the villagers killing him themselves. Jiraiya thought for a moment. Using a child's innocence to influence the council's decision. Jiraiya laughed at that. That old geezer's still got some tricks up his sleeve. Still, kind of shrewd, even for the old man. Naruko had a smile on her face. I guess that shows us how much this means to him. Jiraiya shrugged. Yeah, I guess I can understand that. If I were in his shoes, I'd probably use every dirty trick in the book to keep that kid alive. Wouldn't want a kid's death sentence on my conscience. Jiraiya had a smug grin on his face, approached Naruko and slowly put his arm around her shoulder and brought her close. Just like I can't leave in good conscience a beautiful woman who's had no experience raising a kid by herself without helping her out first. Naruko looked at the Jiraiya with a sickening look and stomped on his foot. She may have been considered a nice person, but even she wouldn't allow herself to be a victim of Jiraiya's perverted flirting. Jiraiya yelped in pain and held his injured foot. Geez, woman. I swear, if you hadn't chosen a normal life for yourself, you would have made one heck of a ninja. Naruko had a fake smile on her face now. And no matter what life you would have chosen for yourself, you'd still be a big, fat pervert. Jiraiya held up his hands in protest. Hey, but you have to admit, I'd also be great either way, right? Naruko crossed her arms angrily. Actually, without your jutsus, you're actually pretty lame. Jiraiya held his hand above the place his heart would be and pretended to be in mock pain. Ah, a beautiful woman telling a man he's lame, he sighed dramatically, there's nothing more painful. Naruko groaned and shook her head. Why are you still here? Jiraiya could sense that he had overstayed his visit. All right already? I'll leave. He was about to jump out the window before he stopped himself and asked again, in a serious and concerned voice, but seriously, are you going to be all right? Naruko smiled a reassuring smile at Jiraiya and gave him an answer with just as much seriousness. Yeah, I'll manage. Besides, I'll have the old geezer to help me. Jiraiya smiled at her. His apprentice's sister wasn't a ninja, but she was still one heck of a strong woman. He was about to leave before he stopped himself again and said, oh, I almost forgot. He rummaged through his bag, looking for something. Finally, he found what he was looking for and his face lit up. Aha! He took out what appeared to be a small, yellow book. Found it? Naruko looked at the book curiously. What is it? Jiraiya held the book close and proudly smiled. This is my latest book. And I believe it's my greatest masterpiece, if I do say so myself. Here. He motioned for Naruko to grab the book out of his hand. Naruko took it and asked, wait, you're giving this to me? Jiraiya nodded. Yep. My last book failed to be a bestseller, but this one will. I can just feel it. Jiraiya watched Naruko eagerly, as if he expected her to start reading it this very moment. Naruko looked at the book. Make out paradise. She smiled to herself. Jiraiya's last book was The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, which was a story about a hero vowing to break the world's curse. No doubt this one wasn't going to be any different. Despite Naruko being angry at all of Jiraiya's perverted shenanigans, she knew that deep down Jiraiya was a fierce believer in peace. She looked at Jiraiya with an amused look on her face. Funny, I actually liked your last book. Jiraiya waved off her compliment. Ah, you probably don't even remember what it was about. Of course I do. It's about this character named Naruto and... She stopped herself. Wait, she thought, the hero's name was Naruto too. Jiraiya looked at her shocked expression and smiled to himself proudly. Yep, Minato liked my book so much that he decided to name his unborn child after my main character. He even said that if anything happened to the little guy, I would be his godfather. Of course, with me traveling all the time, I guess the kid's better off staying with you. Naruko shook her head. But Minato said that he named Naruto after me. He said that he wanted to name it after someone he and Kushina both admired and that if anything happened to them, I would be Naruto's godmother and take care of him. Jiraiya shook his head in protest. No way. You must have heard him wrong or something. He totally said those things about my book, and my main character, and my position as part of the family. He laughed to himself. I was almost about to decline too. I mean, come on. My kind of work can be pretty dangerous from time to time. I never would have had any time to raise a kid. But that last thing he said, he wiped an imaginary tear of happiness away, really touched me. I couldn't say no after that. Naruko stared at Jiraiya in shock. Wait, you were about to decline the title of godfather? Jiraiya nodded. That's so strange. Me too. When Minato asked me if I could be Naruto's godmother, I was on the fence about it. I mean, he told me lots of times before that he wanted his kid to be a ninja, so what good would it have been for him to be stuck with me, a normal person? But when he said all those nice things about me, I couldn't say no. So wait, that means... They both looked at each other for a moment before the cruel realization hit them. They both screamed, he suckered us. Naruko was angrily walking through the forest. After Jiraiya and herself realized what her brother had done to them, they both angrily said their goodbyes and left. Jiraiya, no doubt, angrily went back on his mission, while Naruko angrily walked through the forest to let out some steam. Her brother may have just died recently, but to succor two people that cared about him, that just felt wrong. She continued walking until she saw a figure in the distance. Curiosity got the best of her and she walked toward the figure. When she was close enough to the figure, she noticed that it was someone she knew, looking at something. Kakashi! She cried, waving towards the young shinobi. Kakashi turned around and returned her wave with a small wave of his own. Naruko slowly walked to where Kakashi was and looked at what Kakashi was looking at. It was the memorial stone. The memorial stone had all the names of all the shinobi who had been killed in action, and Kakashi's friend, Obito, had his name there. From what Minato told her, Kakashi spent much of his free time here. Naruko approached the stone and paid her respects to the fallen, and softly asked Kakashi, "What are you doing here?" Kakashi continued looking at the stone and asked, "Why do you ask?" Naruko shrugged. "Minato's funeral was only a while ago. I thought since we were already at the cemetery, you'd take the chance to visit Obito and Rin's graves too." Kakashi could at least understand that logic. "I always visit their graves and the memorial stone. I don't know why, but it just seems right." Naruko looked at Kakashi and said, "Minato told me you spend most of your free time here." Kakashi continued to look at the stone. "Yeah. Why?" Kakashi didn't answer, and Naruko didn't pry. For a few minutes, they stared at the memorial stone, until finally Kakashi asked, "How do you do it?" Naruko looked at Kakashi questionably. Kakashi was still looking at the stone. "Your brother just died recently. How can you recover from that so quickly?" Naruko thought for a moment, and answered, "I guess it's because no matter how hard I cry, he won't be coming back. Besides," she had a small smile on her face, "I have someone that depends on me right now. I have to stay strong for him at least." She looked at Kakashi. "And you have to stay strong too." Kakashi's fists were clenched. "For who exactly?" His voice was faltering now. "My parents are dead. My friends are dead. My teacher is dead. Everyone precious to me has been taken away from me. How can I be strong when I have nothing else to be strong for?" He looked at Naruko. "All I ever did was hope that things would get better, but they haven't. After my parents died, I thought I could at least be a great ninja, but then Obito showed me just how weak I really was. After Obito died, I wanted to protect Rin, but I couldn't. After I promised myself that I would never let any more of my friends die, Minato died, and there wasn't a single thing I could do about it." Tears were starting to form in his eyes. "I'm sick of this. All this hope is just false hope that keeps plunging me into a greater despair." Kakashi was starting to lose it. Naruko wrapped her arms around Kakashi and gave him a firm hug. "It's all right," she whispered. "Let it all out, it's okay." And for a few minutes, Kakashi just cried. Naruko stroked his back comfortingly, waiting patiently for him to get his bearings. When Kakashi finally calmed down, he looked up at Naruko and asked with pleading eyes, "What exactly am I supposed to fight for now?" Naruko ruffled Kakashi's hair a little bit and answered, "First of all, stop thinking like that. What would Minato, Obito, and Rin say if they saw you like this?" After a little while, Kakashi realized that she wanted him to answer her question. "They'd probably tell me I was an idiot, and that I shouldn't feel so bad about it." He let out a bitter laugh. Naruko nodded. "Exactly. I may have not known all of you as much as my brother did, but even I could tell that you were all good friends. And I doubt good friends let their friends plunge themselves into despair." She gave Kakashi a small smile. "Secondly, you need to keep on living. I know you think that you have nothing else to live for, but that's not true. You're living for Obito, Rin, and now Minato too. They gave you the gift of life. Treasure the life that they gave you. Live on for them, because now, you are their new hope. Kakashi looked at Naruto for a moment, then at the ground, then at the memorial stone. I'm sorry, he said. But I don't think I'll ever stop coming here. Naruto gave a soft giggle. I didn't expect you to turn a complete 180, but maybe instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time, maybe you can at least have a hobby to keep your mind off of it. Kakashi looked at her again. Like what? Naruto thought for a moment, and then realized that she still had Jiraiya's book with her. Her light bulb lit up. How about? She took out the book and presented it in front of Kakashi's face, reading. Kakashi looked at the book with wide eyes for a moment. Make out paradise? Never heard of it before. Well, from what I can tell, it just came out, and the author is a friend of mine and he gave me a free copy, but I think it's better off in your hands than mine. She offered the book to Kakashi. I'll be taking care of a baby soon. Something tells me I won't have any time to read, with a baby keeping me busy and all. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before taking the book. He looked at it for a moment and asked, what is it about? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. I haven't even looked at it yet, but if I know the author, then it's probably about a hero that never gives up. A hero who wants to turn the world away from despair and towards paradise. Plus, I think he finds his true love. She giggled. Kakashi set the book under his arm and said, thank you. Naruto smiled. You're very welcome. She turned to walk back home. Kakashi cried, hey, Naruto. She turned around. What? Is it true what they say, that you're going to take care of the demon child? Naruto took a moment to think about her answer. Yeah. She waited a moment to see what Kakashi would do next. When he didn't say anything, Naruto asked, do you believe that he's the demon too? Kakashi shook his head, waved off the statement, and said with his usual indifferent disposition, are you kidding? Minato sacrificed himself to turn a giant, demonic fox into a little kid. There's no such jutsu. And besides, that's just plain silly. Why would anyone do that? Naruto smiled at him. Thank you. She cried. Kakashi turned around and started walking toward the opposite direction and waved back. Yeah, well, I guess you can consider us even now. Naruto laughed, and continued walking back home. When Kakashi got home, he looked at the book Naruto had given him. He shrugged to himself, might as well. And he started to read. Kakashi had barely read 2 pages, but he was totally hooked. This book is amazing. What do you mean you still need him? Naruto asked, surprised. For a whole week, the only time I've ever spent with Naruto is at night, when he goes to sleep. Not counting the times when he wakes me up in the middle of the night for one reason or another, I haven't even spent an hour with him. And if we're going to live together, we have to be acquainted with each other. She looked at Naruto, who was currently in her arms right now. Isn't that right, Naruto? She gushed playfully, ow! She cried, as Naruto grabbed some of her hair, pulled it down, and put it in his mouth. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to let her hair down, especially near the baby. Naruto was trying to get her hair loose from Naruto's mouth. No, Naruto. Very bad. Ah. When she finally got it loose, she looked at Naruto and pouted. Now I know it's my fault for letting my hair down today, but you can't do that in the future, young man. Not to a boy, and especially not to a girl, all right. She scolded lightly, wagging her finger lightly in front of his little face. Of course, Naruto didn't understand what was happening, and laughed, apparently thinking that he had done something good. The third chuckled at the scene before him. I'm sorry that my needing the child is preventing you from experiencing more than just hair pulling and sleepless nights, but laws aren't made in a day, you know, and there are more laws that we need to make than you realize. Nariko stopped caressing her scalp and asked, like what? The third thought for a moment, before answering, well, there are hospital laws, educational laws, issues about whether we should consider Naruto a citizen of the village or not. Really? You have to discuss about that too. The third nodded. Remember, there's a lot of controversy about letting the child live to begin with, so if they can't kill Naruto, then they'll just try to deprive him of any rights and hope that it'll kill him naturally. Nariko cringed at the thought. Who knew political figures were so devious? She looked at Naruto and kissed him on his little forehead, as if attempting to make him forget what he had just heard. The third rubbed his temples and rolled his eyes. You have no idea, he muttered. He extended his arms and asked, may I have him now? Oh, sorry. Nariko gently put Naruto in the third's arms and whispered softly, we'll see each other again, okay Naruto. She grabbed both of Naruto's little hands and kissed them both playfully, before the third took Naruto away. Before the third was too far away, he said over his shoulder, I don't know if you've done this yet or not, the third began, but maybe you should spend the time you don't have with Naruto preparing yourself to raise Naruto. The third scratched his chin. Last time I checked, you didn't make your apartment baby friendly yet, have you? Nariko's eyes grew wide and she laughed weakly. Yeah. I was just getting to that, heh. She then started running to the nearest baby shop. The third Hokage shook his head. She means well and all, he looked at Naruto, who was playing with his hat, but is she really ready for this type of challenge? I'm sorry Nariko, but I can't in good conscience let you buy these. Why not? Nariko asked. Because, all these baby supplies will help that little demon grow, and when he grows up, he's going to wreak havoc on the village again when we least expect it. And when that happens, I don't want anybody pointing fingers at me for contributing to the demon's growth. I have a family to take care of. I'm not going to endanger my family because of the demon's attack, or the danger of being involved with it. The owner of the shop said. By the looks of it, the owner of the shop wasn't going to listen to reason. Nariko frowned and sighed. She hated to do this, but when push comes to shove, she can play hardball if she needed to. Nariko lowered her head, drawing circles on the counter with her finger, leaned close to the store owner's face, and whispered softly, I understand, but can you at least make an exception? You can deliver it at night when everyone's asleep or something. The store owner shook his head. No way. I'm not going to risk it. Nariko shrugged. Fine then. I'll just stay then. What? Nariko nodded. You know, a lot of people think that I've been possessed by the demon, that the only reason I'm taking care of the child is because the demon is controlling me, making me do something that no one in their right mind would do. Because of that, a lot of people have started to avoid me. Whenever I go into a room, most people leave it, just because I'm there. I guess they're afraid that they're going to be possessed too. Like possession is a disease or something. The store owner stepped back in fear. Are you threatening me? Nariko shook her head. If I am, I'm sorry, but the way I see it, I'm stating the facts and how this isn't beneficial for either of us. If I just leave today, I'll just come back tomorrow, and I'd just keep coming back until you sell me the things I want. Eventually, that's going to give your store a bad reputation. She crossed her arms, her voice being calm and steady, and if I stay here, then no one will come into the store, just because I'm in it. If no one wants to go into your store, and you're not going to sell me anything, then eventually, this business of yours will fall apart, and last time I checked, you put a lot of pride into this business, right? The store owner glared at her. Why you? Nariko didn't like being glared at, but at this point, she'd just have to make do. Please reconsider, sir. She bowed, showing him her respects. The store owner hesitated, before finally shouting, "Yeah, right. I'd rather lose my pride and joy than die or be ostracized." He pointed towards the store's entrance. "Now get out of my dash. Hold it right there." Nariko and the store owner looked to their left, to see the store owner's wife, who had crossed her arms and was glaring at her husband. She walked up to her husband and yanked his ear. "Give the girl what she wants, you stupid old fool." The store owner, cringing at the pain inflicted on his ear, yelled, "But lady, you don't understand." The wife put her hands on her husband's face, squeezed his face in her hands, and forced him to look at her in the eye, a menacing aura surrounding her. "You said you had a family to take care of, right? Well, how are you going to take care of your family when you don't even have enough money for groceries this week? You want us to starve to death or something?" The store owner was trying to break out of his wife's grip. "No, that's not it at all." "Then what are you standing around here for? Give the girl what she wants and be done with it." "Why, yes, ma'am." He was about to do just that, before his wife grabbed his collar and yelled, "Apologize to your customer first." The store owner hesitated for a moment, before finally bowing and saying, "I'm sorry, Nariko." Nariko didn't really know how to respond to the scene she had just witnessed, but she raised her hands in protest, saying, "Oh, don't worry about it. I completely understand." She bowed to them herself. "If anything, I'm sorry that I was such a bother." The store owner seemed to calm down after that. He sold Nariko the things she wanted, she thanked him, and was about to leave, before the store owner's wife yelled, "Take care of that kid." "Yeah, here." She grumbled, before adding, "And don't you think that I think that that kid isn't the demon? Let's just say I have a soft spot for fellow mothers." "Yeah, here." Nariko looked at the store owner's wife in shock before smiling, nodding, and saying, "Yes, ma'am." As Nariko left the store and was walking back home, she looked at her shopping bag and thought for a moment. "Now that I think about it, when Minato was still alive, he was the one that brought in all the money, with missions and stuff like that. Now that he's dead, eventually I'm going to run out of money if I keep spending it like this." Nariko cringed. "Eventually? I'm going to have to find a job. How am I going to do that?" Despite what others may have thought based on her discussion with the store shop owner, Nariko was very much telling the truth. Many people thought she really was possessed and they really did leave the room whenever she entered. What are the chances of those same people hiring her for a job? It was already bad enough that she was inexperienced, but now that she thought about it, the situation was much worse than she thought. "What am I gonna do?" she wailed. Just then, she bumped into two familiar faces. "Nariko, hey, how's it going?" "Izumo." "Katetsu." She hugged the two of them and said, "I'm doing fine. Thank you." "Well, looks like someone's having a good day today," Katetsu remarked, a smirk on his face. "What?" Nariko asked. "Why? Let's just say that Katetsu wants the last 6 hours of his life back." Izumo said. "Heck yeah, I want the last 6 hours of my life back." Katetsu yelled to his partner, "Not even a moment of peace with that little brat." "Katetsu, watch what you say." Izumo looked at Nariko. "Forgive my friend here. He's got some issues with a certain someone today. You'd have issues too if you had to deal with that little brat for 6 hours straight." Izumo cried. "Am I missing something here?" Nariko asked, laughing. Izumo chuckled. Katetsu had to sub in for one of the teachers in the Ninja Academy, and let's just say that one of the students there was a bit of a thorn in Katetsu's side. "You're pushing it," Katetsu grumbled under his breath. "What happened to the teacher?" Nariko asked. Katetsu and Izumo looked at each other, before Izumo answered gravely, "He died, fighting the nine-tailed fox." Nariko's expression softened. The three just stared at the floor for a moment before Kotetsu tried to lighten the mood. Well, at least I only had to sub in for a day, yeah no. He stretched his arms out and yawned. And you have to admit, he asked, addressing Izumo, I'm not the only one who hates that kid. Izumo sighed, but nodded, yeah, I guess you're right. He looked at Naruko, who was looking at the two questionably. He decided to explain the situation to her. That class that Kotetsu subbed for has already been given 7 subs before him. The academy is trying to find someone who is willing to take on the teacher role full-time, but the kid Kotetsu keeps talking about has been driving everyone crazy, so no one really wants to take on the job. Izumo shook his head. Disgraceful. It shouldn't matter if one kid is too out of hand. Leading the next generation of ninja is too important of a job to let one annoying kid get in the way. You're always talking about things that you've never actually experienced yourself, Kotetsu muttered. It doesn't make me wrong. Actually, it makes you totally wrong. As the two argued, Naruko started thinking. So the Ninja Academy needed a teacher, huh? So, the class still doesn't have a teacher, right? Naruko asked. Kotetsu looked at her, a surprised look on his face. Yeah. Why? Naruko hesitated, before asking, is it okay, that I, sub for the class? The two ninja looked at each other. But, you're not a shinobi, Kotetsu stated. Yeah, but, one day of subbing shouldn't do too much damage, right? Izumo thought for a moment. Yes, and you're not exactly clueless about how to be a shinobi either, being the 4th Hokage sister and all. Naruko nodded. Right? I can at least teach them basic coordination, right? That could really help on the taijutsu department, right? Kotetsu smirked. She's not exactly wrong. And it wouldn't be so bad to make them do other exercises other than running laps and regular workouts, right? Izumo looked at both of them for a moment. Kotetsu looked really eager and excited, but that was obviously because he didn't want to be stuck subbing again, and Naruko looked just as eager and excited, but for what reason? He looked at her shopping bag, and put a little bit more than 2 and 2 together. You, just want to get paid, don't you? Naruko. Naruko cringed, and after Kotetsu saw her cringed too. He's not right, right Naruko? Naruko laughed weakly. Well. She fiddled with her fingers a little and looked away. He's not exactly wrong either. The two shinobi cringed. Well. I've heard of worse reasons to sub for a ninja class, Kotetsu said. Yeah, but none were ever so shallow. Izumo replied. Okay Naruko. Take a deep breath. This'll be simple. All we're going to do today is do some exercises and the regular assigned schedule. Naruko took a deep breath. She could hear the students talking amongst themselves in the classroom, which only made her more and more nervous by the second. She was told the moment she got there that the academy had finally found someone who would be willing to teach full-time and that he would start tomorrow, and although that took off some of the pressure for today, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Oh well, she thought, might as well get this over with. No hesitation. She reached for the door and opened it. A water balloon hit her square in the face. Ha 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 ha. Did you guys see that? That was hilarious. The boy who had thrown the said water balloon had brown hair and a scar across his nose. Irika. That's kind of mean, isn't it? I mean, she's only subbing for the day. A silver-haired boy said, running up to Irika. Ah, come on Mizuki. You have to admit, that was classic. Mizuki frowned, turned to a drenched Naruko, and bowed, saying, I'm sorry that you were unfortunate enough to be a victim of one of Irika's pranks. He raised his head and glanced at Irika through the corner of his eye. Irika was never very good at making friends. Was it Naruko's imagination, or did she see a sneer appear on Mizuki's face? Don't take it too personally, Irika, but you aren't. Irika, for a split second, looked hurt by this statement, but quickly put a smile on his face, scratching the back of his head, laughing. Are you kidding, Mizuki? You're one of my friends, aren't you? Mizuki chuckled. I guess. But having only one friend is nothing to brag about either. A girl from her desk gasped. You're Naruko Namikaze. Naruko, while wringing her hair and clothes, smiled and said, yeah, that's me. The students gasped. Mizuki and Irika stepped back a little and some of the students were whispering amongst each other. My mom said that she was taking care of the demon child. I've heard rumors that she was possessed or something. Is she going to try and possess us too? Idiot. Possession isn't like a disease or something. Right. I hear that thing's going to destroy the village again. Naruko took a hairband out of her pocket and put her hair into a single ponytail. After that, she clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. All right, settle down. She cried. Get back to your seats. She turned to Irika and Mizuki, you two. Go on. As the two got to their seats, Naruko put her hands on her hips and said, look. I know that the demon attacking the village was scary, and I know that many of you have probably been victims of the demon's attack, but me personally? I don't believe that the child is the demon itself. Naruko sighed. Then again, I digress. You can believe anything you want to believe, and I'll believe anything I want to believe. That's your right, and frankly, I can't really do anything about it anyway. I gave you all my 2 cents, and that's good enough for me. She wagged her finger at them. But you all believing I'm possessed, that's where I draw the line. I'll have you all know that I feel just fine. I always know where I'm going, and I always know why I'm going there. And besides, she giggled, if I were possessed, I'd be trying to eat all of your brains out of something. I'll stick to ramen and junk food, thank you very much. The students seemed to calm down after that. Good, Naruko thought, they've all calmed down. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Naruko clapped her hands. All right. I'm going to be subbing for your class today. But wait a minute, a student shouted, you aren't a ninja. Yeah, but she's the 4th Hokage's sister. A girl said. Yeah. A boy cried, starting to get excited, maybe the 4th Hokage taught her everything he knows, and maybe she's like, a secret ninja or something. Aren't secret ninjas illegal ninjas? Who cares? We're going to learn how to walk at lightning fast speeds. This is gonna rock. Naruko laughed weakly. Actually, I don't really know how to do any of the ninjutsu my brother does. In all honesty, I'd have a better chance learning from you than you from me. Ah, come on. Lame. Now wait just a second. Naruko said, raising her hands in protest, I may not know anything about genjutsu or ninjutsu, but I can at least help you all with your taijutsu. A girl raised her hand and said, excuse me, but my mom said that you wouldn't even hurt a fly. I hurt some flies. Naruko said weakly. She shook her head, trying to regain her composure and her control over the class. Besides, there's more to taijutsu than just kicks and punches. There's also coordination, reflexes, stuff like that. And how would you know any of that stuff, huh? Yeah. Irika laughed. If you knew anything about reflexes and coordination, then you would have been able to dodge my water balloon from before, right? He laughed some more. Naruko scratched her head. You're right about that. But at the very least, I know what to work on and what not to do. Let me remind you all that my brother was the 4th Hokage, and I had front row seats when it came to watching him train. Sometimes he was pretty impressive, and sometimes, he wasn't so impressive. She wagged her finger and winked. I can tell you guys what my brother had trouble with, and help make sure it doesn't give you guys the same amount of trouble. Whoa. Seriously? Well, I can certainly try, can't I? Naruto said, smiling. Now why don't we go outside and get started already? She started walking towards the door, before she stopped herself and added, before we go however, everyone has to pick a partner, except you Mizuki. I've got something special for you. Really? Mizuki asked eagerly. To be able to show his stuff in front of the fourth Hokage sister. This would surely help him rise up the ranks of the shinobi world. Naruto got out a clipboard and timer, and handed them to Mizuki. I hear you're the best in the class. Very responsible and very well behaved. So instead of participating in the workouts yourself, all you have to do today is record everyone's times. Naruto gave him a warm smile. Wouldn't that be nice? Instead of working hard all day like you usually do, you get to sit back and relax instead of being covered in sweat like everyone else. You'll still be doing something, but at least it's pretty small in the grand scheme of things, right? Wow. A girl with black hair ran up to Mizuki, a smile and a little blush on her face. Mizuki, that's so cool. Ah, stop kissing up to him Tsubaki. Ah, give her a break. Irika said, it should be obvious by now. Tsubaki's in love with him. Everyone laughed. Tsubaki and Mizuki, sitting in a tree, kissing. Everyone chanted. Tsubaki blushed even harder. That is not true. Irika, you and your antics, honestly. Mizuki muttered under his breath. He was looking at the clipboard and timer given to him. To say he was disappointed would have been an understatement. He was beyond disappointed. He had wanted to show his stuff to someone who could have skyrocketed his career as a shinobi, and instead he was given the equivalent of a desk job. But then again, it's not impressive to complain about things either, is it? Then again. Excuse me Mrs. Namikaze, not that I don't appreciate this, but if we have to each pick a partner, then who will Irika pair up with? Naruto looked around. Sure enough, everyone seemed to have a partner except Irika. Naruto smiled. Well then, she said, walking up to Irika and placing a hand on one of his shoulders, looks like we'll have to be partners then. She leaned in and whispered, Mr. Class Clown. Irika blinked for a moment, before finally screaming, what? All right everyone. How about we start off with track races? Naruto asked. But how is that going to be any different than how we usually do things around here? Irika asked. And why would that require us to have a partner? Are we doing relays? Tsubaki asked. I wasn't exactly finished yet, Naruto said. She had brought a bag with her, and from that bag, she pulled out a rope. You and your partner are going to race against someone else and their partner, with your legs tied together, backwards. What? Irika cried, hardly believing what he was hearing. Why? Naruto smiled. Do you know how many times my brother tried to show off by jumping backwards, only to lose his balance and slip and fall? I don't know about you guys, but I don't think ninjas are allowed to lose their step in the middle of a mission or battle. Not only that, but during missions, you'll usually be paired with other people. Say one of your teammates is injured and you need to get away. Are you supposed to leave him there? No. You're going to have to carry him. She looked at the girls, or her, and make sure you both get to safety. This exercise will make you both rely on each other, that whenever one of you falls, the person who falls needs to make it easier on the person who is supporting him or her, and the person supporting the injured needs to do whatever he, or she, can to save both of them. You'll both learn to rely on each other to help each other succeed, and you'll all learn how to move backwards, which is good for, as I mentioned before, jumping backwards, dodging attacks, etc., etc., etc. All of the students stared at her in awe. Whoa, Tsubaki thought, impressed, That actually makes a lot of sense. Looks like she really does know her stuff, to a degree of course, Mizuki thought. But still. Mrs. Namikaze. Naruko looked at him. Yes, Mizuki. This training exercise seems really important. Wouldn't it be better if I participated in this exercise instead of writing times on a clipboard? Naruko smiled. I hear you're very responsible, Mizuki. So responsible that I expect you to do this on your own time, and since Iroquois your friend, you can always ask him to help you out with the exercise to get the full effect. Ah, come on. Iroquois cried. I've got better things to do than do exercises all day. Especially on my free time. He can do the exercises with Tsubaki instead. Tsubaki blushed at this. Naruko smiled, her eyelids half closed, looking intently at Iroquois, and giggled. Well, well. You might want to stop while you're still ahead, Iroquois. All this attention will eventually get you in a lot of trouble, you know. She walked up to Iroquois and tied their legs together. She then locked her arms with his and smiled, since you have so much energy, why don't we go first? Iroquois looked at Naruko closely for the first time. She had indeed prepared for this. She was wearing regular brown pants and a short-sleeved, long white shirt with orange triangles around the collar and sleeves, and with her hair tied up in a single ponytail, she looked about ready to do any physical event at this point. I'd rather not. Naruko leaned down and said, I insist. Haha, sucks to be you, Iroquois. Serves you right, man. What a loser, having to do an exercise with a teacher like that. Ah geez, what am I gonna do now? Iroquois thought, my reputation as class clown is going down the drain with this chick. But what else am I supposed to do? It's not like I can afford another F in this class. Iroquois thought frantically before finally, he had a plan, and chuckled to himself. Okay everyone. The times you get are just your starting points. Work hard, and always try to beat the best time you've got, alright? So Mizuki. I got it? Record everyone's times, even if they get second place. Mizuki cried, at the starting line, which was also the finish line. Naruko smiled. Good. Now who wants to go up against us? Tsubaki's partner, apparently a friend of hers, stepped forward confidently. Come on Tsubaki. Let's show that mean bully what you're made of. She said, pointing at Iroquois. Tsubaki hesitated, before nodding, and saying, sure, why not? The two tied their legs together and the two pairs positioned themselves in front of the starting line, backwards of course. Mizuki took out his timer, all right? On your mark, get set, go. The two teams were off, or rather, Tsubaki and her friend were off. Naruko and Iroquois however were already on the ground. Iroquois scratched his head and said, ah man, silly me, I'm such a klutz. Everyone watching laughed. Naruko got to her feet, but Iroquois just stayed on the ground, lying on his back, pretending to be asleep. More laughs from the onlookers. As Naruko tried to pick Iroquois up, he rolled to his side, and with Naruko's leg tied to Iroquois' leg, it resulted in her falling off her feet again, landing flat on her back. More laughs erupted from the sidelines. Iroquois! Naruko yelled, getting really annoyed, when are you going to get serious? I don't know. Iroquois said with a smirk. Why can't you ever stop getting wet? What does that even dash? Just then, Iroquois threw another water balloon at Naruko's face, the force being powerful enough to make Naruko fall down again. The students watching the race were laughing uncontrollably now. Iroquois was laughing too. Haha. Ah man, you should have seen your face. Time. Mizuki cried, as Tsubaki and her friend had finally reached the finish line and they looked a little roughed up. It was obvious that they had fallen a good number of times. Mizuki checked the timer. 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Tsubaki dropped to the ground. That was a lot harder than I thought it would be. Tsubaki's friend looked just as disappointed. I've never had a time that bad. Especially with only one lap. Come on Irika, let's get a move on. Naruto clapped, as if to try and encourage Irika to run through clapping. Alright, I'm going. Irika knew that he couldn't keep them at the starting line for too long, or else she would have surely given him an F for the day. They started running backwards, and this time, every time they fell, they legitimately fell. And they fell too many times to count, too many times in fact, that it wasn't even funny anymore. Come on Irika. Stop messing around and let us have our turn. Irika, that jerk. This is one exercise that I'd actually like to do for once. If this lasts any longer, then we won't even get to have our turn. Naruto looked at Irika for a second, and noticed a slight tinge of sadness on his face, but in a split second, he yelled, "Ah, shut up you morons. You wish you could do some of the stuff I do. Why don't you shut up for once Irika?" Poor Mrs. Namikaze, one of the girls said, she paired up with Irika of all people. Look at her shirt and pants, they're so dusty now. What a waste. It looked like a really nice outfit too. Very chic, another girl added. One of the boys gave the girl a look. What exactly does chic even mean anyway? The girl returned the look with a look or her own. Humph. Obviously you wouldn't know. Finally, Naruto and Irika crossed the finish line. They both fell to the ground, dead tired. Mizuki looked at the timer, 10 minutes and 53 seconds. The students laughed. Man, that time is downright terrible. At least we know that we'll never have a time that bad, right? Irika. Naruto cried, standing up, and pointing a threatening finger at Irika, who gulped, fearing what might happen next. You. Naruto closed her eyes, and tried to regain her composure, get a D for at least finishing the race. Irika pumped his fists up. All right. My first D. Tsubaki's friend frowned. That's not exactly something to be proud of Irika. Naruto sighed. Whatever, let's just get these ropes off and let the others race. Everyone seemed to be okay with that. As the other pairs competed against each other, Naruto sat on a bench and rested for a moment. Katetsu had warned her, and she had just thought that he was exaggerating. Now, she was definitely paying for it. Next time Katetsu complains about his job, I'll take his word for it. She looked at the other students racing, and noticed that Irika was missing from the crowd. While everyone else was focusing all their attention on the races, Naruto focused all of hers on trying to find Irika. Finally, she spotted him all alone, behind everyone else, with a sad look on his face. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Maybe there's more to this clown than meets the eye. After the races, Naruto made the students do a couple more exercises, all in which Irika gave her a hard time, and then went back inside to take some simple printout tests on ninjutsus and genjutsus, and somehow, Irika found a way to give her a hard time during that too, without her taking his tests away from him. Finally, it was time to go home. Naruto bowed. Thank you for having me as your teacher. I've learned a lot, and I would have liked to stay, despite all of problems I've had today, but your official teacher should be here tomorrow, so please give him, or her, a warm welcome, okay? Yes ma'am. The class answered unanimously. They all rushed to the door. Irika was about to go out the door too, until Naruto grabbed him by the collar. Oh no you don't. I want to have a word with you before you go Mr. Umino. Oh. Irika's in trouble. Irika's in trouble. Some of the boys chanted in unison. When everyone except Naruto and Irika left the classroom and Naruto closed all the doors and windows, Irika started to get nervous. Maybe she was right, maybe I should have quit while I was still ahead, he thought. She stood in front of him and smiled. Now that you can't escape before I finish. Oh my gosh. Irika thought. What's your favorite food? What? What's your favorite food? Was this a trick? Ichiraku ramen. Oh my gosh. Naruko gushed, her eyes lighting up. I love that place. They have the best ramen in the world. And their family is just too cute. Did you see Tuka's daughter yet? She's to die for. She grabbed Irika's arm and started dragging him out the door, much to Irika's surprise. Wait, what is this? Naruko gently touched Irika's nose and smiled. A date, she said, giggling. Irika stared at her for a moment, before finally screaming, what? Hey there Ayam. How are you? Naruko asked, as she looked over the counter to see the little girl already walking around the kitchen on her own. Naruko looked at Tuka. She already knows how to walk around the kitchen. Tuka nodded proudly. Yes, she a fast learner, just like her old man. He laughed. At the rate she's growing, she'll learn how to make all my ramen by next year. Naruko laughed. You're already teaching her how to cook? Tuka. I never imagined you as a slave driver. Tuka laughed again. When making your own business Naruko, you have to be. He gave Naruko and Irika their bowls. Here you go. Thank you very much. Naruko nudged Irika a bit. Come on. She whispered, say thank you. Thank you sir, Irika said. Ah, you're welcome, Tuka said, waving his hand. He started preparing a new batch for future customers. As the two of them ate, Naruko looked at Irika, and asked, isn't this great? Irika nodded. So good. After a while, Naruko put her chopsticks down, and looked at Irika. Irika, why do you do the things that you do? Irika stopped what he was doing for a second, and said, I just want to, that's all. He continued to eat his ramen. Naruko curiously tilted her head to the side. No reason whatsoever. Irika shook his head while he was chewing. No reason. He swallowed, whatsoever. Not even to get some attention. Irika stopped for a moment, before asking, why would I want attention? Naruko shrugged. I don't know, maybe because no one else pays attention to you otherwise and that you don't have any parents to give you attention at home. Irika looked at her, eyes wide, and asked, how do you know that? Naruko fiddled with a strand of her hair. One of your substitutes, Katetsu, told me about it. He was all Irika's parents died fighting the nine-tailed fox, but even so, that's no excuse for the way he acts in class. I'm sorry. That sounded insensitive. Irika nodded. Yeah, you can say that again, he muttered. Naruko put a gentle hand on one of Irika's shoulders. I'm sorry about your parents, but if you're feeling lonely, then why don't you stay with me at my place? Irika slapped Naruko's hand away from his shoulder. Why would I want to live in the same place the demon that killed my parents' lives? He looked down at his bowl. My parents died trying to fight that thing. Lots of people died to fight that thing. And instead of finishing it off, we act as if it never happened. It's like everyone died for no good reason. Naruko looked down at her bowl too. You're right. It doesn't seem fair, doesn't it? How the nine-tailed fox attacked our village, how people we loved died so easily, how all of our lives have changed so drastically because of what happened. Irika looked at her, wondering where she was going with this, and unbeknownst to them at the time, Tuka was also listening in, while stirring his broth. Naruko looked at Irika, and said, you can hate the demon all you want. The demon did this. Not Naruto. Not a baby that doesn't even know what's going on right now. Naruko looked down at her bowl again. Not a baby boy, that doesn't even realize that he doesn't have any parents, that doesn't even realize that he's all alone. Naruko looked at Irika, with pleading eyes. Out of everyone I know right now, I hope that you can understand that, she said softly. Irika looked away. Please, he's not alone. He's got you. But I'm not his mother. I may look like him, but you have to believe me, I'm not his mother. A horrible idea crept into Naruko's head, an idea that she hadn't thought of until now. One day, when he's old enough to understand, I'll have to tell him that I'm not his mother, and he'll be crushed. Then, he truly would feel alone. Irika looked at her, and then looked at his bowl once more, seeing his reflection on the surface of the broth. He remembered how crushed he felt when he found out his parents died. It all happened so fast. No matter how much he told himself and others that he would be prepared for it, it blew him away. It changed his life forever. The people that knew you would pity you, and stop approaching you, thinking that you needed some space and that you would eventually get over it by yourself. They didn't know how to comfort you, and they didn't want to risk trying and only making it worse. On the other hand, the people who didn't know you only glance over you. They just looked at you and thought that you were some kid just passing through. Eventually, you'd go back home to your family, wouldn't you? No. That wasn't it at all. So please, Naruko asked, her voice faltering a little bit, struggling to regain her composure, I'm not asking you to like him. I'm not asking you to accept him. I'm just asking you, at the very least, to pity him. To sympathize with him. She held his hand and squeezed it firmly. Just as I sympathize with you. Irika thought for a moment. It felt so long to Naruko. Did she do enough to convince him? After what seemed like an eternity, Irika nodded slowly. Okay. Naruko smiled warmly at him. Thank you. Irika blushed. Yeah. Naruko giggled, and added. You know, my offer still stands. What offer? The offer to live at my place with Naruto and me. You wouldn't feel so alone anymore. No. Why not? Won't you feel lonely? Yeah. Won't you miss getting some sort of affection when you get home, like a hug, or a kiss on the forehead, something? I still hug. Who? Your knees. Irika looked at her, shocked. How did you? Naruko realized what she had just done. Lucky guess. Irika looked down at his bowl again. All right, fine. You caught me. I hug my knees. End of discussion. You admit that you're all alone, you admit that you're lonely, and you always constantly try to stave off your loneliness. Why are you doing this to yourself? My parents, they were such strong shinobi. They were strong, and they were fearless, and they could take on whatever came their way. I'm gonna be just as strong as they were. I'm gonna keep going with this chip on my shoulder, because no matter how many chips they had on their shoulders, they always pulled through, and they always succeeded. He looked at Naruko through the corner of his eye. Please, try to understand. Naruko looked down again. I understand, but I'll say that honestly, I don't approve of this. But if that's the way you want to live your life, then I won't stop you. She looked outside for a moment. It was getting late. She patted Irika's head. I'm glad that we had this talk. She pulled out some money and paid Tuka for both of their ramen. Thanks for the ramen, Tuka. She leaned over the counter and waved to Ayam. Hope to see you again, sweetie. Just when Naruko was about to leave, Tuka said, Naruko. Naruko turned around. Yes. Tuka looked at Ayam for a moment, before looking at Naruko straight in the eye, and saying. I sympathize for the boy too. You do? Tuka nodded. He looked down at Ayam again, who was playing with a ball of dough. If Ayam were in his place, I'd want her to be taken care of too. To at least have a place other than home where she can be accepted. A place that she can call her home away from home. A sanctuary? He turned back to Naruto. Tell the boy that he's welcome here anytime. Naruto couldn't believe her ears. Tuka. Tuka laughed. If he's ever hungry, just tell him that he can have the best of the best anytime he wants. And if he can't pay, that's okay. We can just put it on his tab and he can pay for it later. We'll give the kid some slack. And besides, if he likes our ramen just as much as you do, we might just have a new favorite customer. Naruto smiled and bowed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tuka. She started to continue exiting the restaurant, but she stopped herself again. Oh, and Irika. Irika turned around again. Yeah. Naruto winked at him. You don't need to take my advice or anything, since you're already kind of your own man and all, but I think you'd have better luck getting attention by being the best in the class, not the worst in the class. I think success stories are much more memorable than a good joke, don't you think? Irika shrugged. Maybe. Naruto smiled, and she finally left Ichiraku Ramen. Despite the fact that she had left, Irika kept on staring at the spot where she had left from. Tuka saw this, and smiled. She very kind. Isn't she? Irika kept looking at the spot where she had left from. Yeah. He answered absent-mindedly. She's beautiful, isn't she? Yeah. Her hair looks pretty soft, doesn't it? Yeah. You want a hug from her, don't you? Yeah, wait, what? Tuka laughed hysterically. Irika blushed furiously. That's not funny, old man. Tuka just kept on laughing. Now that's a joke that you'll never forget. Irika just stared hard at his bowl of ramen. What a rotten day. He thought to himself. Then again, she does look like she gives good hugs. Laying your head on her chest must feel like laying your head on a pillow or something. Irika's nose started to bleed a little, which he desperately tried to hide. Unfortunately for him, Tuka saw it. He laughed so hard that he could barely stand. The boy's becoming a man. He laughed for a whole minute, before suddenly turning a complete 180, pointed at Irika and said, "Don't you dare have any thoughts like that about my daughter, you hear? This was just too much. I'm not going to have any thoughts about your daughter. Until now, I've never even had any thoughts about any girl." Tuka grinned again. Except for that one. He started laughing hysterically again. Irika couldn't take it anymore. That's it, I'm leaving. He exited the restaurant and screamed, "Forever. That's not what you said last time." Ga. Naruto. The boy was placed back in his aunt and godmother's arms. He was sleeping. The third Hokage smiled at her. Did you have a good day at the academy? Naruto nodded. Yep. No problems at all. Naruto shook her head. None at all. The Hokage didn't seem to believe her. Really? Naruto laughed weakly. Well, maybe one or two. The third Hokage sighed. We're going to have to deal with that boy eventually. Yeah. I guess you're right about that, but can you at least go easy on him? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why is that? Naruto looked at Naruto, and said, I hear he hugs his knees when he's alone. Oh, by the way, Naruto, the third Hokage said, I think that you'd be glad to know that we've made some special arrangements for you and Naruto. Naruto looked away from the sleeping Naruto in her arms and turned her attention to the now smiling old shinobi. Special arrangements? She asked. The third nodded. He held his hands behind his back and looked up at the night sky. Naruto, when he is old enough, will be allowed to attend the academy free of charge. Naruto's eyes grew wide as a big smile appeared on her face. Seriously? The third chuckled, and nodded. Yes, and until he's old enough, you and Naruto will be supported financially. That's awesome. Naruto thought for a moment. But, what happens when he is old enough to attend the academy? She asked. You could be my assistant if you like, the third Hokage suggested. Naruto thought about it for a moment. Your assistant, huh? The work isn't too complicated, so it'll be easy for you to adjust to it, and the pay is decent to say the least. But I must warn you that work may pile up every once and a while, and you'll admittedly have long work days, usually ranging from morning to night. Naruto looked at Naruto, a soft expression on her face. I don't really have a choice in the matter, do I? She said quietly. I can't exactly find work anywhere else. And even if it's hard, she gently stroked one of Naruto's cheeks, I've got someone at home who's relying on me to do my part. The third Hokage smiled. I understand, he said. Naruto nodded, and the third Hokage watched her as she starting her walk back home. Before she could get too far though, a sudden thought crept into the mind of the third Hokage. Naruto, he called. Naruto stopped and turned around to face him. Where exactly are you living now? He asked. You used to live in the Hokage residence with Minato, but since he died and I became Hokage, you've been formally forced to move. I'm just curious as to where you've moved to, considering your new social status in the village and your money issue. Naruto smiled reassuringly at the elderly shinobi. Don't worry, I found a place. The third Hokage was obviously surprised. Really? Naruto nodded. Yep. She looked back at Naruto, and said, it's not as big or as fancy as a mansion or anything, but I think it's definitely homey. And best of all, the rent is pretty cheap too. The third Hokage scratched his head, a bit skeptical to what he was hearing. How did you ever get such a place? Naruto gave him a little wink. Let's just say I know the landlord personally. Well, look who finally decided to show up. The landlord said, as he saw Naruto walking towards the apartment. He was a short, friendly-looking old man with gray hair neatly combed to the side. I was half afraid that the villagers finally had the guts to, well, you know. Sorry, Naruto said, bowing apologetically. It's been an eventful day. The landlord smiled and gave her a nod. I see. He yawned. Well, I'm going to turn in, he said drowsily. Good night. Oh, before you go, Naruto said, I just want to tell you again how grateful I am that you're letting Naruto and me stay here. I can't thank you enough. The landlord let out a little chuckle, and said, still as polite as ever, aren't you? You haven't changed one bit. He looked up at Naruto's apartment door and sighed. I've watched you and your brother grow up in this apartment building, and not just me, but everyone else who lives here. He shook his head and chuckled again. It's amazing how much things stay the same. Not a single person has moved out of this apartment building except you and your brother when he became Hokage. He looked back at Naruto. It wasn't just my decision to let you move back in. What can we say? He smiled. Having you back is very nostalgic for all of us. He sighed. Makes me realize how old we're all getting. Naruto smiled. If you ask me, that's not so bad. She then though for a moment, and asked, but what about Naruto? Why are you all letting him stay? The landlord sighed, walked to his suite, and answered, let's just say, we trust you. Naruto smiled, and left it at that. Good night, she said. Good night, he drowsily said back. Naruto waited until after the landlord closed his door to start heading towards her own suite. When she entered, instead of turning on the lights, she used the moonlight coming through the windows, which were still uncovered from this morning, to guide her way to the bedroom. She carefully laid Naruto on the bed with his little head against the pillow. She watched him while he slept. He looked so peaceful, she thought. She bent her knees to be at the same level as Naruto, rested her arms on the bed, and used one of her hands to tenderly stroke one of Naruto's cheeks. Naruto stirred. Mama, he murmured. Naruto stopped stroking his cheek, her eyes widened. What did he just say? He said Mama, a voice in her head said. Naruko quickly stood back up and stepped back, horrified. He said Mama. Yes, the voice answered. Naruko shook her head and covered her mouth, trying to regain her composure. He said Mama. He did, the voice reassured. But I'm not his mother. She suddenly remembered a part of her conversation with Irika. Irika looked away. Please, he's not alone. He's got you. But I'm not his mother. I may look like him, but you have to believe me, I'm not his mother. A horrible idea crept into Naruko's head, an idea that she hadn't thought of until now. One day, when he's old enough to understand, I'll have to tell him that I'm not his mother, and he'll be crushed. Then, he truly will feel alone. That same horrible idea was creeping through her mind right now. For a long time, she was lost in her thoughts. Then she said to herself, I can't do this. Mikoto Uchiha heard a knock at the door. Her husband, Fugaku Uchiha, upon hearing the knocking on the door, entered the room, looked at her, and asked, Is someone at the door? Mikoto shrugged. Apparently. Fugaku sighed and shook his head. Who could be visiting at this hour? Mikoto opened the door. Oh. Hello there Naruko. She looked at the sleeping baby boy in her arms. And I see you've brought Naruto along with you. Hi Mikoto, she looked over Mikoto's shoulder. Fugaku, she added. Fugaku walked up to the door, standing behind his wife. Hello there Naruko, he said. After an awkward moment of silence between the three, Mikoto asked, Is there a problem Naruko? Why are you visiting at a time like this? Naruko diverted her eyes away from Mikoto and Fugaku's gaze. Mikoto and Fugaku looked at each other. Mikoto was obviously worried, and if Fugaku was worried, he did a good job hiding it. Both of them knew however, that the Naruko in front of them was not the same Naruko that they knew. She seemed a bit off, in a bad way. Can I talk to you two for a moment? Naruko asked. Mikoto gave her husband one last worried glance, before saying, Sure you can. Naruko and Fugaku sat at the table while Mikoto made them a quick batch of tea, Fugaku suspiciously eyeing the sleeping baby in Naruko's arms. When the tea was finally ready, Mikoto distributed the cups to everyone, Naruko taking a long sip while Mikoto and Fugaku simply held theirs and waited patiently for her to finish. After the sip, Naruko let out a long, satisfied, ah, before thanking her hosts for the tea. You're welcome, Mikoto said. Now why don't you tell us why you're here? Fugaku suggested. Naruko looked sadly down at Naruto. She didn't say anything for a while. To Mikoto, it didn't look like she didn't have anything to say, it was just that she had a hard time saying it. Fugaku's patience was growing thin. If you have nothing to say or you can't say it, then why did you come? Mikoto tried to calm her husband down. Dear Dash. No, Naruko said softly. He's right. Avoiding eye contact the entire time, Naruko gulped, and finally said, I think that Naruto would be better off staying with all of you. Fugaku slammed his fist on the table. Absolutely not. Dear, Mikoto hissed, placing her hands on her husband's shoulders in an effort to try and calm him down, keep your voice down. You might wake up the kids. And besides, she nodded her head towards the intimidated Naruko, you're scaring her. Fugaku pointed an accusing finger at Naruko. And she's setting us up. Mikoto looked at her husband like he had gone crazy. What? She hissed. Fugaku rubbed his temples angrily. Ever since that, he pointed at Naruto, demon attacked the village has started accusing the Uchiha clan of orchestrating the attack. Dear, Mikoto gently, but somewhat firmly, placed her hands on his face and forced him to look directly at her. Listen to me. You need to calm down. How can I calm down, Fugaku hissed, when the village is trying to crush the very thing that I put my heart and soul into? Fugaku pried his wife's hands off his face. For years, I have tried to strengthen the bond between the village and the Uchiha clan, and what do these accusations tell me? That it was all for nothing. They still don't trust us, even after all this clan has done for them. And they probably forced Naruto to give us that baby to further prove their accusations. Honey, don't you think that maybe you're overreacting about this? Fugaku was about to answer that question, but before he did, he glanced one more time at Naruto. He took his wife aside, and, after one more glance at Naruto to make sure that she wouldn't try to eavesdrop on their conversation, whispered, "The village is going to force the clan to live at one of the corners of the village. They're going to ostracize the Uchiha clan from the rest of the village." Mikoto couldn't believe her ears. What? Fugaku nodded gravely. And just to make things worse, they're going to place the clan under heavy surveillance. He shook his head again. They just don't trust us. They simply stood there silently for a minute before Mikoto took a deep breath, and said, "Listen, Naruto obviously has something on her mind and you're in no condition to talk to her right now. Why don't you turn in for the night and let me handle this? You're not going to take that baby in, are you? Mikoto, think about the Uchiha clan's reputation." Fugaku was going to say more, but Mikoto stopped him before he could continue. "Please, let me handle it." Fugaku didn't seem too sure. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." She smiled. "I promise." Fugaku sighed and rubbed his temples. "All right." He started to leave the room, and Mikoto could hear him mutter to himself, "It's things like this that make me wonder if Madara was right all along." After Fugaku left, Mikoto took a deep breath and sat back at the table. "Is everything all right?" Naruto asked. "For the most part," Mikoto said. She stroked one of her bangs, before asking, "Naruto, what did you mean when you said that Naruto would be better off staying with us?" Naruto looked at Naruto sadly, before shaking her head and answering, "I'm sorry, but he just can't stay with me." "And why is that?" Mikoto asked. She secretly prayed that the reason wasn't what she thought it was. When Naruto didn't answer, Mikoto thought she'd at least try to set her own worries at ease. "Please tell me it's not because of the village. Please don't tell me that the way they're treating you differently and all the bad attention Naruto's giving you is enough for you to abandon him." Naruto shook her head. No, it's not that." "Oh, thank goodness," Mikoto thought, placing her hand over her heart and letting out a sigh of relief. "Then why is it?" Mikoto asked. At that moment, Naruto lost it. Tears were starting to fall from her eyes and down her cheeks. She was sniffing and hiccuping uncontrollably, and all she could do was shake her head and try to clean herself up with her free hand as best she could and keep all the noise she was making to a minimum. Mikoto rushed to her side and tried to calm her down. "Naruto! Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto tried to talk as best she could against her own sniffs and hiccups. She shook her head, "I just can't." "But why?" Mikoto asked. "Naruto, I can't help you if I don't know what's wrong. I just can't." Naruto whispered as loudly as she could. The tears were coming down hard now. "Oh, Naruto, you're crying on the baby, here, give him to me." Naruto handed Naruto to Mikoto, and did her best to clean herself up and regain her composure. Mikoto rocked Naruto in her arms, to make sure he stayed asleep. While she was doing that, Naruto stirred a bit, and murmured, "Mama." Mikoto's eyes grew wide. "He isn't talking about me, right?" she asked, panicked. Naruto shook her head as she rubbed her eyes. "No. I'm pretty sure he's talking about me." Mikoto let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness," she said aloud. Sudden realization hit her, and she smiled at Naruto and said, "Naruto, he's calling out for you." "I know," Naruto said. "But I'm not his mother." Mikoto finally understood. She slowly nodded her head. "Oh, I get it now." Naruto stopped crying. "You do?" Mikoto shrugged. "Well, I can't say that I completely understand, but I don't think I'd take it too well if a demon child called me mama either." Naruto wailed loudly. Mikoto jumped a bit in surprise and tried to shush her. "Naruto, it's too late for this," she whispered frantically. Naruto shook her head and blew her nose. I know. But, that's not it." Mikoto found a stray pillow that could be used as a small bed for Naruto and placed him gently on the table. She then went to Naruto and tried to console her. "Naruto, you have to tell me what's wrong. Otherwise I can't help." Naruto shook her head. "I can't." Mikoto gave her a bewildered look. "Why?" she asked. Naruto made many crazy gestures with her hands before finally answering, "I promised the Hokage that I wouldn't." Mikoto still looked confused. "I don't get it." "I promised him that I wouldn't tell anyone who Naruto's real parents were." Naruto quickly covered her mouth with her hands, realizing that she had let the cat partially out of the bag. Mikoto's eyes grew wide. "Naruto has birth parents." When Naruto didn't answer, Mikoto gently placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, "I understand that you promised not to tell, but whatever you can't tell me is obviously affecting you right now. Please Naruto, I want to help. You can trust me, can't you?" Realizing that it was too late to go back at this point, and knowing that Mikoto was someone she could trust, Naruto finally said, "Naruto's birth parents are Minato and Kushina." Mikoto's eyes grew wide, and she quickly looked back and forth between Naruto and Naruto repeatedly. She pointed at Naruto. "He's Minato and Kushina's child." Naruto nodded. "Yeah. They sacrificed themselves so that the nine-tailed fox could be sealed inside Naruto or something." When Mikoto gave her a funny look, Naruto flung her hands up into the air and wailed, "I'm not a shinobi. If you don't know, then what chance do I have?" The waterworks came back on. Mikoto put two and two together. "So she struggled to find the right words to describe Naruto's current state, like, this, because your brother and stepsister's baby called you mama." Naruto nodded. She had finally calmed down a bit. "I just can't keep him. If I keep him then I'll eventually have to tell him that I'm not his mother, and if I tell him that, he'll be crushed." "Then why don't you not tell him?" Mikoto suggested. "But then he'll think I'm his mother. And that'll be like slapping Kushina and Minato in the face." Naruto blew her nose and added, "And what if I told him but he didn't believe me? I mean," she held a couple strands of her own hair, "we both have blonde hair," she pointed at her eyes, "we both have blue eyes," she pinched her own cheeks, "we have whisker marks on our faces dash. Yeah, what's up with that? I don't know. As far as I know, I was born with this. It must have been a really recessive gene or something." She then continued what she was talking about. "If he believes that I'm his mother, then that'll be like dash. Spitting on Minato and Kushina's graves." Mikoto finished. "Something like that," Naruto said softly. After a moment of silence, Mikoto asked, "So, how is leaving Naruto with us going to solve anything?" Naruto shrugged. "At least with you guys, he'd know that he was adopted. That'd save all of us a lot of drama. But what if he sees you around the village? What then?" "I don't know." Naruto cried, as quietly as she could. "I didn't think this all the way through. All I knew was that it would have been a bad idea to keep him with me." For a moment, no one said anything, until finally, Naruto murmured, "It should have been me." Mikoto looked at Naruto. "What?" Naruto sniffed. I should have been the sacrifice for the seal. She rubbed her temples and shook her head. Instead of becoming a shinobi like my brother, I decided to live a normal life. He was willing to sacrifice his own safety and well-being, sacrifice his own happiness, for the sake of the entire village. And what did I want? She looked down and said bitterly, a peaceful, picture-perfect life. A husband, some kids, and me in a perfect little house, in a perfect little place all to ourselves. She shook her head angrily. What was I thinking? How could I have been so selfish? If I had been a shinobi, then I could have been there with Minato, protecting Kushina and Naruto. I could have made sure they were safe. I could have been the sacrifice for the seal instead of them. Mikoto placed her hands on Naruto's shoulders and squeezed them firmly. Stop it! Don't you dare talk like that! Naruto angrily pulled Mikoto's hands off. And why shouldn't I? She laughed as if she were a psychopath. It's not like I had anything to live for anyway. But my brother and my stepsister. They had a son, each other, and an entire village. Mikoto didn't see any other choice. She slapped Naruto across the face and once again grabbed her shoulders, again squeezing them firmly. Naruto, she said through clenched teeth, get a grip. She violently shook her before finally letting Naruto go and giving the two of them a breather. Mikoto stroked her bang before finally asking, are you okay now? Naruto nodded slowly. Yeah, she answered softly. Good. Now listen to me. You have plenty to live for. And now that you have a baby with you, you have even more to live for. Naruto didn't seem to agree. And what exactly did I have to live for before Naruto came into my life? Minato, Kushina, Mikoto pointed to herself, me. And I'm sure there are plenty more, right? When Naruto didn't answer, Mikoto grabbed one of her shoulders and shook her gently and asked, right? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Kakashi. Izumo. Katetsu. Iruka now too. See. Mikoto said. That's plenty to live for already. Yeah, but, that still doesn't excuse my selfish lifestyle. Mikoto sighed. Naruto, wanting a normal life isn't selfish. Compared to all of yours. Yes it is. Mikoto looked down for a moment, before she said, you know what? You're right. It is selfish. And you want to know something else? She looked at Naruto, her eyes showing off her sadness. We've all wanted it on numerous occasions. Naruto's eyes grew wide. What? Mikoto let out a small laugh, looked down at the table, and drew circles on the table with her index finger. Yes. You can say that, in a way, we were jealous of you. It took a moment for Naruto to process these words. You all were jealous, she pointed at herself, of me. She just couldn't believe it. But, why? Mikoto sighed. Let's just say that being a shinobi is very far from all fun and games. Placing every dream and desire to the side in order to do your duty, always saying goodbye to your family in case the next mission you take is your last, having to emotionally keep everything bottled up to the point where it's unbearable, the physical and mental pain that goes with the job, seeing your friends die right in front of you. Mikoto shook her head and slowly rubbed her temples. You have all the power you want, but you're constantly someone's tool or have to act like one. She looked at Naruto. There were times when we were very close to quitting. Even my brother. Naruto asked. Well, your brother a little bit less than the rest of us, but yes, even he considered quitting at least once. Mikoto smiled. But then we come home from our missions and we see our families and friends, the people we're protecting, and we know it's all worthwhile. Mikoto gently held Naruto's hands in hers and gave them a soft squeeze. Minato and Kushina always told us how, even after the worst missions, you'd always be there at home, waiting for them, with a smile on your face and food prepared for them and you ready to help them out both physically, mentally, and emotionally in any way you could. You did that, Naruto. You've helped keep the fourth Hokage and his wife sane. She smiled at Naruto knowingly. Would a selfish person really devote all that time and effort to nurture the people they loved? Naruto smiled and wiped the sides of her eyes a bit. No. I guess they wouldn't. Good. Minato wagged her finger at her playfully. Now I don't ever want to hear you talk like that again, understand? Naruto let out a little laugh. Yeah. She looked at Naruto. But what do I do about Naruto? Minato sighed. Naruto, I'm sorry, but I can't take him in. I've got 2 boys in this house now, and with Itachi being the oldest, Fugaku's going to devote most of his attention to him, no doubt neglecting our newborn in the process. I don't know about you, but that'll be more than enough drama for me to deal with. Adoption drama would probably pull me over the edge. Naruto's face fell. She reached out to stroke Naruto's cheek and asked, but what can I do? If he stays with me, then I'm eventually going to have to tell him the truth. And if I tell him the truth, Naruto, Minato interrupted, you can't keep worrying about the future like this. She held Naruto's chin and forced her to look at her. Look, I can't say that I know what to do or what's going to happen, but I can say this, a child needs to be loved, and Naruto will definitely get the love and attention he needs, from you. But whatever happens in the future will happen in the future. We live in the present, not the future, or the past for that matter. Worry about Naruto's reaction to the truth when you get there. Until then, she picked Naruto up and held him in front of Naruto, even if it's just pretend, he needs a mother. He needs you. Naruto looked at Naruto for a long time before finally taking Naruto from Mikato's arms and cradling him in hers. She shook her head sadly. I'm going to dread the day I'll have to tell him, so much. Minato nodded. But until then. She waited for Naruto to finish that sentence. Naruto finally relented and smiled. I'll be his mother. Minato smiled. That's good. They both stood up and Minato led Naruto to the door. Thanks for the pep talk, Naruto said, I really needed that. No problem. Minato opened the door to let Naruto out, but before Naruto could leave, Minato stopped her, and added, you know, before Kushina died, we had hoped that Naruto and Sasuke would be friends. Naruto let out a small laugh. I get the hint. Minato smiled. Good. She gestured towards the door. Now if you don't mind, it's getting late, and we both have children we need to take care of tomorrow. All right, all right. Before Naruto left however, she added, oh and, whatever I said that made Fugaku lose his temper, can you tell him I'm sorry about that? Minato nodded. Don't worry, I will. But if you ask me, I don't think it was really your fault. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. She turned to leave and added, good night. Minato followed her out, stopped in front of the door, and waved. Good night to you too, she said. When Naruto finally got back home, she walked back to the bedroom, and once again placed Naruto down on the bed. She bent down and stroked his cheek, and he stirred. Mama, he murmured. Naruto froze. No, Mikato's right. A child needs love, and until that day comes when I finally need to tell him, I'll give him all the love and attention I can possibly give him. She leaned forward and gave Naruto a soft kiss on the forehead. Don't worry sweetie, Mama's here. What is all of this? A little girl softly and politely asked as she walked down the path alongside her caretaker and surveyed her surroundings. This was a path she and her caretaker had walked on many times before, but today, almost everything about the path had changed. No, the path itself didn't change, it was just all the things that were now on it. As the little girl and her caretaker slowly walked down the path, the little girl looked around in awe and wonder as she saw strings of colorful lanterns being tied up on the tops of poles and booths and stands being set up by people she recognized and people she didn't recognize, and colorful banners, signs, and decorations being set up to accompany each booth and stand for whatever reason they were there for. She held her gaze on a colorful set of masks neatly put on display by one of the booths, as she was experiencing a strange sensation of both fear and enchantment upon seeing them, and when she and her caretaker were well away from them, she broke her gaze and finally had the courage to meekly ask, "Is it a festival?" Her caretaker smiled, looked down at her, and answered, "Yes, Lady Hinata. That is correct." As he continued to lead Hinata down the path, as Hinata continued to look up at him, Hinata's caretaker explained, "You see, Lady Hinata, today is a very special day for the village." He looked down at her again. "Today is the day that, after many years of war between our village and the Land of Lightning, we have finally reached a peace agreement with them." He refocused his attention back on the path, an optimistic smile on his face. "Today is the day when the peace treaty between our two lands will be official. Today, the head cloud ninja of the Land of Lightning will come by to our village and sign the peace treaty, and in celebration of that, our village will celebrate alongside our former enemies. And this festival is going to be one of the ways we'll be celebrating with them." Hinata asked. Her caretaker nodded. "Yes." He stopped, and Hinata followed suit. He pointed towards some people whom Hinata did not recognize, setting up their own booth for the festival. "Do you recognize them, Lady Hinata?" After a long attempt to try and recognize them, Hinata sheepishly lowered her head in shame and answered, "No." Her caretaker kneeled down and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, Lady Hinata," he said, and when Hinata looked at his face, she saw that he had a reassuring smile on his face. "It's impossible for you to recognize them in the first place because they are citizens of the Land of Lightning." Hinata let out a little gasp. They are." Her caretaker let out a little laugh and nodded. "Yes, they are." He looked back at those said people. They and many others made the journey here ahead of time in order to make this a celebration worthy of such an occasion. Hinata's eyes widened as she let out a small, surprised gasp, looked back at the Land of Lightning citizens working hard on their booth, and let out a soft, awestruck, "Wow." Then, sad realization slowly crept into her mind, and in seconds, the look of pure awe and wonder on her face was quickly replaced by a look of sadness and disappointment. Upon noticing this, Hinata's caretaker leaned forward and asked, "Is something wrong, Lady Hinata?" The concern was evident in his voice. Hinata, upon realizing what she had just done, blushed and averted her eyes away from her caretaker's concerned and worried gaze. "And no, nothing's wrong," she answered while bashfully fiddling with her fingers. Hinata's caretaker sighed. It was obvious that she was lying. "Lady Hinata," he began. "And no, really, it's nothing," Hinata quietly insisted, but unfortunately for her, her caretaker wasn't the least bit fooled. He knew her all too well. "Come now, Lady Hinata, you can tell me," her caretaker gently reassured. "We're friends, aren't we?" Well, that was certainly true. After a moment of thinking it over, Hinata finally relented, and said, "Well, it's just," she looked to her caretaker, and upon seeing how intently he was looking at her, quickly blushed and opted to look down at her fiddling fingers instead. "This festival, it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun." "Ah," Hinata's caretaker said. "I get it. You're sad because you think that you aren't going to be able to participate in the festivities. Is that it?" Hinata's blush deepened as her head lowered even further down than it already had. Her caretaker couldn't help but give a small, amused grin at the spectacle before him. How could he not? She was acting as if she had just been caught red-handed committing some kind of shameful act. Despite this, however, she slowly nodded and answered, "Why, yes." Hinata's caretaker let out a deep sigh, the smile still plastered on his face. Now why would you think that, Lady Hinata? Surprised by such a response, Hinata hesitated before she explained, "Well, today's my birthday, and father made it clear that he wanted me to celebrate it at home with the rest of the clan. And then there are those other ceremonies father mentioned that we were going to do today." Hinata's caretaker continued to smile. "Yes, that is correct, Lady Hinata, but what about what happens after all those ceremonies are over?" Before Hinata could answer, however, somebody had suddenly swept her off her feet and ran a little bit away. Hinata's caretaker gasped. "A kidnapper!" he inwardly cried. After his initial shock and surprise due to how fast it happened, Hinata's caretaker quickly stood up, battle-ready, prepared himself for any more surprises, and was about to give chase, but when he saw who the supposed kidnapper was, he placed his hands on his side, both out of relief and exhaustion, and said in an exhausted yet amused voice, "Naruto." Naruto let out a cheerful laugh and gave Hinata's caretaker a little wave. "Hi Ko." Apparently, what Ko had previously assumed was a kidnapping attempt was actually Naruto sweeping Hinata off her feet, spinning her around, and embracing Hinata in a big, spinning hello hug. After addressing Ko, Naruto refocused her attention on the little girl in her arms and cuddled her a bit, "And hello to you too." Hinata looked up and smiled. "Mrs. Uzumaki." Naruto stopped cuddling her for a moment to turn Hinata around, as Hinata had been swept off her feet, spun, and hugged from the back, and gently say, "Oh come now. I've told you a million times that you can call me Naruto." She turned her attention back to Ko, who was slowly walking towards them with folded arms and an amused, calm smile replacing the look of terror and surprise that had been on his face mere seconds before. "This is your doing, isn't it?" Ko held his hands up as if he had just been caught committing a crime. "Guilty as charged." "Ko, how could you?" she playfully reprimanded. "She is the heiress to the Hyuga clan," Ko argued. "And as the next head of the Hyuga clan, she is expected to know and practice a few formalities." He smirked and added, "And by the looks of it, she's not going to learn any of them from you." "What?" Naruto asked, a little bit taken aback and offended by his accusation. "Ko, how could you say such a thing?" "Well," Ko explained, gesturing towards the hug Naruto was giving Hinata, "for starters, one does not greet people by running up to them when they least expect it and hugging them." Naruto rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Oh, hush you." She brushed a bit of Hinata's hair with her fingers and continued, "She may be an heiress to a clan, but what you all keep forgetting is that she's still just a little girl who just recently turned 3 years old." After realizing what she just said, her eyes widened. She looked back at Hinata. "Oh. That reminds me." She gave Hinata one last hug. "Happy birthday, sweetie," she whispered. "How did you know that it was my birthday today?" Hinata asked as Naruto set her back down on the ground. Naruto kneeled down until she reached Hinata's eye level, smiled warmly, and whispered, "How could I not?" She lightly nodded towards Ko. "It's the only thing Ko's been talking about for the past week." They both glanced at a confused Ko before giggling in unison. "But all joking aside," Naruto said, "you've just reached a huge milestone in your life, Hinata." "Are really?" Hinata asked. "How come?" "Well, it's because being 3 years old is a very important age," Naruto explained. "Are really? Why is that?" Hinata asked, a bit out of curiosity, but mostly out of intimidation due to how much Naruto was building up how important being 3 years old was. "Well, 3 is the number people usually use to signal when to start something, so naturally turning 3 years old should signal a new start in one's life, right?" I don't quite understand." "Oh. Naruto thought for a moment. "Well, when I was 3, I made the resolution to become more responsible around the house." "Are really?" Naruko let out a weak laugh. Well, something like that. Hinata didn't understand what that meant, but that was to be expected. What Naruko was referring to was that, when she was 3 and her older brother, Minato, was 5, despite the fact that Minato was considered, and in fact was, a ninja prodigy, in anything that wasn't ninja related, Minato was surprisingly unreliable, so when she turned 3, Naruko took it upon herself to do the chores and handle most of the responsibilities that Minato was surprisingly incapable of doing himself, or, at least, vowed to. She was still a bit too young to be doing any of that stuff, but when she was finally old enough, she never skipped a beat. That isn't to say that she was perfectly okay with doing most of the chores and completing most of the responsibilities at home though. She would often scold her brother for being so irresponsible outside of his ninja duties. Naruko shook her head to relieve herself of the strange memories and refocused her attention back to the conversation between her and Hinata. But my resolution doesn't have to be your resolution, she assured. You can make it whatever you want. And it doesn't even have to be permanent either. It just needs to be a start. A start, Hinata whispered to herself. Naruko nodded. That's right, a start. When Hinata looked to be deep in thought and didn't say anything back, Naruko brushed a bit of Hinata's hair with her fingers and added, "Don't worry, sweetie. No one's asking you to make one now." She let out an apologetic smile. You don't even have to make one if you don't want to. I'm sorry if I was so self-imposing. Hinata gasped and quickly shook her head. Oh no. It's a good idea. She smiled and gave Naruko a respectful bow. Thank you, Mrs. Uzu, and Naruko. Naruko smiled, and pulled Hinata in for one last, quick, hug. You're very welcome, sweetie. So, Naruko said, giving Ko a chance to come back into the conversation after she let Hinata go, what are you two doing on a day like this? Well, Ko began, gesturing towards Hinata, I was taking Hinata out for an early morning stroll so she could get a first look at all the festivities. Then, after we celebrate her birthday and perform all the other clan rituals scheduled for today, I thought I'd take her to the ones she really wanted to go to before the day is over. Hinata's eyes lit up as she heard this. Really? She asked. You really meant to do that? Ko smiled down at her. Of course. He gestured towards Naruko, who was now standing up. As Mrs. Uzu Naruko good-naturedly nudged him with her elbow, Naruko said, although you are indeed next in line to be head of the Hyuga clan, you are still just a child. Your happiness means a lot to me, Lady Hinata, and I am not so old as to have forgotten how tedious and grating the rituals of the Hyuga clan can be to young ones like yourself. Once our responsibilities are over with, we can run out here and you can have as much last-minute fun as you can possibly handle. Hinata could hardly believe her ears. Thank you so much, Ko. She cried, bowing her thanks towards her caretaker. Ko couldn't help but laugh. Oh come on. I don't get a hug. You said it yourself, Ko, Naruko said, a smug grin on her face, hugging people isn't a formality. I said it wasn't a formality in terms of greeting people. Ko argued, but once he saw the look on Naruko's face, he knew that he'd just been played and blushed accordingly. After Naruko and Hinata both laughed at how silly he was acting, he sighed, he desperately wanting to change the subject. So, Naruko, he began, may I ask why you are so dressed up today? Oh. Naruko looked down and smoothed out her kimono. You mean this old thing? She was wearing a pink, ceremonial kimono with light blue cherry blossom designs and a light blue sash, and her hair was tied up in a ceremonial bun with 2 chopsticks. She gave Ko and Hinata a confident, fun, little twirl, a twirl that admittedly took Hinata's breath away. She had always considered Naruko beautiful, but her little fashion twirl seemed to serve as a testament to the fact that Naruko wasn't just considered beautiful because she was pretty, she was beautiful for many other reasons too. For starters, there was that confident smile, laugh and energy she had that seemed to just further empower the physical beauty she already had, but unbeknownst to Naruto and Ko, Hinata noticed that on Naruto's whiskered face, which, for some reason, never seemed to hinder Naruto's beauty to her, was a light blush, a small sign of embarrassment. She was a little embarrassed doing a little fashion twirl in public, but Naruto didn't care. Fashion twirls were fun, and despite the slight embarrassment she was feeling, Naruto chose to ignore all that and just do it. Naruto was kind, sweet, beautiful, confident, and independent, all traits which Hinata greatly admired. Naruto possessed the traits that both her mother and father possessed, for the most part anyway, and deep down, she felt as if she was nowhere close to any one of them. I wish I could be more like that, Hinata thought to herself. Meanwhile, in the physical world outside of Hinata's mind, Naruto explained to Ko, the third Hokage requested that I come over and attend the signing of the treaty. Why's that? Hinata asked. Naruto and Ko looked at Hinata before giving each other nervous glances. It was obvious that Naruto was asked to appear at the signing because she was the late fourth Hokage's sister, and having her there was just like having former presidents appear at special presidential events, despite the fact that they no longer possessed any form of real power, authority, say, or significance, for morale. But how were they supposed to explain that to Hinata? Simple, they couldn't. The third Hokage had been true to his word and had succeeded in passing laws that would keep Naruto and Naruto safe and keep the villagers from depriving them of their basic human rights and necessities, but at the same time, many other laws had been passed alongside these. One of them had been to change Naruto and Naruto's last names to Uzumaki for Naruto's protection and to further create the illusion that Naruto was his mother, while another forbade any mention of Naruto's connection with the nine-tailed fox in hope that the children, at the very least, would not resent him as the adults did. However, the two laws combined created an initially unprecedented consequence. The two laws combined unintentionally created a third law, a law that forbade the mention of anything regarding Naruto's past to anyone, especially around Naruto. This was because if they wanted to create the illusion that Naruto was his mother, while also not revealing to anybody the fact that Naruto, the demon child, was the fourth Hokage's son, and forbid even the mentioning of even the smallest connections between Naruto and the nine-tailed fox, whom Naruto's brother sealed inside of Naruto, then the best way to do it was to never mention Naruto's past at all and pretend that the events in Naruto's life prior to the nine-tailed fox's attack on the village never happened, and give Naruto a fake, new past in the process. Fortunately, Naruto quickly and easily cooperated with all the effects these laws had on her life, but she did put up a fight when it came to which past the council was going to assign her. Despite the council's protests, she didn't want to be assigned a past completely opposite to her real one, because, well, how else are you going to explain Naruto having no father and give him a reason to attend the ninja academy? In the end, they finally agreed to give Naruto the past of being the wife of a proud ninja who died fighting the nine-tailed fox before the fourth Hokage finally defeated it. The council had gone through great lengths and pains to make every adult in the village memorize her new past, or at the very least, the adults who knew her, and get used to referring to it whenever they referred to Naruto's past. Naruto was even forced to wear a ring on her finger, which admittedly upset her. She had always wanted to make a family of her own, but with her already having some sort of connection with what many people considered the nine-tailed fox itself, the fake past and the ring on her finger definitely didn't help matters. With Naruto, it was practically impossible to get a boyfriend, and with the fake past, the ring as proof of that past, and the bad way the villagers always treated him, Naruto might not even want what he would consider a new dad to begin with. Well, Naruto began, just now thinking of a, hopefully, believable excuse for her presence at the signing. A signing could get pretty boring. Naruto gave Hinata a little wink. Someone's got to go in there and liven up the place, right? Hinata pondered over Naruto's words for a moment while Ko and Naruto anxiously waited for the desired response. Much to their relief, Hinata, for the most part, seemed to believe it. I guess, Hinata said. Ko and Naruko inwardly let out sighs of relief. Naruko even tried to cover up her nervousness with a small laugh. Yeah, she said. I was surprised when the third Hokage asked me to come too, but how could I say no, right? Hinata smiled. Yes, if put in Naruko's situation, even she might have not been able to say no to the kind, old man. He was practically everybody's grandfather. Right. After smiling down at Hinata, relieved that she had believed Naruko's excuse, Ko looked around and noticed something strange. Naruko. Naruko looked at Ko. Yeah. Where's Naruto? Ko asked as he continued to survey the area. Oh, Naruko said, her face falling. Hinata almost couldn't believe her eyes. A sad Naruko. She had never seen that before, nor did she ever think that that was even remotely possible. He's either sleeping at home or wandering around the village. Ko stopped searching and looked at Naruko, one of his eyebrows raised in disbelief. You left him unattended? He isn't coming with you? Hinata asked. Naruko looked down at her and gave her a sad, little smile. No, he isn't. But, why? Naruko tried to let out a carefree laugh, but even she had to admit that it sounded more like an awkward, weak one. Well, for starters, it's a formal occasion. Can't have kids around, you know? And besides, she averted her eyes to the side, avoiding eye contact with the little heiress. The council told me specifically not to bring him. Hinata gasped. But why? She knew that a lot of people didn't like Naruto, but forcing Naruko to leave him behind? That seemed so crazy to her, especially when Naruto was about the same age she was and she still needed a caretaker to supervise her and take her around. Hinata, Ko said firmly, folding his arms, you needn't concern yourself with such things. But dash. Whatever the council says goes. There's nothing we can do about it? Hinata seemed to resign after the statement. Alright. Just then, an idea popped into her head. What if Naruto stayed with us while Naruko is at the signing? Ko was taken by surprise at this idea. What? Quickly realizing the flaws of her idea, Hinata blushed, averted her eyes to the side to avoid eye contact with her caretaker, fiddled with her fingers, and explained, he doesn't have to sit next to us during the ceremonies or anything, but he could be somewhere close to home, so if he needs any help, he could just come in and ask for some. Naruko looked at the little girl in awe for a moment before looking at Ko and saying, sounds like a plan. Ko turned to Naruko. No, absolutely not, Ko said, immediately shooting down the thought. He turned back to Hinata. Lady Hinata, we can't perform the rituals properly if someone is constantly barging in and interrupting them. Upon seeing Hinata's disappointed face, Ko added, in a softer tone of voice, it was a very thoughtful idea Lady Hinata, but it's just not possible. After getting no immediate response from her, Ko tenderly asked, do you understand? Realizing that there was no way to convince him otherwise, Hinata slowly nodded and softly answered, I understand. While Hinata may have given up, Naruko was inspired by her idea, and wasn't about to give up just yet, not without a fight. Ko, Naruko said, gently grabbing Ko's arm, can I speak with you for a minute? They both looked at Hinata. Privately. She added. Ko hesitated for a moment, before finally obliging to Naruko's request, but not before insisting that he take Hinata somewhere where she could play and still be in their sights while they discussed whatever matter Naruko wanted to discuss. After they found a playground with benches they could sit and talk on while Hinata played in front of them, Ko, never once taking his eyes off of Hinata, asked, so, what is it that you want to talk about? Before she said anything, Naruko decided to keep her eyes on Hinata while talking too. It's about Naruto, she finally said. KO sighed. Naruto, my decision is final. Please. Naruto quickly took her eyes off of Hinata, turned to look at KO, and leaned toward him. I'm begging you, please reconsider. She pleaded. KO glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eyes and saw just how badly she wanted him to do just that. He saw it in the desperation in her eyes, the look of desperation on her face, and the desperate way she was leaning towards him. For a moment there, KO was actually starting to reconsidering, but he quickly snapped out of it and shook his head for good measure. I'm sorry Naruto, but I can't. Naruto's features softened a little bit. He really did sound sorry. She readjusted herself to the normal sitting position and the two watched Hinata playing by herself for a moment before Naruto softly asked, is it because you believe what the villagers say? That Naruto is the nine-tailed fox? KO shook his head, but whether Naruto saw him do it or not he wasn't sure, he was watching Hinata the entire time. Whether Naruto really is the nine-tailed fox or not doesn't matter, KO explained. What matters is that, no matter what I believe, Naruto has the inescapable reputation of being connected to that demon, and a person like that cannot be associated with Lady Hinata, as it could tarnish her reputation. He dared himself to look at Naruto, who was still watching Hinata with a sad look on her face. Do you understand? Naruto slowly nodded. Yes, I understand. After a long moment of silence, KO asked, isn't there anyone else you could get to supervise Naruto? Naruto shook her head. Every ninja I know is either on duty or going to be busy celebrating to save face for the treaty, and it's not like any of the villagers would be willing to watch over him for me. The only villagers who would even consider it would be Tuka, my landlord, and my neighbors, but Tuka's going to be too busy running Ichiraku Ramen to take care of Naruto, and besides, apparently Naruto's bad for business. Why? Apparently no one wants to eat there whenever Naruto's around. Oh. And your landlord? Naruto blushed and looked away. Naruto got really excited once and didn't look where he was going. He bumped into our landlord and, well, accidentally pushed him down the stairs. KO's eyes grew wide with surprise and shock. Really? Naruto nodded. He's alive, but he's in the hospital right now and his wife's been really mad at Naruto ever since. She shook her head. I doubt asking her to take care of him while I'm gone is a good idea. And your neighbors? Naruto gave him a small, reassuring smile. They already made plans to celebrate in the festivities with their families. She looked back at Hinata, and added, they're all so nice, but they're old enough to have children and grandkids, and all those children and grandkids hate Naruto. Which is why you can't have one of your neighbors watch over him, KO finished. Because even if they're okay with it, the rest of their families won't be. Naruto nodded. Pretty much. KO tried one more time to think of some sort of solution to Naruto's babysitting problem. Is there really no one else you can ask to take care of Naruto for you? Naruto's face fell a little. Well, I would have asked Minato, but, her voice seemed to drift off after that. KO nodded sympathetically. I understand, he said. So much had changed in the last 3 years. It turns out Fugaku had been right all along about the village having their suspicions about the Uchiha clan, because mere days after Naruto and Minato had their little talk, new decrees were made to do exactly what Fugaku had feared, to banish the entire Uchiha clan to a corner of the village, to forbid anyone from the Uchiha clan from leaving outside that designated area without special permission, and to forbid anyone else from entering the area without authorization. Due to Naruto's new past, Naruto no longer had the social standing to get the authorization required to visit Minato and her family, so on the day Mikato's family was about to leave, Naruto made sure to see her one last time, to somewhat fulfill a promise she and Kushina had made to each other. Minato! Naruto cried, running towards Minato as fast as she could while carrying Naruto in her arms. Mikoto and a 5-year-old Itaka turned around and Mikoto gave Naruko a small, amused smile when Naruko finally reached them, tired and out of breath. "Well, hello there, Naruko." She looked at what Naruko had in her arms. "And it looks like you brought Naruto with you too." "Well, of course," Naruko replied after taking a few moments to catch her breath. "We need Naruto and Sasuke to see each other at least once before they're going to be separated from each other. I mean, what are the chances that they're going to become friends on their own, right? Gotta give them at least some kind of starting point, right?" Mikoto gasped, but then smiled and said, "Yes, of course." She woke Sasuke from his nap in her arms. "Come on, Sasuke," she pleaded softly, "come on, come on." Sasuke slowly started to stir and open his eyes. "There we go." Meanwhile, Naruko was trying to calm Naruto down. Naruto had mistook Naruko's running for a fun little ride. All the running she did had Naruto constantly bobbing around in her arms, and apparently he didn't want the fun to end, so he kept pestering her in any way he could to get her to keep going. At this point, he was pulling on her hair. "No. Naruto," Naruko muttered, struggling to pry his hands off of her hair. "Stop that, ouch. We've been through this before. You can't pull on people's hair like this, especially to your own mother, ow." Mikoto couldn't help but chuckle. "Having a little bit of trouble there, Naruko." Naruko rolled her eyes. "Oh haha, very funny." She finally managed to release her hair from Naruto's grip. She sighed. "There we go." She raised Naruto up so that she could whisper to him in his ear and pointed at Sasuke. "Naruto, do you see him?" Naruto looked over to where his mother was pointing, looking at Sasuke with big blue eyes. "Do you know who that is, Naruto? Do you?" A pause. "His name is Sasuke." "Can you say that?" "Sasuke." Apparently Naruto couldn't say that because all he did was stare at the other boy in his mother's arms. Likewise, Mikoto looked down at Sasuke, who was looking right back at her, and whispered, while pointing at Naruto, "Do you see him, Sasuke? Do you?" Sasuke looked to whom his mother was pointing at. "That boy's name is Naruto. Don't you want to be his friend?" Sasuke gave her no response, simply staring at the blond boy with his own big, onyx eyes. Naruko and Mikoto looked at each other, Naruko having a nervous look on her face. "This isn't working," she sadly commented. "Why don't we bring them closer together?" Mikoto suggested, not ready to give up just yet. The two mothers did just that, bringing Naruto and Sasuke closer together, a baby's arm's length away from each other. They continued to stare at each other, and 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 stare at each other, until Naruto suddenly sneezed in Sasuke's face, and, in retaliation for that sneeze, Sasuke quickly wiped his face and hit Naruto as hard as he could, which, fortunately, wasn't too hard, even for a baby. After this, it quickly escalated into a baby punching and kicking war, neither one really much hurting the other, but still. After giving each other surprised looks, Mikoto and Naruko quickly pulled them away from each other. "Naruto!" Naruko scolded. "That wasn't very nice." "The same goes for you, Sasuke," Mikoto calmly lectured. "That sneeze was an accident. There was no need for that." The two didn't seem to be listening though, as, strangely enough, the two seemed to be glaring at each other. "Ah geez," Naruko said, "this wasn't supposed to happen." Mikoto thought for a moment, but then smiled. "Well, it wasn't what we expected to happen, nor was it the outcome we desired, but," she turned to Naruko, "I think we still succeeded in accomplishing what we wanted to accomplish." Naruko's eyes widened. "Are really?" Mikoto nodded. "Yes." She then looked up at the sky, reminiscing about the past. Remember back when Minato and Fugaku used to be rivals? And when Kushina didn't like Minato at all when they first met? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Well, look what happened to them, Mikoto reasoned. Minato and Kushina ended up getting married. She leaned in and whispered, and having a child of their own. She leaned back. And Minato and Fugaku became good friends, and when Minato became Hokage, he and Fugaku worked that much harder to strengthen the bonds between the village and the Uchiha clan. Mikoto smiled at the memories. They may have had a rough start, but in the end, they formed the strongest bonds. Naruto gave her an amused look. So what? You're saying that people who start off hating each other eventually make the best of friends? Mikoto good-naturedly shrugged. Well, when you say it like that. The two laughed a bit, almost completely forgetting about the 5-year-old Uchiha silently watching the entire thing. All joking aside though, Naruto said, I think I understand what you're saying. She smiled and held Naruto up. Let's hope the same happens to these little guys. Mikoto nodded. Right. Mikoto. Mikoto turned around to see her husband waving at her. Mikoto, he cried, looking noticeably bitter and angry, come on. We have to go. We're coming. Mikoto cried back. She turned to Naruto, her eyes noticeably watering up a bit, obviously holding back tears, which was completely understandable. She had just lost her best friend and her husband, who had also been a good friend of hers, and now she was going to be separated from the rest of her friends that were still alive. This may be the last time we ever see each other, she said. Naruto shook her head, her eyes watering up just as quickly. Don't say that. Who knows? Maybe the village will see that they were wrong about your clan and trust you again. Mikoto shrugged. Maybe. They hugged, or at least hugged as best as two women carrying infants could. Goodbye Naruto. Naruto did her best to put up a bright smile. Don't you mean, until the next time? Mikoto smiled. Right. Until the next time. She turned to join her husband. Say goodbye to Naruto and Naruto Itaka. Itaka gave Naruto a little bow. Goodbye, he said obediently. He was about to follow his mother, but stopped when he felt a warm hand on his shoulder. He turned around to see that the hand belonged to Naruto, who used it to pull Itaka into one last hug. Stay strong Itaka, Naruto whispered. Your family needs you now more than ever. I know. And take care of Sasuke for me, okay? I wouldn't want anything to happen to my son's future best friend, you know. Itaka nodded. Yeah, I know. Besides, Itaka smiled up at her, I don't want anything bad to happen to my little brother either. Naruto ruffled up his hair a bit and finally let him go. I wouldn't expect any less from you. She paused, before adding, stay good, all right. She gave Fugaku a worried glance. Your father didn't take it too well when he heard about the whole split. I know, Itaka reassured her, adding a smile for good measure. A ninja's duty is to the whole village, not just their clan. Naruto smiled. Thank you. She looked to see that Fugaku and Mikoto were watching them. Now go, your family's waiting for you. Itaka nodded and ran towards his family. They looked back at her and gave her one last wave of goodbye before finally leaving her life forever. Well, Ko said, standing up, we'd better get going now. As you know, Lady Hinata and I have things to do. Naruto nodded. I understand. Naruto watched as Ko went to go fetch Hinata. Say goodbye Lady Hinata, Ko gently instructed. Hinata gave Naruto a little farewell bow. Goodbye Mrs. Ozu, I mean, Naruto. Naruto smiled. Goodbye Hinata. She leaned forward and whispered, and don't worry too much about Naruto. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to him. He knows his way around the village, for the most part, and if he gets into trouble, I'm sure someone will notice. She winked. He's pretty hard to miss. Hinata let out a relieved sigh. Oh, okay. Come on Lady Hinata, Ko said. We need to start moving. We're cutting it close as it is. Hinata looked up at Ko. Right. Ko took Hinata's hand into his and looked at Naruto one last time. Well, we're off. Have fun, Naruto said. As they parted ways, Hinata remembered something Naruto had said to her and a word that Ko had just said mere seconds ago. Start, she whispered to herself. Ko asked, looking down at Hinata. Apparently he had heard Hinata's little slip of the tongue. Hinata looked up at Ko, averting her eyes away from his gaze and blushing a bit. I was just thinking about what Naruto said about starts. Ko smiled. Oh. Hinata nodded. Why yeah, and I think I know what I want to start on. Oh. And what's that? I want to start becoming a better person. Really? And what type of person do you want to become? Hinata looked forward, a thoughtful expression on her face. I want to become strong like father, and kind like mother. Ko smiled. That's a great goal to start striving towards. Hinata. Before arriving at the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, the place the signing ceremony was going to take place, Naruto made sure to take off her ring and put it somewhere that was hopefully safe. This was because the Land of Lightning already had information on her and it regarded her real past, the past where she was the fourth Hokage's little sister, not the one where she was a widow and a single mother. The ring alone would have brought up too many unwanted questions, and if the Land of Lightning ever found out about Naruto, who knows what would happen. Sure, the Land of Lightning was about to sign a peace treaty and all, but the third Hokage had warned her that only time would tell if the peace treaty would be a success or not, and until it can be, without a shadow of a doubt, be considered a success, there would just have to be some secrets that would have to be kept, as any clues, suspicions, or inconsistencies that could possibly betray them could prove dangerous in the long run. Wearing a kimono, she had no pockets on her, so she had to resort to putting her ring in one of her sleeves and slyly sliding it close to her elbow. Great, she thought, inwardly groaning. Now I have to make sure my arms stay bent a certain angle the entire ceremony. Thankfully for her, the signing went off without a hitch. Many people were there at the rooftop, including the village's council members, some ninja from both villages, and some important civilians from each village, and many of the villagers and ninjas from both villages were watching from the ground, prepared to start celebrating once the treaty was officially signed and the ceremony was officially over. To everyone's relief, both sides shook hands without any sign of animosity towards the other and the signing went by much quicker than expected, maybe because everyone had been expecting the entire event to have a much tenser atmosphere than it actually did. After the signing, the people on the ground immediately went out to celebrate and everybody on the rooftop walked around and shook hands with one another, congratulating each other on such a momentous occasion. You know, this isn't so bad, Naruto though as she shook hands with everybody on the rooftop. She had successfully hid her ring so far and everyone there seemed genuinely glad that the war was over and that the peace treaty had finally been signed, and for the most part, everybody seemed like a nice person. Mostly, the council was their usual unfriendly selves. This was a good thing, because despite being asked to be a part of the signing, this apparently included showing the Land of Lightning citizens around the village and having dinner with everybody at the meeting, so despite the fact that the signing was now over, as far as Naruto knew, her whole day had basically been booked solid. Despite realizing that the experience wouldn't be so bad due to being surrounded by what seemed like decent people, Naruto was still upset about this. She didn't like leaving Naruto alone all by himself, especially if it was going to be for an entire day, but sadly, and she hated to admit this, she didn't know what else to do. The best she could do right now was trust that Naruto would be okay by himself for a day, which was at least possible. Naruto did know his way around the village, he could survive a day entirely on ramen if he wanted to. Heck, by the way he ate ramen, he already kind of did anyway. If he wanted something else to eat, he knew where some of the spare cash was around the apartment, and it would have been illegal for any of the stores not to sell him food when he needed it. They would at most be very unpleasant about it, and even though the landlord's wife was angry with him, if he needed help getting inside the apartment, she'd always be willing to unlock the door if he happened to forget or misplace the key. When everybody went inside the Hokage's office to discuss what they were going to do today, Naruto looked up at the clock. "It's 12:00 p.m, Naruto noted. "I got here at 9, and shortly after that the ceremony started, so that means that the ceremony had been, yikes, about 3 hours long." Naruto inwardly sighed. Then again, I guess it's to be expected, considering all those speeches they made. Naruto thought for a moment. Let's see, I left Naruto at 8, which means I've left him alone for about 4 hours, but Naruto's a deep sleeper, so let's assume that Naruto woke up at 10 o'clock, that means I've only left him alone for 2 hours, right? Naruto absolutely hated this. Despite the fact that a lot of people, if they forgot their prejudice about Naruto for a moment if they had any, would reassure her that her leaving Naruto behind without supervision was completely justified considering the circumstances, that still didn't change the fact that it downright bad parenting, and it didn't make her feel any better knowing that she was probably going to have to leave Naruto alone for another 8 hours or so, which was about the time Naruto was supposed to go to bed. Anyway. Please Naruto, Naruto inwardly prayed, please be safe, at least for today. She was awoken from her thoughts by a confident laugh coming from behind her. Well, if it isn't the fourth Hokage's kid sister. Naruto turned around to see that the voice and laugh belonged to the head cloud ninja who was standing right behind her, an arrogant grin on his face and his hands on his sides. Naruto turned around and did her best to give him the best smile she could, which is pretty hard to do considering the fact that the person you're directing it to just said something so rude. Congratulations on the signing, Naruto said, holding out her hand, careful not to use the same arm she was using to hide her ring, inviting him to shake it. The head cloud ninja gladly shook it, the arrogant grin still plastered on his face. To think the village hidden in the leaves was hiding such a beautiful flower, he said provocatively. Naruto could only laugh weakly. What else could she have done after a statement like that from a man like this? Take out the ring she was hiding in one of her sleeves and say that she was already engaged? Though admittedly, she was extremely tempted to. He may have been the head cloud ninja of his village, and he may have just signed a peace treaty between his and their villages, but that didn't change the fact that she was getting an awfully creepy vibe from him at the moment. "Ah, there you are," the third Hokage said as he walked up to the two, Naruto inwardly letting out a sigh of relief when he came. "I see you two have been formally acquainted with each other." The head cloud ninja smiled a sickeningly sweet smile. Yes, we have." When nobody was looking, Naruto slowly edged away from him. Nothing about this man felt genuine or natural, and although Naruto wasn't the type of person to judge, she couldn't help but feel a hint of disgust towards him. "Well," the third Hokage said, "we'd best get on our way. There are many sights to see and so little time, and we've finally agreed on a schedule. Come on, let's go. And over there are the village's hot springs," the third Hokage explained as the group he was showing around reached them. The head cloud ninja smirked. "Mixed? No." Naruto cried. Realizing that she had said that too loudly, with everybody giving her a strange looks and all, she composed herself, and said more calmly, "No, they're not. They're only mixed on special days," the third Hokage added. "If you were truly looking forward to a mixed experience, I'm afraid you've come on the wrong day." "Ah, that's a shame," the head cloud ninja said. "I don't know how much more I can take of this guy," Naruto thought. "He's been trying to find a way to make a move on me since the beginning of this entire tour." Naruto inwardly let out an exasperated sigh. When will it ever end? Naruto. A voice cried. The whole group looked to see that the voice belonged to one of two hidden leaf ninjas running up to them. The two bowed respectfully to the third Hokage and the head cloud ninja and turned to Naruto. Naruto, the one who previously cried out to them, cried, "Please come with us." "It's Naruto." Every one of the leaf citizens' eyes widened and every one of the lightning citizens' eyebrows were raised. "Naruto?" Naruto asked. The other leaf ninja nodded. "He's been throwing a tantrum for the past half hour and none of us have figured out how to calm him down. He won't even tell us what's bothering him." "Naruto?" the head cloud ninja asked, the situation piquing his interest. "Who is this Naruto?"
Well, unfortunately for the third Hokage, his mind was drawing a blank.
Naruto's mind raced furiously.
"He's a boy in the village," Naruto explained, as calmly as she could. "He and his parents have been fighting for a while now, so whenever he's upset, he usually comes to see me. I guess they had another falling out." Judging by the looks on the lightning citizens' faces, it looked as if they believed her story.
"I see," the head cloud ninja said, scratching his chin and nodding. Naruto turned to the third Hokage.
"May I?"
The third nodded.
"You may, but once you're done, rejoin the group as quickly as possible, understand? We wouldn't want our guests to be deprived of your presence, now do we?"
Naruto could only laugh weakly.
"All right."
In all honesty though, she was more than glad to get some time away from that head cloud ninja, even if it was for just a little bit. She secretly prayed that Naruto would take a long time to calm down. Handling him was a lot easier than handling the head cloud ninja, no matter how out of control Naruto could get. She looked at the two ninjas who had come to fetch her. "Take me to him," she said.
They nodded.
"Right." While the three of them were running, Naruto asked, "So, if you don't mind me asking, what time is it right now?"
One of the ninjas thought for a moment. "I think it's around 2 o'clock.
2 hours, Naruto noted.
That means I'll have to leave him for, at least, another 6 hours after this."
As they were running, the third Hokage inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing Naruto is such a quick thinker. I probably have Minato to thank for that. He looked back at his guests and calmly asked, "Now, shall we continue the tour?" Everyone nodded and went on their way, but unbeknownst to them, the head cloud ninja had slowly started to slow down his pace to the point where he was walking alongside his two attendants. "Should one of us follow them?" one of his attendants quietly asked. "Don't bother," the head cloud ninja whispered. "Stick to the plan." "But it all seems pretty suspicious," the other one quietly pointed out.
"I mean, her name's Naruto, the boy's name is Naruto dash."
The head cloud ninja looked at him from the corner of his eye. "Coincidence. Besides, both are names anyone could have and neither one of them are a part of the plan." "But dash." The head cloud ninja glared at him. "Stick to the plan," he hissed. "I didn't come all the way out here just to see the plan I meticulously created myself crumble before my very eyes." If I may be so bold, sir," the other attendant whispered, "why are we only targeting the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? There are many more secrets we could possibly obtain with the position we are in right now. Why not obtain those as well?" "Idiot," the head cloud ninja murmured. "The more secrets we try to steal, the more chances we'll have on getting caught. And besides, the Hyugas have always been a thorn in our side during the war." "But what about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan?" the other attendant asked. "It's arguably just as powerful, if not more." "Out of the question. The village has banished them to a corner of the village and has practically ostracized them. Even today the entire clan is under heavy surveillance. No, we'll be stealing the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and nothing more. And to make sure the plan is successful," an arrogant grin stretched across his face, "I'll kidnap the Hyuga brat myself. Let me go. Let me go. Only if you stop what you're doing this instant." No. It's not fair. What's not fair? Shut up. You know what I'm talking about. No. We don't know what you're talking about. You're lying. You're all liars. Naruto, stop at this instant. Naruto and all of the ninjas trying to calm him down stopped and looked behind them, Naruto's watering eyes lighting up immensely. Mom! He kicked the two ninjas who were holding onto his arms. Let go. Let go. More out of relief that Naruto was here to deal with him now, the two ninjas released his arms and let him run into the arms of his mother. Once he was enveloped in his mother's embrace, Naruto was a blubbering mess, and because of that, despite his best efforts to tell his mother what had happened, she couldn't understand a word he said. SHH, Naruto, calm down, just calm down for a moment, okay? Naruto whispered into Naruto's ear, alternating between gently patting his back, soothingly ruffling his hair and calmly drawing circles on his back with her hand. After a minute or so, Naruto finally seemed to calm down. Okay, she let Naruto go and cleaned his face up a bit. Now tell me what's wrong. Before he said anything though, Naruto quickly added, and use your indoor voice, all right sweetie. After a few more sobs, Naruto said, as quietly as he could, which wasn't really that quiet to begin with, everything. Naruto caressed Naruto's cheeks a bit, hoping that that would cheer him up a little. Naruto, I don't understand. You're going to have to be a little more specific. Despite the cheek caressing, Naruto let out one last tear. Everyone. Naruto sighed. Naruto. Suddenly, all of Naruto's sadness turned into burning anger. Everyone's what's wrong? Why? Naruto asked quickly and calmly. Why is everyone what's wrong? Because, Naruto cried, not giving a care in the world who was listening to them or not, he pointed at a man managing one of the festival booths, won't let me play on any of their stupid booths? Well then why do you want to play on them if they're all so stupid? The man angrily argued. Wait, Naruto forced Naruto to look at her. Are you saying that every booth won't let you play on them? Naruto nodded. They won't even let me buy anything from them either. It's not fair. Every booth? Naruto, are you sure? Yes. Every booth is rejecting Naruto. Naruto thought. But how? Some of these booths were put up by citizens from the Land of Lightning. A sudden thought crept into her head. Wait here, she instructed Naruto, who obeyed, probably because he thought she was going to let the booth runners have it. Naruto walked up to the man who had just angrily argued with Naruto, and whispered, What did you tell the Land of Lightning booths? We told them the truth. Naruto's eyes widened. The truth about Naruto's connection to the nine-tailed fox. But that's taboo. What do you take us for? Idiots. No, we didn't tell them that. Then what did you tell them? Naruto demanded. Like I said, we told them the truth. He pointed at Naruto. The truth that he's a little monster who doesn't deserve even the smallest hint of kindness and joy, and that whatever they do, they shouldn't let him play or buy anything on any one of their booths because he rightfully deserves it. Naruto looked at him in horror. How could you say something like that? She asked in disbelief. The man gave Naruto a look of pure hatred and loathing. That fox killed my family. He looked back at Naruto. I'd sooner die than pander to the demon that killed them. Naruto let out a small gasp and looked around, and, sure enough, the other people running all the other booths seemed to have the same resolve. If the citizens from the Land of Lightning had any doubts about not letting Naruto play or buy anything on their booths before, with the behavior he had just displayed, they sure didn't have any now. In their eyes, it would have been downright irresponsible to let such a whiny, spoiled brat have the luxury of playing on one their booths without learning a lesson first, and they would be sure to spread the word out to the other Land of Lightning booths, and the citizens of the village hidden in the leaves who were running their own booths had finally found a loophole. The law about giving Naruto what he wanted, within reason, only applied to stores, it didn't say anything about festival booths. Utterly defeated, Naruto composed herself and bowed apologetically to the man managing the booth. "I understand. I'm sorry if he caused you any trouble. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again." The man folded his arms and let out an angry huff. "You'd better," he muttered. When Naruto walked back to Naruto, Naruto asked, with hope in his eyes, "Well, can I play on their booths now? Can I?" Unshed tears were forming at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, Naruto." And in a blink of an eye, all the hope in Naruto's eyes vanished. What? Naruto kneeled down so that she could look at Naruto face to face. "I'm sorry, Naruto," she whispered, her voice cracking a bit. "I really am." Naruto was slowly starting to understand what was going on. I can't play." Naruto grabbed Naruto's hands and gave them a little squeeze, trying her best not to look too sad in front of him. "I'm sorry, sweetie," she whispered. "But it's their booths and they can do whatever they want with them. The waterworks were about to start again. But it's not fair. I know, and I'm sorry, but I can't convince them to let you play on their booths." She leaned forward so that their foreheads touched. "But don't worry, Mama will make it up to you, all right." Naruto rubbed his eyes, wiping away the tears that would have fallen down his face if he had given them the chance. The expression on his face was no longer a sad one, but one of bitterness and disappointment. "How?" he asked quietly. "I don't know. Mommy doesn't know yet, but don't worry, she'll think of something. She always does, doesn't she?" She desperately wanted him to reassure her that somehow, in some way, she had been a good mother to him. Naruto slowly nodded. "Yeah." Feeling a little bit better from Naruto's response, Naruto kissed him on the cheek and said, "Remember, you can always go to Ichiraku Ramen if you're hungry, alright." She knew she was spoiling him rotten like this, but Naruto didn't see how not spoiling him rotten was a good thing either, considering the environment he was living in. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. And don't you cause any more trouble for anyone, alright? Mommy will get in a lot of trouble if you do, alright?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, Mom." She kissed him on his forehead and hugged him, whispering in his ear, "Mommy's so lucky to have a son like you." After hesitating for a moment, Naruto smiled and slowly hugged her back. "Yeah, well, me too, I guess." Naruto let out a small laugh and finally released him from her grasp. "Now go. Go and have fun as best you can. Mommy will think of something, alright?" Naruto gave her the biggest smile he could muster and gave her a salute. "Right." He then ran off to do God knows what. As Naruto slowly disappeared from view, everyone went back to his or her own business. One of the Leaf Ninja walked up to Naruto and asked, "Hey, you gonna be alright?" Naruto nodded. "I'll manage." The Leaf Ninja looked over to his colleagues. None of them seemed to completely believe her, but Naruto was known to be strong in her own way, so they all silently agreed to leave it at that. "Well, okay then." When she was about to leave to rejoin the Hokage's group, one of the other Leaf Ninja added, "Hey, thanks for taking care of him for us. We owe you one." Another Leaf Ninja smiled and nodded. "Yeah. If there's any way we could return the favor, let us know." Naruto's eyes widened. "Really? You'd really do that for me?" Another Leaf Ninja shrugged. "Well, within reason, but sure, yeah, why not?" Naruto thought for a moment. Then, an idea popped into her head. "Well, now that you mention it." Naruto whispered, shaking the sleeping Naruto a little bit. "Naruto, wake up." After several seconds of shaking, Naruto finally stirred and opened his eyes. "Mom." He looked outside their window. It was still dark out. What time is it? He asked, rubbing his eyes. He still felt tired, like he hadn't gotten that much sleep. He looked at the clock on top of the cabinet next to the bed. He groaned. Mom. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Nariko held up her index finger in front of her lips, signaling for him to be quiet. I know, and I'm sorry, but this was the only time I could do it. Naruto gave his mother a curious glance. The only time to do what? Nariko smiled. Remember when I said I'd make it up to you? Huh. Naruto thought for a moment, trying to remember when she had said that. After the memories started flooding back, he looked back at his mother, wide-eyed. You mean dash? Nariko quickly gave him the signal again to be quiet and nodded. Yes. It took a while, but it's all ready now. After Nariko said this, Naruto finally noticed how tired his mother looked, despite how much she was smiling. Now come on, get dressed and put on your shoes. She was about to let him do so, but then stopped him, and quickly added, and keep quiet, okay? I don't want to wake up any of the neighbors, or the entire village for that matter. Naruto nodded, his excitement quickly overcoming his sleepiness. He quickly and quietly got dressed and the two of them left the apartment. While walking to their destination, Nariko tried her best to get them there as quietly as she could, but with Naruto so excited about how his mother was going to make it up to him, Nariko was having a little bit of trouble keeping up with all the different ways Naruto could possibly wake somebody up, and with the night being so dark and all and Nariko being the only one carrying a flashlight to light their way, it only made their trek that much slower, resulting in Naruto becoming more and more excited and impatient. Their walk finally led them deep into the woods, where Naruto was forced to hold onto his mother's hand in order to keep them from getting separated and Naruto from potentially getting lost in the woods so late at night. For a long time, they just went deeper and deeper into the woods, so deep in fact, that Naruto was sure that they were well away from the village. He hated to admit it, but it was actually starting to scare him. Where could his mother possibly be taking him so deep into the woods and so far away from the village? Suddenly, Nariko came to a complete stop. She bent down and pointed in front of them. Naruto, do you see that? Naruto squinted, trying to see what his mother was pointing at. See what? He asked. That light. Do you see it? Naruto looked even harder, and suddenly, he saw it, a faint light in the distance. I see it. He said excitedly. I see it. Run toward that light, Naruto. Don't worry, Mama will be right behind you. She gave him a little push. Go. And that's just what Naruto did. He ran and ran until finally, he saw what his mother had been leading him to, and his jaw dropped. In front of him was basically a miniature version of the festival that had happened in the village today, or, technically speaking, yesterday, lit up by lanterns being hung up by strings surrounding the entire area and filled with games and food that Naruto recognized from the festival. The only difference was that other than he and his mother, no one else was there. No one was there to man the booths, no one was there to sell the food and treats, and no one else was there to enjoy the festivities. When his mother finally caught up to him, Naruto pointed towards the little festival and asked, Mom, where is everybody? What is all this? Nariko smiled and kneeled down to Naruto's eye level. Do you remember how no one would let you play and buy anything from their booths? Naruto nodded. Well, she gestured towards the miniature festival in front of them, no one can stop you here. Naruto's face practically glowed. You mean? Nariko nodded. Yes, sweetie. She kissed him on his forehead. Have as much fun as you want. No one can stop you. And you can laugh and make as much noise as you want. Really? Nariko nodded. Yep. After all, no one can hear you from this far away, she gave him a little wink, right? Naruto looked at the entire festival in front of him, the entire festival for him and him alone. How did you do this? He asked breathlessly. Naruto smiled knowingly. Let's just say mommy and daddy had some friends that still owe us one. Naruto gasped. Naruto usually never mentioned, let alone talked about his father, not unless he outright asked her a question about him, so you could say that Naruto mentioning his father had some kind of connection to what was going on right now sort of made this even more special to him. Naruto looked at his mother, a big smile spreading across his face. Thanks mom. He gave her a big hug, and while they embraced, Naruto whispered, and thank you too, Dad. Naruto let out a little gasp, as she obviously heard that from how close they were to each other, but quickly recovered and whispered, you're welcome sweetie. Once they let go, she gave him a little push and said, now go have some fun. Naruto was about to run off and do just that, but then he stopped, ran back and grabbed his mother's hand, indicating that he wanted her to join him. On the outside, Naruto took it with grace, but on the inside, she was just as overjoyed. After a whole day of putting up with the Head Cloud Ninja's extremely bad advances, she was in need of some good, wholesome, innocent fun for a change. And that's just what they did. They played the games that the Leaf Ninjas were fortunate enough to procure for them, they ate the festival exclusive sweets, Naruto was going to have to brush his teeth again after this, and they played with all the leftover festival exclusive toys that some of the booths still had with them. After a while, Naruto was finally all wound up, and with his sleepiness slowly coming back to him, it looked like Naruto's festival was about to come to a close, but Naruto had one last surprise for him. She took out some sticks and a lighter and handed one of the sticks to him. Naruto, not knowing what it was, looked at it, and asked, Mom, what is this? You'll see, Naruto said as she was trying to get the lighter to work. All I see is a stick. Just hold on a second dear. When she finally got the lighter to work, she checked again to see if it wasn't just a fluke, and when it wasn't, she said, okay, hold the tip of your stick out. Naruto did just that. Naruto smiled. Now, you might think that what you're holding is just an ordinary stick, but it's not. It's a very special stick, just like how everyone in the world is special in their own way. Naruto groaned. There you go again. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean by that? Naruto had a cynical expression on his face. You always do this, Mom. You're always trying to make everything so dramatic. Naruto blushed. Hey. What's the matter with that? You make everything so boring and needlessly complicated. The hue of Naruto's blush got darker and darker. Hey. You can't speak to your mother like that. She pulled Naruto in, put him in a headlock and gave him a nudgie. Apologize right now, mister. Naruto began thrashing about in her arms. All right. I'm sorry. And I accept your apology. Naruto cried, and finally let Naruto go. Now, she said in a sickeningly sweet voice as Naruto rubbed his head, may I continue with what I was saying? Naruto pouted. Fine. People who were willing to talk to him said that he was too weird to be his mother's child, and in a way, Naruto could see where they were coming from, but every once and a while, she'd pull a stunt like that, and he'd always wonder if they weren't so different after all. Naruto smiled. Good. She thought for a moment. Now where was I? She murmured to herself. Oh, that's right. She looked back at Naruto. Hold out the tip of your stick. Naruto did just that. Now, you might think that what you're holding is just an ordinary stick, but it's not. It's a very special stick, just like how everyone in the world is special in their own way. All they need is the right fire burning inside them. She flipped the switch on the lighter, which produced a small flame, which she used to light the tip of Naruto's stick, and once they have that, that person is capable of the most amazing of feats.
Once the flame touched the tip of the stick, sparks started flying out of the tip, producing something that Naruto had only seen in the sky up until now. Fireworks! He cried, his eyes shining with wonder and excitement. Naruto could help but laugh. Yes, Naruto. She lit her own stick, which also produced many sparks. Fireworks! To say that Naruto was overjoyed would have been an understatement. He began frolicking around, twirling his stick in every which direction, controlling his own personal firework in every direction in which he desired it to travel. Eventually, he stopped for a moment and looked up. Despite how far away they were, they could still see the Hokage monument in all its glory, and Naruto was looking at one face in particular. Naruto walked up to Naruto, wondering what had stopped him. Naruto. She kneeled down to his eye level. What's wrong? It's just, the fourth Hokage, Naruto said, not taking his eyes off of the fourth Hokage's face for a second. A lot of people said that he was the best. He beat the nine-tailed fox when no one else could. Naruto gasped, but then quickly recomposed herself, and said, yes, that's all true, but, why do you bring it up? Naruto didn't answer at first. He looked down at his stick, which had stopped producing sparks. Was he like a firework too? Naruto smiled knowingly. Yes, she answered, looking up at the fourth Hokage's face. He was just an ordinary boy at first. Some even called him unreliable, so when he told everybody that he dreamed about becoming Hokage, everybody either laughed at him or didn't believe him, but then, he found his flame, and in no time at all, he became the fourth Hokage. She let out a small laugh. They even called him the yellow flash dot. And, what did the people who didn't believe he could do it say after he become Hokage? They acknowledged and respected him wholeheartedly. And how couldn't they? Not only was he one of the greatest ninjas the village had ever seen, but he was also one of nicest people the village had ever seen. It'd be kind of hard not to acknowledge a person like that, let alone acknowledge him as Hokage. Naruto stared long and hard at the fourth Hokage's face. Mom. Yes. I'm a good person, right? Well, she reached out and pinched one of his cheeks a little bit. You definitely have some room for improvement, she smiled, but you're definitely a good person, Naruto. And as long as you know what's right and what's wrong and always do what's right, you'll always be a good person. At least, you will be in my book. Naruto blushed and grinned immensely at this. Then I've decided. He cried, flicking Naruto's hand away from his cheek. When I grow up, I'm going to become Hokage. That way, everyone will have no choice but to respect and acknowledge me. Naruto gasped. After all, what were the chances that Minato's son, without spending any time with his father, would have the same exact dream his father once had? Naruto smiled knowingly. I'd hate to break it to you, kiddo, but being Hokage is more than just being the best and being a nice person. She then started listing all the boring things that came with the title of being Hokage, counting them off with her fingers. Let's see, there's politics, all those old people you have to talk to, running the village, making sure everyone's happy, all that paperwork, and a lot of other boring stuff. Her knowing grin turned into a mischievous one. You'd probably quit after the first day. Naruto shook his head furiously. No, I wouldn't. I'll definitely become Hokage no matter what. I don't care what happens before or after I become Hokage, I'm going to become Hokage. That's a promise. Naruto let out a melodramatic sigh. I don't believe you, she said in a sing-song voice. Well, believe it. He held out his fist. I give you my word, Mom. Talk is cheap, Naruto playfully argued. No, it isn't. Naruto cried, obviously getting extremely flustered and angry by his mother's sudden lack of support. When I make a promise, I keep it. I'll never go back on my word. That'll be my ninja way. He really did look serious and upset.
Naruto decided that now was probably the best time to stop playing around with his emotions. Really? She asked, in the sincerest voice she could possibly muster. Naruto nodded angrily. Yeah. I'll surpass every single one of the Hokages. Believe it? Suddenly, Naruto pulled him into a big hug. I believe you, sweetie. No you don't, Naruto said in a muffled voice, as his face was being forced into his mother's chest. You haven't believed me this entire time. Oh, that's because you're so cute when you get all flustered and angry. She gushed. I just couldn't resist. See cute. Naruto blushed and tried desperately to get out of his mother's grasp. Mom. Oh, there you go again. She teased. I should probably take a picture, it would last longer. All of a sudden, all of Naruto's struggling stopped. Naruto looked down to see that Naruto's eyes were starting to get heavy. Oh Naruto, she whispered. You're getting sleepy. And no I'm not, Naruto said, but immediately after that protest, he let out a big, long yawn. Naruto smiled. You're not fooling anyone, mister. She released him, took his hand, and stood back up. Come on, let's go home. As they started making their way back home, Naruto continued his protests. I don't want to go home. I never want to go home. I want to stay here, he yawned, forever. Naruto frowned. I want to stay here forever too, sweetie, but that's just not possible. Remember what I told you. One day, you'll be old enough to go to the Ninja Academy, and when that happens, I'll be working 24/7. That means you're going to have to get used to spending every day by yourself, not unless you start making an effort to make friends. But I'll still get to see you, right? Naruto smiled. Right. Early in the morning and late at night. I'll wake you up and tuck you in every day. And once I start that job, we won't have to depend on Grandpa Hokage giving us money anymore. We'll have enough money of our own to buy whatever we want. Like, ramen. Especially ramen. Naruto seemed to relent after that. I guess, a yawn, that isn't so bad. As they continued their walk back home, Naruto looked at the droopy-eyed Naruto and remembered all the things Naruto had said. Like father, like son, she thought, a small smile forming on her lips. When they finally got back home, Naruto made Naruto undress, put on his pajamas, and brush his teeth before finally letting him go back to bed. She watched him sleep for a while before finally getting ready to follow suit. It had been a long day, and cleaning up and returning all of the festival equipment was going to make tomorrow feel just as long. Oh well, she thought as she took one last look at Naruto sleeping in their bed, it was worth it. Just then, she heard a knock at their door. Naruto's eyes widened. Now who could that be at this hour? She looked back to see if the knocking had woken Naruto up, but fortunately, Naruto was a pretty deep sleeper. She ran to the door as quickly and quietly as possible and opened the door, and couldn't believe who it was. It was Ko, but he looked pale, he was sweating profusely, and he looked like he had just seen a ghost. Ko! Naruto softly exclaimed. What are you doing here? Ko leaned against the frame of the door and covered his mouth. That's a good question, he thought. What am I doing here? Ko! Naruto asked softly. Ko, what happened? You're scaring me. You looked like you've just seen a ghost. Ko shook his head. I might as well have, he finally said. Somebody tried to kidnap Lady Hinata tonight. Naruto gasped. What? Well, where is she now? Is she all right? How did this happen? Ko held up his hand, signaling for Naruto to calm down. Don't worry, she's all right. Lord Hayashi killed the kidnapper, but... He shook his head. But what? Naruto asked, fearing what his answer might be.
Ko continued to shake his head as he answered, the kidnapper was the head cloud ninja of the Land of Lightning. Word about the head cloud ninja's death spread fast, throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village as well as the entire Land of Lightning. It was obvious to everyone now that the peace treaty had been nothing more than a means to an end, a way to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf village so that they could steal the Byakugan, but their plan had been foiled when Lord Hayashi killed the head cloud ninja, or so it seemed. The Land of Lightning had a backup plan. The elders from the two villages argued for days over what should be done. The Hidden Leaf's elders accused the Land of Lightning's elders of attempted kidnapping, but the Land of Lightning's elders denied that they ever knew such a plan had been set in motion. In the end, the Land of Lightning demanded Hayashi's body as compensation for the death of their head cloud ninja, and the Hidden Leaf elders had no choice but to comply to their demands. When Naruko heard the news, she was horrified. To take Hinata's father away from her, mere days after she had just turned 3 years old. It was horrible. That's why, on the day in which Hayashi's dead body was scheduled to be transported to the Land of Lightning, Naruko left, lying to Naruto that she was going to the funeral of someone he didn't know and that he'd probably find the funeral boring anyways, so that she could comfort Hinata in her time of need. She made it just in time to see Hayashi's body, a blanket covering his corpse, being carried away by some ninjas from the Land of Lightning. Hayashi! She cried, running up to the body as fast as she could. When she finally reached them, Naruko asked, "Can I see his face? Just one last time." The ninjas hesitated before allowing Naruko to look one last time at Hayashi's face. Naruko uncovered the face of the former head of the Hyuga clan and gasped, almost weeping on sight. Sure, she never really knew Hayashi that well, and what little she knew of him wasn't very pleasant, but he didn't deserve to die for this, to die only because he was protecting his daughter. Naruko covered the face of the former head of the Hyuga clan and nodded towards the lightning ninjas, signaling that they could continue transporting his dead body back to the Land of Lightning. When they were finally gone from view, Naruko looked around and spotted Hinata, watching the lightning ninjas taking away her now deceased father alongside the rest of the Hyuga clan. Her mother, Ko, and Hayashi's brother, Hisashi, were behind her. There were no signs of tears on their faces, probably because they wanted to be strong for Hinata. Naruko ran up to the Morning clan and asked, "Are all of you all right?" Hinata's mother nodded. "Yes. Thank you for coming, Naruko. This is such a hard time." She looked down at Hinata, "especially for Hinata." Naruko nodded. "I understand. I'm sorry for the loss." She kneeled down to Hinata's eye level. "Are you okay, sweetie?" she whispered. Hinata averted her eyes to the side and whispered, "Why yeah, I'm fine." Naruko gave the heiress a small smile and said, "It's okay if you cry, you know. You can get away with it since you're still so young." Hinata shook her head. "And no, I'll be fine." She gave Naruko a little bow. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Uzumaki." Naruko resisted her impulse to correct her. She was going through a tough time, so she'd let it pass this time around. Just then, an elder from the Land of Lightning walked up to Hisashi, and asked, "Are you Lord Hayashi's brother, Hisashi?" Hisashi looked solemnly towards the elder. "Yes, what do you want?" "It has just recently come to my attention that you and Hayashi were twin brothers." Hisashi nodded, his expression not changing in the slightest by the elder's words. And that Hayashi was from the main house and you are from the branch house." And it almost seemed as if Hisashi knew exactly where this conversation was going. "And it is the duty of the members of the branch house to protect the members of the main house, and members of the branch house have a curse seal on their foreheads, a curse seal that would seal off their Byakugan and disappear upon death." "And what are you implying?" "Well, with the two of you being twin brothers and all, it would make sense that the village hidden in the leaves would use that to their advantage, giving us Hisashi's body instead of Hayashi's. After all,
who can tell the difference between twins, especially when the people forced to tell the difference have never seen Hayashi or Hisashi until today? Are you accusing the Hyuga clan of double-crossing the Land of Lightning? Well, no, not yet anyway. This old man just wants some proof, that's all. May you show me your curse seal and allow me to compare it with another member of the branch house's curse seal. Naruko quickly stood up. Now wait just a minute, she cried. You can't dash. Hisashi lifted his hand, signaling for Naruko to be quiet. No, Naruko. He has every right to be suspicious. After all, with resources like that, why wouldn't the village use them to their advantage? He signaled for one of the branch house members to come up and take off their headband and reveal their curse seal, and then he himself took off his own headband and revealed his own curse seal. The elder examined them and compared them both closely, but there was no point in Naruko's opinion. The curse seals were exactly the same. The man before the elder was indeed Hisashi Hyuga, no doubt about it. The elder stepped back and apologetically bowed. My sincere apologies, Hisashi. I hope you can forgive me for suspecting you and your clan of foul play. But you must understand dash. I'd advise you and your ninjas to leave the village immediately, Hisashi interrupted firmly. Or else my brother Hayashi will not be the only Hyuga being transported to the Land of Lightning. He threateningly stood over the smaller, elderly man. Do I make myself clear? The elder stepped back in fear. Why yes, of course. We'll be on our way. Naruko and the entire Hyuga clan followed the elder until he reached the village gates and watched as he and the lightning ninjas who were carrying Hayashi's body left the village, and once they disappeared from view, the crowd of Hyugas slowly dispersed, until it was just Naruko, Ko, and Hisashi standing behind the front gates. Once the gates were closed, Hisashi asked Ko, is that the last of them? Ko nodded. Yes. Every Land of Lightning citizen and ninja in the village left the day after the deal for Hayashi's body had been made. Those were the last of them. Hisashi sighed. That's a relief, he said, as he took off the headband covering his curse seal. He held out his hand to Ko. Do you have a water bottle on you? He asked. Ko nodded. Yes. He took out his water bottle and gave it to Hisashi. What happened next, Naruko could hardly believe her eyes. Hisashi poured some water onto his hand, and used it to wash away his curse seal. After the curse seal was completely gone from his forehead, Hayashi and Ko looked at Naruko, who was surprised to say the least. Why you just, a wide-eyed Naruko mumbled. Hayashi looked almost as surprised as Naruko was when he saw her look of complete and utter disbelief. He looked at Ko, only to see that he was sheepishly looking the other way. No one told her? He asked, and he genuinely sounded as if he didn't know that she didn't know. Ko shook his head. No sir. She didn't. Really? Hayashi asked in disbelief. I understand that the secret wasn't publicized, but, you usually tell her what's going on in the Hyuga clan, don't you? I was told specifically by your father and the third Hokage not to tell her, Ko answered. Well, can't say that doesn't make sense. Why Yuri Hayashi, Naruko mumbled, pointing at Hayashi. She then looked and pointed towards the gates. So that must mean that was. Yes, Hayashi said sadly. That was my brother, Hisashi. For a moment, no one said anything, but then, to Ko and Hayashi's surprise, Naruko ran up to Hayashi and slapped him across the face harder than Hayashi ever expected her to slap. After he recovered from the slap and Ko recovered from the initial shock of it all, the two saw that Naruko had an angry, tearful expression on her face. And Naruko, Ko and Hayashi thought. Naruko trembled as she spoke. All this time, I was feeling sad for Hinata, because I thought her father had been taken away from her. While she spoke, she looked at Hayashi dead in the eye, with so much intensity that even Hayashi felt like backing up a little bit, but didn't out of fear of what other surprises she might have had in store for him. But all this time, it was Niji who was really suffering. It was Niji who had his father taken away from him. Naruko was practically screaming now, and she was slowly starting to take big, angry steps towards Hayashi, forcing Hayashi to take a couple fearful steps back. This was all so strange. He usually never felt this way about anybody, especially a normal person. All this time, I was comforting Hinata, when I should have been comforting Niji. Some of her intensity was slowly starting to fade away. Niji. Niji, her face was becoming less angry and more tearful. This isn't fair to Niji. She desperately looked around. I don't even know where he went. Where is he? Why aren't you comforting your little brother's only child? It's your fault his father was taken away from him to begin with. That was Naruko's breaking point. She slowly fell down to her knees and sobbed loudly, becoming a blubbering mess on the ground in seconds. As Ko quickly rushed to Naruko's side to help calm her down, Hayashi took a moment to recover from Naruko's passionately emotional onslaught. After the two of them recovered, Hayashi, having a good idea about Niji's present whereabouts, walked up to Naruko and whispered, "You're right. I'm going to go comfort my nephew right now. After all, he will be my responsibility now. It's the least I can do." He hesitated, before adding, "And, if it makes you feel any better Naruko, I too did not agree with this plan." And thus he walked away, leaving Ko and Naruko alone at the front gates of the village. Ko gently placed one of his hands comfortingly on one of Naruko's shoulders. "Are you going to be okay?" Naruko sniffled for a bit, before nodding her head and answering, "Yeah." She hesitated before adding, "I'm sorry for blowing up like that, it's just, she sniffled again, and then looked at Ko and did her best to give him a smile, as if she were telling him a joke or something. "I just don't understand politics at all." Ko looked away and nodded. "Neither do I Naruko. Neither do I." "Niji!" Hayashi cried as he knocked on the door of Niji's room. "Niji, are you in there? Go away." Niji cried from the other side of the door. "I do not wish to speak with you right now." His voice was filled with anger and bitterness. Hayashi opened the door and entered the room anyway. "I'm afraid I can't do that Niji," he said. There was tenderness in his voice, but Niji didn't hear it. He couldn't hear it. Niji couldn't help but smirk. "I guess you're right about that," he scoffed. "It is my destiny, after all, to serve under you for as long as I live. I can't tell you what to do, and you can do whatever you want with me." Hayashi was taken aback by the 4-year-old's words. That's not what I'm here to talk to you about." Niji turned around to face his uncle, a crazed look in his eye. "Then what did you come all the way here to tell me, uncle? That it was my father's destiny to die in your place today, and that I should accept it just as he was forced to accept it? Well, save your breath." He clenched his fists. "Everything has been made crystal clear to me today. We as people are all under the mercy of the uncontrollable force known as destiny, and once we are born into this world, our destinies are written out in stone." Niji looked down, unshed tears forming from the corners of his eyes. "My father's fate was sealed the moment he was born, just a few seconds after you were. His destiny was to serve under you, his own brother, in absolute servitude, until he was destined to die today for your sake." A crazed smile appeared on Niji's face though. "But if that's true, then destiny has also told us many other things as well." Hayashi almost didn't know what to say. Such words from a 4-year-old, it was unreal. "Like what?" Niji smiled. He was obviously glad that Hayashi had asked that question. "It is Lady Hinata's destiny to be the worst head of the Hyuga clan in history." Anger swelled up in Hayashi. "What did you say?" Niji laughed like a lunatic. Please. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. The difference between my strength and her strength is far too obvious for anybody to miss. Lady Hinata is far too weak to be the head of any clan, and in the end, all she'll ever be is a spoiled, rich brat with no talent whatsoever. I, on the other hand, am naturally strong and skilled in the Hyaga arts. Niji let out an arrogant laugh. Maybe it is my destiny to overthrow the main house and finally set things right in this messed up clan. Hayashi stepped back, shocked that such an idea would come from what used to be a cheerful, well-behaved boy. Mutiny. Niji smirked. If fate allows. Hayashi's fists were clenched, his anger burning inside him. It took all the effort and control he had to stop himself from activating Niji's newly given curse seal and use it to fry his brain. You should not underestimate my daughter, he seethed. She will prove you wrong. Ha! Once a failure, always a failure. People can't change Lord Hayashi. Just like people's destinies can't change, no matter how much one fights it. So while your daughter is doomed for failure, I am destined for greatness. I bet you wish our destinies had been reversed, don't you? That's enough. Hayashi cried, finally reaching his breaking point. I will not simply stand here and let you mock my daughter in front of my very face. Did you forget? You were just given your own curse seal days ago. He lifted up the hand seal needed to activate the curse seal. I could scramble your brain with a mere thought. Niji laughed. It was as if the 4-year-old boy had been replaced with a psychopath. Then do it then. If that is my destiny, then I shall welcome it with open arms. After all, who can fight destiny? Hayashi was extremely tempted to do it, extremely tempted to scramble his brain just as he had threatened to do so, but in the end, found that he could not do it. How could he, when Niji and Naruto were absolutely right? It was his fault that this was all happening, and it was the fate of the branch house to serve the main house despite the fact that they were all family. It was the system that had gotten his brother killed despite his protests. What has this clan become? Hayashi inwardly asked himself. Hayashi lowered his hand seal and left Niji's room without saying another word, which seemed to give Niji a great deal of satisfaction, and at the same time, a great deal more anger and bitterness. Walking away from me like that, Niji grumbled. It's because you know that the things I just said were true, weren't they? He lay down on his bed, covered himself with his blanket and drove his face into his pillow, crying and screaming into it until he could cry and scream no more. When he had finally calmed himself down, he was deep in thought. He had said those things to Hayashi more out of anger than out of conviction, but now that he thought about it, what he had said was true, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed what he had said. My destiny has allowed me to live, so far. Well, I said it myself, what's the point of fighting destiny? We can't change it, no matter how hard we try. Might as well let destiny be my guide from now on. He suddenly began to remember the times when he and his father would go out and look at the birds flying through the air. All the birds that they had previously assumed were free to fly wherever they wanted. Niji chuckled at how foolish he had once been. Flying free? Please. Freedom's a joke. He took off the headband that was covering his curse seal and looked long and hard at it. We are all birds caged by destiny, at destiny's complete mercy, and forced to go wherever destiny takes us. I see it clearly now. I see and know the truth. Hisashi, Hayashi thought as he walked away from Niji's room, unknowingly letting Niji sink deeper and deeper into the abyss he was creating for himself. I'm sorry, but I just don't feel like I have the right to tell Niji what you told me to tell him. After all, he's right, isn't he? It's because of destiny that you are dead on my behalf. Hayashi stopped walking and looked at the ground. He was so torn. For once, he didn't know what to do. What should I do? Should I do nothing? Should I let destiny show me the answer? Should I wait until destiny shows me the answer? No, I shouldn't. But what if I only make things worse? After hours of deliberation, Hayashi finally resolved to do nothing and let destiny play its part. He didn't like going this route, especially with how much destiny has destroyed his life and a few others in the process, but at the same time, Hayashi felt neither worthy nor suitable enough to actively tackle the problem, or Niji, head on. He was just going to wait, let destiny set its course and its destination, and hope that the answers will be there. Hisashi, Hayashi asked, looking up, hoping that Hisashi's spirit was graciously looking down on him. Did I make the right decision? Here you go, Naruto said, handing the 3 large, manila envelopes over to their designated recipients. Genma Shiranui gave her a nonchalant and thankful nod as he took his respective envelope off of her hands. Thanks, he said. Might Guy grinned excitedly as he enthusiastically took his envelope. Ah, to be given a special assignment from the Hokage himself. He cried as he beamed at the sealed envelope in his hand. This excitement. He closed his eyes before taking a deep breath and exhaling just as hard, relishing the moment. This type of excitement can only be compared to those one experiences in their youth. Genma smirked cheekily at his passionate teammate. You would say something like that, he replied. Guy flashed Genma a hearty grin and gave him an affirmative and acknowledging wink. What can I say? The best way to live one's life is to live like you're always in your prime. Genma returned Guy's bold statements and flashy gestures with an amused chuckle. If that's what you believe, then more power to you. Naruto giggled at the two's playful banter. All this talk about youth, she sighed dreamily as she absent-mindedly played with a couple of strands of her hair, it really makes you realize how old you've gotten. She giggled again. I guess at this rate I should start preparing myself for my very first wrinkles, she mused playfully. Nonsense. Ebisu said sternly, fixing his glasses with one hand and taking his envelope with the other. Despite your age, you look just as beautiful as you did years ago. He fixed his glasses again as he nodded affirmatively at his own statement, smiling proudly at himself for having come up with it for good measure. If anything, your beauty has only increased as the years have went by. Naruto released a tiny gasp before giving Ebisu a grateful smile. Thank you, Ebisu, she said. That's very thoughtful of you to say that. When she noticed the light blush spreading across Ebisu's face, which he tried in vain to hide behind his hand, disguising his intentions by pretending to be fixing his glasses again, Naruto cocked an eyebrow knowingly and teasingly added, in fact, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were interested in me. Ebisu yelped as he began to fidget uncontrollably. And no, of course not. What makes you say that? He laughed nervously in the hopes of masking his long-time, secret attraction to the Hokage's assistant. Besides my lack of interest and the obvious tactical foolishness of an active ninja participating in a romantic relationship, the age difference between us is far too apparent. Ebisu gasped as he realized his fatal blunder. That's not to say that I think you're too old for me or anything. Ebisu took a moment to think it over for a second. Well, I guess I did kind of say that, but I wasn't insinuating that you were too old, it's just. Genma chuckled good-naturedly at his teammate's predicament, much to the chagrin of said teammate. Smooth man. Guy placed his arm around the distraught Ebisu's shoulders and laughed heartily. Come on. No need to take back what you said. Think back to your youth. You know, back when you would take chances, get messy, and make mistakes and just roll with them. Do that. He took his arm off of his teammate's shoulders and clenched his fist enthusiastically. Life's much more satisfying that way. Ebisu released an annoyed tick at his teammate's annoying, and, in his humble opinion, immature philosophy. Youth, youth, youth. That's all I ever hear from you, and that's all I ever see you try to embody. He fixed his glasses as he looked at Guy disapprovingly. Honestly, Guy, you should really start acting more your age, he reprimanded sternly. Same can be said about you, Ebisu, Genma said, giving his two teammates an amused glance. He placed a hand on his own shoulder and casually rolled his neck. You act far too old for your age. Ebisu shook his head and placed his hands on his hips. It's called displaying behavior befitting of your rank and position. He fixed his glasses again. Maybe you should try it sometime, Genma. It certainly helps one's credibility. He glared at Guy from the corner of his eyes. Take Guy for example. He gestured towards Guy with his hand. Despite his talent, no one takes him seriously. Probably because he's always spouting some nonsense about youth and working out in such a grandiose and ridiculous fashion. Despite the harsh words from Ebisu, Guy seemed completely unfazed by them. If anything, he seemed to take it as a sign that his philosophy was reaching out to people. What can I say? Guy asked dramatically. He then struck a pose. Go big or go home. He then playfully winked at Naruto and asked, Am I right, Naruto? Naruto giggled. Well, you certainly won't live with any regrets with that philosophy, that's for sure. Ebisu angrily folded his arms as he looked disapprovingly at Guy. Guy. That is the Hokage's assistant you are talking to. You must respectfully refer to her as Mrs. Uzumaki. He shook his head irritably. Honestly, it's basic manners. Oh, I don't mind, Naruto quickly reassured him. If anything, it makes me feel young again, being referred to by my first name. Ebisu winced before sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Well, if that is how you wish to be referred to, then I have no choice but to dash. Hey Naruto, Genma interrupted, feeling that he had had enough of this particular conversation for one day and holding his envelope up, looking at it curiously. What is this exactly? Naruto smiled at him. Like Guy said, it's a special assignment given to you by the Hokage. Genma nodded understandingly. I see. He looked his envelope over for a moment and asked, so, how special are we talking about? Ebisu eyed his envelope gravely. Obviously it's a top secret mission of the greatest importance. He held his envelope up. Why else would the Hokage assign us these tasks in such a manner? Genma frowned. Because we're grown men with our own schedules who will open our envelopes the moment we have the time to look at them. Ebisu was evidently taken by surprise at his teammate's logical conclusion. Well, yes, but why else would he seal our important tasks in these envelopes? Well, he can't exactly send all of our tasks in the same envelope, right? Guy said. He shook his head disapprovingly. Now that would just be inconvenient. Ebisu heaved an exasperated sigh. That's not what I meant, he muttered under his breath. Naruto giggled. I doubt that they're anything too special, she reassured them. Otherwise, he would have sent the Umbu to go fetch you. Genma smiled. Yeah, you're probably right about that. He then proceeded to nonchalantly open his envelope. Wait, what are you doing? Ebisu demanded, horrified that Genma had the gall to open his envelope here of all places. Genma looked at Ebisu and gave him a few confused blinks. I'm opening my envelope, he answered simply. Don't open them here. Ebisu hissed. Think of the consequences. Genma let out an exasperated sigh at his teammates' antics. Honestly, despite all of Ebisu's talk against Guy's enthusiasm, in his opinion, Ebisu was just as bad, if not worse. I thought we already established that these things aren't that important. Ebisu fixed his glasses stubbornly. As a ninja, you can never be too careful. For all we know, this is a genius plan made by the Hokage to relay important assignments to us. When Genma gave him an exasperated look, Ebisu quickly added, at least have the decency to look at it in private. You go look at it in private, Genma countered. I'll take my chances. Humph, Ebisu said, tucking his envelope under his arm and began to walk away from the group. Suit yourselves. He gave Naruko a quick farewell bow. Naruko. Naruko returned his gesture. Ebisu. She, along with Guy and Genma, watched as Ebisu walked all the way towards the door of the Hokage's office, stopped, sheepishly looked at his envelope, situated himself besides the door, and began to open it. Genma smirked. Wow, didn't know that that was considered private. Ebisu scowled. Notice that I am not listening. Genma looked at Naruko and smiled before indicating towards Ebisu with his thumb. This guy, he good-naturedly scoffed. You know what I'm saying. Ah, I think it's actually kind of cute, Naruko said, causing Ebisu to jerk suddenly, which, in turn, caused him to quickly do his best to cover it up by standing stiffly and forcing himself to regain his composure. It didn't work, though it did earn him an amused giggle from Naruko, so he at least had that going for him. Genma whistled amusingly. Kind of cute, eh? He shook his head disapprovingly with an amused smirk on his face. Man, I'd hate to know what I'd be attracted to once I'm your age. Naruko giggled. Let's just say that you start to appreciate all of the little things. Genma chuckled. I'll take your word for it. He looked at Guy and held his envelope up. You want to do this together or what? Guy smiled brightly as he too held his envelope up. I thought you'd never ask. He took a deep breath in order to savor the moment and then placed his hands on the envelope flap. Are you ready? He asked, smiling excitedly in anticipation. Genma nonchalantly followed suit. Ready as I'll ever be, he answered. The two opened their envelopes, only to find that their envelopes had been filled with various papers, which they both took out and studied carefully. Looking past them, Naruko could see that Ebisu had done the same. After waiting patiently for a couple of minutes or so, Naruko curiously and anxiously asked, well? Genma looked up and gave Naruko a reassuring smile. Like you said, nothing major, he said. Ha! Guy cried. Speak for yourself. Naruko and Genma's eyes both widened in surprise. What do you mean? Naruko asked. Guy smiled proudly to himself. I don't mean to brag, he began, handing Naruko and Genma some of his papers so that they could see for themselves, but the Hokage has just requested for me to take a special, young, up-and-coming ninja under my wing. Of course, once he graduates from the academy. Genma looked up from studying Guy's papers and asked, so? All veteran ninja eventually have to go through that. Guy shook his head obstinately. Yes, but you don't understand. Helping to shape someone's youth, there's simply no other job in the world more important than that. Genma chuckled. Well, if that's how you feel, then who am I to stop you? Guy grinned brightly, winked, and gave his friend an enthusiastic thumbs up. Now you're talking. Naruko smiled before looking back at Guy's papers again. Now, who's so special that the Hokage feels that they need to be trained by Guy of all people? She mused. After a moment of skimming through the papers, Naruko finally found her answer in the form of a headshot photograph of the mentioned up-and-coming ninja, and smiled warmly down at the familiar face. I know him. Naruko said, pointing at his picture as Genma looked over her shoulder to get a glimpse of Guy's future student. Rock Lee, Genma read. He observed the photo for a moment, before smirking, turning to Guy, and saying, kid's almost a spitting image of you. He then added, especially around the eyebrows. Poor thing, Naruko said. From what I've heard, he's not particularly good at ninjutsu and genjutsu, and his taijutsu isn't very good either. Naruko then smiled, and added, but he's definitely got spirit. He should get along with you just fine, she said to Guy. Guy nodded in agreement. Right. He raised his fist and held it out passionately. I'll personally make sure that his dreams are realized, 100%. Naruko giggled. I wouldn't expect any less from you. She then turned to Genma and asked, well, What about you? What assignment did the Hokage send you? Genma simply raised his envelope and papers and answered, it's basically him asking me to be a reserve practitioner for the third stage of the Chunin exams. He nonchalantly shrugged. Like I said, nothing major. Guy and Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. It kind of is, Naruko said. Isn't Hayate the official practitioner for the third stage of the Chunin exams? Genma nodded. Yeah, but, the guy coughs like, 24/7. He very well might be dying. Guy rubbed his chin. Yeah, but, he's had that cough for quite a while now. Genma shrugged. Like I said, he might be dying. He shook the papers and envelope in his hand a little bit. Guess that's one of the reasons why Hokage wants to assign an official reserve. Naruko shook her head and sighed. He really needs to do something about that cough of his. He's always pretty busy, Guy mused. Doubt that gives him a lot of time to take care of his body properly. That's no excuse. Naruko argued. When neither Guy nor Genma looked completely convinced, Naruko thought for a moment, and declared, well, if he's not going to look after himself, then gosh darn it, someone else will have to look after him for him. Genma looked at her incredulously. What? You're going to manage his medication for him or something? Naruko shook her head, smiled, and winked mischievously. Of course not. I'll introduce him to a friend of mine, Yojao Ozuki. She's a nice girl, and I have a feeling that they'll take a liking to each other. Genma raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're going to heal Hayate by giving him a girlfriend. Even I don't see the logic in that, Guy admitted. Naruko stubbornly shook her head and shooed away their criticisms. Oh hush. Taking the time to care for someone other than themselves will do those two workaholics some good. Naruko held her chin as she began planning the perfect scheme to get the two together. I should probably buy Hayate some flowers and tell him that Yojao sends her regards. Her eyes then widened as she suddenly remembered another errand the Hokage had sent her to do. Oh, that reminds me. She frantically ran around the Hokage's office, tidying up as much as she could before taking her planned leave. The Hokage asked me to pick up some flowers for him. Naruko explained once she noticed Genma and Guy's looks of confusion. I just hope I can get there in time before they close. Genma said, raising his index finger up, if you don't mind me asking, why would the Hokage want a bunch of flowers to begin with? Naruko finished the last of her cleanup and sighed. Politics, she answered. Genma raised an eyebrow in surprise. Politics. He repeated. Guy thought it over for a moment before laughing heartily. Let me guess. This other politician is female, am I right? Naruko nodded. Female, and cranky. Our Hokage wants to get on her good side early on in their meeting, but, she laid her face in one of her hands and sighed, if you ask me, I think it's a bit of a lost cause. She shrugged. But I'm his assistant, so, she made her way past Genma and Guy, off I go. Genma chuckled and gave her a small wave goodbye. Good luck. You know, if you start running now, you won't have to worry about luck, Guy said. Naruko giggled. I think I'll take my chances. Unbelievable. Ebisu internally cried, too absorbed in the request that had been hidden inside of his envelope to have paid any proper attention to whatever else was going on at the moment. The Hokage is personally asking me to train the honorary grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi. This is arguably a greater honor than becoming Hokage myself. To think, I will be known as the man who trained a future Hokage. A future legendary ninja. Ebisu clenched his fist in determination and passion. I must accept. I would be a fool not to. By Ebisu. Ebisu awoke from the deepest reaches of his mind and turned his head towards the direction of the voice that had just spoken to him. To his shock, and embarrassment, especially if the person noticed that he had been completely enveloped in his own thoughts, he saw that the voice belonged to Naruko, who flashed him one of her precious and trademark beautiful smiles as she was reaching towards the Hokage store to let herself out of his office. Good luck with whatever the Hokage assigned you. Ebisu's face went beet red. He raised his hand in an attempt to give Naruko even the smallest wave goodbye, but with how much he was shaking, it looked as if his hand had been paralyzed and he was trying desperately to get a feeling coursing through it. GGGG goodbye, MMMMMRS Uzumaki, he stammered pathetically. Naruko gave Ebisu a small, sympathetic smile, and, much to Ebisu's delight and horror, gently placed her pointer finger over Ebisu's lips, signaling for him to be quiet, and said, Naruko, remember. Ebisu noticeably began to sweat profusely, but nodded his head regardless. And Naruko? Naruko giggled. Looks like someone is finally learning, she said. She then opened the door, looked over her shoulder, and cried, have a nice day everyone. Why yeah, you too, Ebisu stammered, once again trying to give Naruko a wave goodbye, only for Naruko to have already left and closed the door behind her. Guy and Genma exchanged amused grins with each other. Genma nodded towards the door Naruko had just exited through. Can you imagine what she'd be like if she had ever pursued being a ninja? Guy let out a vivacious laugh. She'd probably have half of the entire ninja population wrapped around her finger. Mrs. Yamanaka was rearranging a batch of flowers, until she heard the doors to Yamanaka Flowers open, alerting her that her family's flower shop had acquired yet another customer for the day. Turning around to properly face the last-minute customer, she smiled after recognizing the familiar face. Naruko! She cried, clasping her hands together and making her way around the counter to properly greet her old friend. What a pleasant surprise! When was the last time we last spoke? Naruko laughed and hugged Mrs. Yamanaka, who returned it in her usual graceful manner. I can't remember. It seems like it's been ages, hasn't it? Mrs. Yamanaka nodded. Indeed, it certainly has. I must admit, I've sorely missed your company. I understand that there are few opportunities in your line of work, but you simply must ask the Hokage to give you a day or two more off of that schedule of yours. Between assisting the Hokage, taking care of that child of yours, and taking time off for yourself, you hardly spend any time with the members of the Allied Mothers Force. She frowned. Honestly, if we didn't know how busy you were, we'd have it in our right mind to accuse you of rudeness of the highest caliber. Naruko laughed awkwardly. Well, no offense, but it's not like I'm an actual member of the Allied Mothers Force. It's not like I'm missing out on any meetings or obligations or anything. Mrs. Yamanaka let out a disapproving huff as she placed her hands on her hips. But are you not friends with each and every one of us? She pointed out, causing Naruko to release even more awkward laughs. Honestly, to Naruko's surprise, she smiled as she pinched one of her cheeks. If you weren't so charming, you'd be long due for an earful from me. Naruko once again laughed awkwardly. I guess I should really count my blessings, huh? Mrs. Yamanaka smiled knowingly. Indeed, you should. Now, she clapped her hands together, what brings you here on this fine evening? She smiled mischievously. Have you finally found a man that has earned your fancy? Naruko's eyes widened as she raised her arms up and shook her head in an attempt to turn down the notion. What? No, of course not. With the schedule I have, how is that even possible? Mrs. Yamanaka frowned slightly. Shame. You know, darling, just because you're in the middle of all of this, she thought for a moment to select the right words, taboo business, it doesn't mean you should deny yourself of that particular happiness. Well, with Naruto under my care, I doubt a lot of men would want to start a relationship with me in the first place, Naruko pointed out. Mrs. Yamanaka released a disappointed sigh. Yes, I suppose there's that as well. But if not, then why did you come to our humble shop? Naruko frowned and gave Mrs. Yamanaka a small pout. What? A friend can't come and visit another good friend without some kind of ulterior motive. When Mrs. Yamanaka gave Naruko a skeptical look, Naruko sighed, rubbed her temples out of embarrassment and exhaustion, and admittedly mumbled, "The Hokage asked me to pick up some flowers for him." "Ah, yes, of course," Mrs. Yamanaka said. Another attempt at emotional manipulation in politics. She gestured for Naruko to follow her to acquire the Hokage's bouquet. "Come to the front, darling. I'll get them for you." Once Naruko was at the counter, she waited patiently for Mrs. Yamanaka to retrieve the Hokage's bouquet. When she finally saw them, she gasped. "Wow, it's beautiful!" she cried. She looked back up to the proud Yamanaka. "Your family has really outdone themselves with the bouquets recently." "But of course, darling," Mrs. Yamanaka said matter-of-factly. "You must know by now that customers can only expect the best from Yamanaka flowers." "But," she gave Naruko a knowing smirk, "if you must know, ever since I personally took charge of our shop's bouquets, customers have become much more satisfied with them." She chuckled. "It seems as though that husband of mine is slightly less adept when it comes to this sort of thing." "Speaking of which," Naruko said, looking around the flower shop to spot the said husband, "where is Inoichi anyway? Doesn't he usually run the shop?" Mrs. Yamanaka waved Naruko's question off. "Oh, he's on another one of those missions of his. It's either that or he's out drinking with his friends, though I highly doubt he'd be missing for days if that were true." She sighed. "Though I wish he'd put more effort in returning home sooner. I dare say, it's hard to help one's daughter with her ninja training when one is not a ninja herself." "Oh." Naruko's eyes lit up as she clasped her hands together excitedly. "That's right. How's Ino doing? I hear she's at the top of her class." Mrs. Yamanaka smiled and nodded proudly. "Indeed she is, and we couldn't be more proud of her. But that daughter of ours," she shook her head, "despite the proud smile on her face, she seems to be determined to constantly exceed our expectations." She looked back at Naruko. "Do you know of Mabuki's daughter? The one with the pink hair?" Naruko thought about it for a moment. "If I remember correctly, her name was Sakura, wasn't it?" Mrs. Yamanaka nodded excitedly. "Yes, that's it." "Well, what about her?" Naruko asked, leaning against the side of the counter, Mrs. Yamanaka's excitement quickly rubbing off on her. "Well," Mrs. Yamanaka began, "Mabuki was always talking about how shy Sakura was and how hard it was for her to make friends, but then, one day, she told me that, one day, in class, Sakura was being bullied by a couple of female delinquents in their class dash." "Bullies?" Naruko cried incredulously. "At their age?" Mrs. Yamanaka nodded in agreement. "That was precisely what I said, but listen to this. She told me how my little Ino stood up for her and how they immediately became friends." She placed a hand over her heart and shook her head. "You should see them when they're together. Sakura absolutely adores her, looks up to her even. I couldn't be more proud." "Oh my gosh!" Naruko gushed. "That is so cute. I wish I could see them." "You should, darling. It's absolutely adorable." Just then, the doors to the flower shop opened, alerting both Naruko and Mrs. Yamanaka of the presence of a third person within their midst. Naruko turned around while Mrs. Yamanaka looked over Naruko's shoulder, as they both saw Inoichi Yamanaka making his way to the counter. "Naruko!" Inoichi cried, arms outstretched and a smile on his face. "Good to see you again." Naruko laughed. "Well, look who finally came back from one of his missions." She accepted Inoichi's offer for a friendly hug. "Where have you been?" Naruko asked, amiably punching Inoichi on the side. "The last time I checked, you were assigned a simple C-rank escort mission this time around." Mrs. Yamanaka raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is that so?" she asked suspiciously. Inoichi sheepishly scratched the back of his head as he laughed awkwardly. Yeah, well, you see, he reached into his pockets and pulled out a small, stylized hairpin. I saw this on the way back home, and I just knew that Ino would absolutely love it, but, he gave Naruko and his wife a shamefully embarrassed look. Well, let's just say that one thing led to another and I had to stay at that village for one more night. Dear Mrs. Yamanaka cried. All that trouble for a hairpin. But sweetie, look at it. Inoichi cried, handing the hairpin to his wife in order for her to get a closer look at it. Won't this look beautiful on our Ino? Mrs. Yamanaka examined the hairpin closely. Well, it certainly would look good on her, she admitted. She then looked back at her husband, a cross look on her face. But dear, we've been through this over and over again, you simply cannot keep spoiling her like this. Inoichi twiddled his thumbs bashfully. But I love her so much, he murmured. And I just want her to be happy. Our daughter is perfectly capable of being happy without all of these accessories you keep buying her. His wife argued, crossing her arms. Realizing that a family squabble was about to break out, Naruko slowly reached for the Hokage's bouquet and quickly made her way out of Yamanaka flowers. Well, I'd better get going now, she quickly said as she opened the door to the shop. It was nice seeing you two again, she called. Mrs. Yamanaka looked over her husband's shoulder, smiled, and waved Naruko goodbye. It was nice seeing you too, darling. And please, try visiting again in the near future. See you around, Naruko, Inoichi mumbled, knowing full well that with Naruko gone, it gave his wife the perfect opportunity to officially let him have it. Naruko closed the door behind her and let out a sigh of relief. Dodged a bullet there, she whispered to herself. She looked down at the bouquet of flowers in her arms. Better get these delivered before I hear something I shouldn't. As she walked towards the destination the Hokage had instructed her to go to deliver him his flowers, she spotted a short figure in the distance, walking by himself with his hands in his pockets and with his head down, as if trying not to attract too much attention to himself. Unfortunately for him, Naruko noticed him, and couldn't contain her excitement as she ran up to him while raising one of her hands up and waving energetically at him. Sasuke! Sasuke! Sasuke looked up to spot Naruko running up to him. Mrs. Uzumaki, he said. Once Naruko finally reached him, she took a moment to catch her breath before kneeling down, grabbing one of Sasuke's cheeks, and giving it a playful pinch. I've told you 1,000 times, call me Naruko. Sasuke blushed and averted his eyes to the side. Don't wanna, he grumbled. It's weird for a kid like me to call an adult like you by their first name. Naruko yanked Sasuke's cheek even harder. And it's rude for a kid like you to disobey an adult like me, Naruko pointed out. When Sasuke wouldn't relent, Naruko leaned closer, pouted, and said, Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Despite Sasuke still not complying with Naruko's wishes, Naruko giggled, threw her arm around Sasuke's shoulder, and brought him in for a one-armed embrace. Oh, who am I kidding? You're just so cute, I could just eat you up. She gushed. Sasuke blushed harder as the side of Naruko's face pressed itself and rubbed against his own. Sasuke was never the type of person to enjoy a cuddle, and receiving one from the greatly effeminate Naruko Uzumaki didn't help matters, especially when one realized that, except for a few chance meetings with his mother, who she was apparently really good friends with, Sasuke barely really knew her. She was like the aunt that Sasuke's mom loved to talk about and be around, but also the aunt that Sasuke never really saw on a regular basis, and based from the few chance meetings Sasuke had had with her and everything his mother had told him about her, Sasuke quickly realized that, although Naruko was undoubtedly a nice person, he wasn't the type of person that he'd like to hang out with. Looking for a way to get out of his uncomfortable predicament, Sasuke eventually noticed the bouquet cradled like a baby on Naruko's arm. What are the flowers for? He asked.
Naruko stopped cuddling him, released him, much to his relief, looked down at the bouquet in her arms, smiled, and teasingly answered, "For a certain, special someone. You'll understand when you're older." Unless, she leaned in and whispered, "Sasuke already has a certain special someone." Sasuke's face turned beet red. He understandably averted his eyes away from Naruko's gaze. "No. Why would I? Girls are annoying anyways." Naruko giggled. "That's not what your face is telling me," she said in a sing-song tone of voice as she pointed at Sasuke's face. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you secretly like someone." Sasuke's blush deepened in hue as he shook his head obstinately. "I do not." Naruko laughed. "You do too." She teasingly insisted, once again wrapping her arm around Sasuke and began to cuddle and shake him. "And I'm not letting you go until you tell me who it is." Sasuke internally screamed as he struggled hopelessly in Naruko's surprisingly tight grip. What was he going to do? He had to get home soon, but Naruko wasn't going to let him go unless she got her answer, an answer that Sasuke truthfully couldn't provide her, and even if he could provide her an answer, he would have rather died than give it to her. He had absolutely zero interest girls, and the girls who always approached him never acted anything close to resembling normal human beings his age, so what was he supposed to do? Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. Naruko seemed like the type of person who wouldn't relent until she was got what she wanted, so if it was an answer she wanted, it was an answer he was going to give her. Forget about the potential consequences. He would deal with those later. Right now, all he wanted to do was get home. Sasuke's mind raced furiously, trying to think of a possible answer that would both make sense and satisfy the Hokage's assistant. Sasuke blushed, as he cried, "Ino Yamanaka." Naruko stopped shaking him and gave him a wide-eyed look of surprise. "Huh?" She turned him around to properly face him. "Really?" Sasuke quickly took Naruko's hand off of him and nodded, his blush not leaving his face for a second and his eyes not looking back at Naruko's either. "Of course." Sasuke cried. "She's at the top of her class. And Sasuke gulped down his pride, she's really cute too." When he looked at Naruko from the corner of his eye, he saw that Naruko was completely frozen with shock. Too shocked to move perhaps? Sasuke looked down the path he intended to run down and get home with. "Well, I need to get back home now," Sasuke said, quickly and frantically. He politely gave Naruko a small wave goodbye. "It was nice seeing you," he lied, before running away from Naruko as fast as he could, desperate to avoid another hostage situation. Naruko simply watched him as he quickly ran out of her sights, returning his wave goodbye with a small one of her own. When Sasuke was finally gone, Naruko simply stood there for a moment, her mind trying hard to process the information it had just received. When it finally did, she leapt up, began jumping in place, and squealed excitedly. "Sasuke likes Ino! Sasuke likes Ino! Sasuke likes Ino!" she cried, laughing happily as she said it. Wait until Inoichi and his wife heard about this. She was about to run back to Yamanaka Flowers to relay the information to them, but stopped abruptly once she remembered the flowers she was supposed to deliver to the Hokage. She gritted her teeth anxiously. She really wanted to tell the Yamanakas the news, but she also knew that she needed to deliver these flowers on time, or else the Hokage might get in a bigger pickle than he already was in terms of politics, and if Naruko had learned anything from being the Hokage's assistant, it was that one should never underestimate the power of politics. Naruko groaned loudly, before making up her mind and resuming her task of delivering the bouquet the Hokage felt would give him some sort of political edge at his meeting. "What?" Sasuke cried horrifically. Mikoto smiled and gave her son a small nod. "Yes, no matter how hard Naruko seemed to want to squeeze an answer out of you, I'm 100% positive that it was all in good fun." She shook her head as she let out a chuckle. "Honestly,
One day all of that teasing is going to put her between a rock and a hard place, but until then, she sighed and shrugged her shoulders, she's practically got everyone she knows wrapped around her finger. She then noticed the horrified expression on her son's face, frowned in concern, and asked, "Is everything all right, sweetie? You're looking a little pale." Sasuke shook his head. "No, nothing's wrong," he answered. Despite Mikoto not believing him for a second, his expression and his body language were a dead giveaway. Mikoto also knew how stubborn the men in her family were, so she simply sighed and said, "Okay then. Remember, if anything's wrong, you can always come to me." Sasuke nodded understandingly before his mom left the room. The moment she did though, he immediately grabbed his head and internally screamed, "I just told somebody that I like someone even though they weren't even serious about asking." Naruto slowly opened the door to her apartment, careful not to wake anyone who might be sleeping inside. Once there was enough room to fit her head through, she stretched her neck out and peered inside, only to find that the lights had been turned off, and the house had been mostly unchanged since she had left it last. Naruto opened the door even further and surveyed the apartment curiously. Unfortunately for her, the Hokage had noticed that Danzo, Homura, and Koharu were acting much crankier than usual today and had practically begged her to attend the meeting with him, hoping that her presence would make the council members more compliant and considerate of his ideas and arguments, and Naruto, ever the loyal assistant, forced herself to comply despite her personal dislike for such meetings, causing her to come back home later than she usually would have, making it all the more suspicious when she found her apartment looking practically untouched since she had last left it early this morning. Naruto was a good kid and all, but even he wasn't above leaving a big mess for his mother to clean up, so why then did the apartment look so clean? "Mom!" Naruto let out a surprise yelp before she covered her mouth, quickly turned around, and saw Naruto, with dirt on his face and clothes, standing right behind her. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Naruto placed her hand over her heart and gave Naruto a horrified look. "What am I doing here?" she asked. "Naruto, what are you doing up this late?" She quickly ushered him into the apartment, closed the door behind them, and turned on the lights to get a better look at him. "And look at you!" Naruto cried, gesturing towards Naruto's face and clothes. "You're filthy." Naruto sheepishly wiped his nose with his arm and grumbled, "It's not my fault that I'm all dirty." Naruto quickly put her things down before kneeling down to get an even better look at her son. Her eyes widened as she noticed what else covered his body besides dirt. "And where did all of these scratches and bruises come from?" she demanded. Naruto averted his eyes to the ground. "It's not my fault that they wanted to start something," he grumbled glumly. Naruto quickly grabbed one of his hands and gave it a disapproving slap. "Naruto! Don't talk like that. That's exactly how delinquents talk, and delinquents are not welcome in this house." She tilted her head to properly look at her son. "Do you understand?" "But it's true." Naruto whined. Naruto shook her head and raised her finger to signal for Naruto to be quiet. "No buts, mister." When Naruto looked like he was going to say something else, Naruto quickly added, "We'll discuss this after you clean yourself up. Now go on." Naruto stood up and clapped her hands, "Take off your clothes." After a brief stare down, Naruto slowly obeyed his mother's command. When he was stripped down to just his underwear, Naruto covered himself with his arms, and grumbled, "Why is it that whenever I take a bath, you get to see me without my clothes on, but whenever you take a bath, I'm not allowed to see you without any clothes on?" Naruto looked up from folding Naruto's dirty clothes. "Naruto, you're still wearing underwear." "You know what I mean," Naruto said. "When I was little, you always saw me take a bath, and whenever I take a bath, I didn't have any clothes on." Naruto sighed. "Naruto, we've been through this. I'm your mother. When you were little, you were too young to take a bath by yourself, so I had no choice but to give you a bath myself until you were old enough to. She went back to folding Naruto's dirty clothes and nonchalantly shrugged. Besides, when you were born, you weren't wearing any clothes to start out with, and that gave me the right to see you without your clothes on. Naruto pouted. But isn't it my right to see my own mom without her clothes on? Naruto, we've been through this too, Naruto calmly answered. Boys are not allowed to see girls without their clothes on. That's basic manners, sweetie. She then ushered Naruto towards the bathroom. Now get in the tub. Naruto continued to grumble as he slowly made his way to the bathroom. But it's okay for girls to see boys without their clothes on. Naruto shook her head. No, no it isn't, but we're not talking about me, we're talking about you, now get in the tub. When Naruto looked unsatisfied with the answer he got, Naruto sighed, rubbed her temples in exhaustion and frustration, and asked, do you like it when people see you without clothes on, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. Well, that's another reason. When someone doesn't have any clothes on, whether it's a male or a female, they want to hide their bodies, because they also don't like to be seen without their clothes on. It's common courtesy, sweetie. Now please, get in the tub and wash yourself off. As Naruto slowly complied, he let out one last grumble. What's so special about a girl's body? What's so special about them that they need to hide? Naruto sighed. That's another conversation for another day. And when I mean another day, I mean when you get older. Now once you're done washing yourself off, knock on the door, and I'll give you your pajamas, okay sweetie? Naruto nodded. All right. Naruto smiled. That's my boy, she said proudly. She then closed the door, but waited until she heard Naruto turn on the water before putting his clothes into the laundry. Honestly, one of these days, she was going to have that talk with him, and she was going to dread every single moment of it. Her only saving grace had been that she'd have to wait until he was older, but with Naruto's almost suicidal curiosity, she was worried that she was going to have that talk with him far too soon for his own good. Ah, there's my clean and well-dressed little man, Naruto said once Naruto had finished taking his bath, put on the pajamas his mother had handed him, gotten himself ready for bed, and was currently making his way to said bed, where Naruto, who was now in her usual sleepwear, was sitting in the middle of with a proud smile on her face as she beckoned Naruto to join her. With how small the apartment was and how poor they were, even with Naruto's job as the Hokage's assistant, the Uzumakis could only really afford to have one bed, but considering how small and young Naruto was, Naruto thought that it was perfectly reasonable for a child and his parent to share one, at least for now. Once Naruto got close enough to the bed, Naruto quickly reached out for him and pulled him in to give him one last-minute inspection to make sure that there wasn't a spot that Naruto had not neglected to wash. When it was clear to her that Naruto had indeed passed her little inspection, she giggled as she enveloped Naruto into a great, big, warm, motherly hug, much to Naruto's irritation. Mom! He whined, blushing as he squirmed ferociously and futilely against his mother's grip. YVE, you always got to hug me for no good reason. Naruto giggled at her son's embarrassed state despite the fact that no one else was there to witness his embarrassing situation. She ruffled up his hair a bit as she answered, for no good reason? I've got plenty a reason. For instance, she gave him a tender kiss on the cheek. I'm so proud of the fact that my little boy can clean himself up so nicely. Naruto's blush grew a darker shade of red as a result of all of the strange and silly praise he was receiving. Why Yuri proud over something as weird as that? He cried. Naruto frowned, letting out a small noise that indicated just how surprised she felt about Naruto's statement. Of course I am. She said matter-of-factly. It proves that you were paying attention all of those times I taught you how to take care of yourself. She turned her son around so that they could look at one another and waited for him to comfortably situate himself on the bed before playfully poking at his stomach. and I'd be even more proud if you'd stop getting into fights all of the time and actually started trying to make some friends for a change. Naruto frowned, furrowed his brow, and let out an angry huff before laying down on the bed, rolling over to his side, turning his back on his mother, folding his arms stubbornly, and grumbling, "It's not my fault that the other kids keep picking fights with me." Naruto let out a weary sigh. "Naruto," she reprimanded gently. "Well, it's true," Naruto cried, slowly starting to get upset over the fact that his own mother, despite knowing full well how the rest of the village treated him, was not automatically taking his side. "And when they're not picking a fight with me, they're always saying mean things about me behind my back." He turned his body around once more so that he lay on the bed stomach first, his face shoved into the pillow that he and his mother shared. "Why would anyone want to be friends with jerks like them?" he grumbled, the pillow he was shoving his face into muffling his words to the point where it was an outright miracle that his mother heard a single word of his question. Naruto sighed before placing her hand gently on Naruto's back and tenderly rubbing her hand in a circular motion. "Naruto," she began quietly, "I understand that a lot of the people in the village can be," Naruto bit her lip as she tried to think of the right words to best describe the villagers' behavior for this particular conversation, "difficult, but being friends with people is a two-way street. You can't expect people to be nice to you if you aren't nice to them." "But I don't want to be friends with them," Naruto argued, pushing himself off of the bed and looking indignantly towards his mother. "They all treat me like I'm different. And for no good reason too." He gave his mother an angry pout before muttering, "I'll never make friends with them if it's the last thing I do." Naruto let out a small and weary sigh as she wearily rubbed her face with her hands. Her son could really be a handful sometimes. Under normal circumstances, she probably would have kept the argument between them going, but it was late and she was tired, and despite the fact that Naruto could get relentlessly energetic if he wanted to, he was probably tired too, so she chose to retire the conversation for another day, but not before ending things on a more carefree and silly note between them. She recomposed herself from the stress that came along with having to deal with that stubborn, little boy of hers by running a hand gently through her hair before giving Naruto a knowing and teasing grin and letting out an equally knowing and teasing hum. "If that's what you say," she said in a sing-song tone of voice. Naruto looked up at his mother and gave her an aggravated look. "What the heck is that supposed to mean?" he cried, knowing full well that if his mother took that tone of voice, something was definitely amiss. Naruto yawned, stretching her arms above her head to show her son just how sleepy she was at the moment, before gently laying down on the bed, covering her body with the blanket, and casually and calmly replying, "Well, let's just say that life has a way of proving us wrong sometimes." Naruto glared disapprovingly at his mother's skeptical words before crawling closer to her and demanding, "Yeah, and what's that supposed to mean, huh? Are you calling me a liar or something? Huh? Is that it?" Naruto turned to her son and gave him a small smile. "No, of course not, sweetie," she quietly answered. "It's just that sometimes, when we get mad, we say things that are a bit silly and unrealistic, so once we stop being mad and we go back to living our lives the way we usually do, we tend to contradict whatever silly and unrealistic statement we made back when we were mad, and we feel silly when someone points it out." Naruto frowned, gave his mother a blank stare, and asked, What?" Naruto giggled before explaining, "What I'm trying to say, dear, is that I find it very hard to believe that someone at your age would be so resolute in the fact that he won't make friends with a single person in the village." "Yeah? Well, I won't. Just you watch," he cried, jabbing at his chest with his own thumb. "I'll be able to walk through the entire village without ever wanting to make friends with anyone, believe it." Naruto giggled knowingly before rolling onto her side, closing her eyes, and quietly saying, "And then, you'll meet that one person who you can't help but want to be friends with, and you'll forget what you just said, walk up to that person, and try to be friends with them." Naruto balled his hands into fists upon hearing his mother's teasingly incredulous words. "No, I won't," he whined. A small smile crept onto Naruto's face as she continued to try and fall asleep and talk with Naruto at the same time. "Yes, you will," she said melodiously. "And when you finally become friends with that person, you two will look so cute together." "We will not," Naruto insisted, though Naruto could hear that he was trying to stifle a yawn as he said this. "Oh?" Naruto asked. "Is that a we I hear?" Naruto shook his head indignantly as he rubbed his eyes drowsily with the back of his wrist. "No," he insisted, a little bit quieter this time. "I'm just saying that," he yawned again, "since I don't want to make friends with anybody." His arm slowly gave out from beneath him, sliding forward as they gently carried his body back down onto the bed, his head once again resting onto the soft pillow that his instincts usually associated with sleeping, and for every second his head lay atop of that pillow, his instincts, despite his childlike and stubborn insistence on continuing the argument he was having with his mother, slowly got the better of him, his eyes noticeably getting heavier and his muscles noticeably becoming more relaxed. "There'll be," he yawned, "no one else to look cute with." It was at this point where Naruto finally gave up and let himself fall asleep, his soft snoring being the perfect indicator for just how truly tired the young boy was after having such a long day all to himself. Naruto opened her eyes as she rolled herself over so that she could watch her son sleep for a bit before she would eventually follow his lead. She smiled contentedly down at the peaceful image of her sleeping son, gently kissed him on his forehead, which, to her delight, seemed to make him more relaxed and peaceful, giggled quietly to herself, and murmured, "Still got it?" She then yawned, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, before making herself comfortable, covering the both of them under their blanket as best she could without waking Naruto up, and slowly falling asleep herself. "Back again, are we?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked, crossing her arms as an amused smirk crept onto her face. Naruto let out a couple of weak and goofy laughs as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. "It's for a completely different reason this time, I swear." "Is that so, dear?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked, amusingly placing one of her index fingers onto one of her cheeks as she eyed her friend knowingly. "Well then, I simply can't wait to find out what you plan to do differently, in a flower shop of all places." Naruto simply let out a defeated sigh before explaining, "Let's just say that the Hokage's pair of Umbu got into a little squabble and, after finding out how effective a bouquet of flowers could be, the mister asked me to go fetch him a bouquet of flowers for the missus while the two of them did their jobs." Mrs. Yamanaka nodded her head solemnly. "I see." She then let out an exasperated sigh and asked, "Honestly, it's at times like these where I seriously begin to put their ability to properly care for and raise a child into question." She gave Naruto a disapproving frown and asked, "I mean, just because they're Umbu does not mean that they are qualified to raise another human being from scratch, don't you agree, Naruto dear?" Naruto gave Mrs. Yamanaka a small, reassuring smile before letting out a soft chuckle, placing an index finger onto one of her cheeks thoughtfully, and saying, "Well, if I remember correctly, raising and taking care of a child wasn't exactly easy for you either." After giggling upon seeing the slightly embarrassed look and blush appear on her friend's face, Naruto quickly asked, "Oh, but I guess I shouldn't be one to talk either, huh?" It was at that moment that the entrance to Yamanaka Flowers opened, indicating to the two women that another person had just entered the Yamanaka's flower shop, but since this was perceived as normal and since the conversation had engrossed the two women so much, they paid little attention to it. Mrs. Yamanaka cleared her throat a bit before giving Naruto a small, concurring nod. "Yes, it might be best to end this conversation at that." "What conversation?" a young voice curiously asked. The two women looked towards the entrance to find that the one who had just set foot into the flower shop was none other than Mrs. Yamanaka's precious little girl herself, Ino. Ino's mother frowned disapprovingly at her daughter's apparent rudeness and said, "Don't be rude, Ino dear. One must introduce themselves before jumping into others' conversations. You know that. Ino blushed a bit, scratched the side of her face, and let out an embarrassed laugh upon receiving her mother's stern reprimand for her thoughtless behavior. Sorry, I guess my curiosity just got the better of me. Naruko smiled reassuringly down at the youth. Don't be too hard on yourself, sweetie. You're still young, after all. Naruko gave Ino a playful wink. You're allowed to make mistakes like that every once and a while. Mrs. Yamanaka redirected her disapproving frown towards the older blonde. Don't encourage her, darling. I'm trying to teach my daughter how to properly behave herself. She then averted her eyes to the side, narrowed them, and grumbled, after all, it's not like I can trust that fool of a husband of mine to do it for me. Naruko giggled. I see that you two are still hung up about that. Well, of course I am. Mrs. Yamanaka reaffirmed. It doesn't matter how well behaved and talented my daughter is. If Inoichi keeps showering her with gifts, it's only going to inflate that perfectly level-headed and well-deserved ego of hers. She let out an exasperated huff as she folded her arms solemnly. Someone around here has to keep my darling, little girl more humble and grounded than she already is. Naruko chuckled softly at her friend's slightly ironic behavior. She began teasingly, I don't know. Inoichi may be the one spoiling her, but it looks like someone else is responsible for stroking poor, little Ino's ego. Mrs. Yamanaka blushed upon hearing her friend's trademark teasing directed in her direction. It was a bouquet of flowers you wanted, yes? She asked, hoping that her friend would take her invitation to mercifully let the subject go for now. Naruko giggled before giving Mrs. Yamanaka a merciful nod and answering, yes, and make sure it simply screams, I'm sorry, please forgive me, okay. Mrs. Yamanaka nodded her head dutifully before heading towards the back and saying, of course, darling. I just hope you can understand that a bouquet for such an important matter will require a little bit of patience, something that I trust you have enough of, I hope. Naruko nodded before cupping one hand around her mouth and playfully and melodiously crying out, sure thing. As Ino's mother disappeared into the back to properly make that bouquet Naruko was asked to get, Naruko turned around and decided to engage in some small talk with Mrs. Yamanaka's daughter. She slowly made her way across the store to where Ino was standing, crouched down, smiled, and asked, so Ino, what have you been up to lately? Ino coolly and nonchalantly shrugged before placing her hands on her hips confidently and answering, oh, you know, school and stuff. Naruko cocked an eyebrow playfully. Oh? She asked. Really? Nothing else? Nothing else at all. Ino curiously frowned at the strange question Naruko was posing to her. Of course not, Ino answered matter-of-factly. What else is there besides all of the other obvious kid stuff? Naruko began twirling her hair as she smiled mischievously towards the younger girl, causing said little girl to instantly regret the question she had just so mindlessly uttered. Oh, I don't know, Naruko said with an impish smile and giggle. I mean, you're not exactly a kid anymore, are you? You've grown up a bit, haven't you? Yeah, so. Ino asked cautiously. Naruko smirked. So, she rested her chin against her knuckles teasingly, aren't you at that age where you start to notice how cute the boys around the village are? Taken aback upon realizing that the conversation had taken a strange and embarrassing turn, Ino's eyes widened in surprise as she blushed uncomfortably upon hearing Naruko's question. And no, Ino denied, closing her eyes and averting her face away from Naruko's gaze as she placed her hands on her hips indignantly, of course not. Why would I? Have you seen the boys my age? She shook her head and crossed her arms firmly. I have better things to do than to have a crush on one of those knuckleheads. Naruko cocked an eyebrow incredulously before asking, oh, is that so? The door to Yamanaka Flowers opened once again, but once again, those currently in said shop paid little to no attention to it, due to how entirely wrapped in their own conversation they were. "That's too bad," Naruko continued, placing her index finger onto one of her cheeks to feign disappointment. "Then I guess you wouldn't really care if I told you that Sasuke told me that he liked you." And, unbeknownst to the two of them, the little girl who had just entered the shop, let out a gasp of surprise. Really?" Ino demanded, though admittedly a little louder than she would have wanted. "He said that? Sasuke actually said that he liked me." Naruko giggled mischievously upon seeing Ino produce the exact reaction that she had wanted and hoped for Ino to produce. She lifted up her hand and answered, straight from the horse's mouth himself. Ino and the other potential customer took a moment to take this information in, both of them too shocked to immediately say anything, but when Ino had finally recovered somewhat from her shock, she took deep breaths to further compose herself as she placed her hand over her heart as she blushed in both excitement and disbelief. She shook her head in astonished disbelief. "I can't believe it. Sasuke," she cupped her face into her hands, "actually likes me." Naruko giggled uncontrollably at the young girl's adorable reaction. "Oh, what's this?" Naruko asked, playfully poking the side of Ino's face to indicate the intense blush that Ino's hands had no hope of hiding and covering up. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you like him just as much as he likes you." "Of course I do," Ino admitted. "He's so handsome and smart and cool." She let out an excited squeal as the young, pink-haired girl in the shop slowly made her way out of the shop. "It's just that he's so distant and hard to read. I just assumed that he wasn't interested in anyone yet, but this changes everything." The entrance to Yamanaka Flowers opened again, signaling to the two that someone had either come in or that someone had just left the shop. Ino balled her hands into fists and looked gravely in front of her before performing a solemn nod and saying, "If I want Sasuke and me to be together, then I'm just going to have to take the initiative." Naruko nodded her head in agreement. "That's the spirit," she said enthusiastically. "If he won't come to you, then you'll just have to come to him." Running. It was all Sakura felt like doing after what she had just heard. Anything to get her away from her supposed best friend's family flower shop as quickly as possible. Did she really hear it right? Did she really just hear that Ino, who had all this time denied ever liking any boy, secretly liked the boy who she already knew that Sakura liked? How could she do this to her? How could she lie to her like that? How could she lie to her with such a straight face? Wasn't she supposed to be Sakura's best friend? Had she only been using her this whole time? Had she been her friend out of pity? There was so many thoughts running through Sakura's mind right now, and honestly, it was all just so overwhelming. Run, her mind seemed to will. Just run away, and keep running away until you can find a place and a way to properly deal with all of these thoughts, these emotions, everything. And that's precisely what she did. She ran, paying little to no attention to everyone and everything she was running past, only paying attention to the hot tears running down her face and how far she was to the flower shop, which ended up causing her to accidentally collide with a boy who was about her age from around the corner. The two fell to the ground, groaning in pain for a second before the boy quickly picked himself up, pointed an accusing finger at her, gave her an angry look, and angrily cried out, "Hey, what's the big idea? Why don't you watch where you're going, you little dash?" It was then when Naruto finally got a good look at the person he had just collided with, and once he did, he couldn't help but notice how much his heart skipped a beat upon seeing her. She was just so cute, and unlike a lot of people, she wasn't treating him with hostility or accusing him of purposefully colliding with her, which was probably what any other villager would have done. She just feebly and sheepishly looked up at him from where she was sitting on the ground, a shy and embarrassed blush spreading across her face as she hung her head in order to avoid eye contact with the boy who had suddenly stopped screaming at her for some reason. He's probably horrified over how big my forehead is, Sakura thought. Not wanting to subjugate herself to this humiliation any longer,
She quickly picked herself up, dusted herself off, gave Naruto a small, respectful, apologetic bow, and quickly murmured, "I'm sorry for bumping into you. It won't happen again, I promise." And before Naruto could stop her, she quickly made her way past him and ran off to wherever her little legs could take her, leaving Naruto alone to passively watch her as she faded away from view. Naruto couldn't believe it. Even when she had the chance, she still didn't yell at me, he thought. No one's ever treated me like that before. He then started to remember the sight of Sakura's smooth and beautiful pink hair and her clear and expressive emerald eyes and started to blush. And she's really cute too. He then remembered what his mother had told him the night before and let out an exasperated and stubborn huff. Better not tell Mom about this, otherwise, I'll probably never hear the end of it. Here you go, Naruto said, handing the 3 large, manila envelopes over to their designated recipients. Genma Shiranui gave her a nonchalant and thankful nod as he took his respective envelope off of her hands. Thanks, he said. Might Guy grinned excitedly as he enthusiastically took his envelope. Ah, to be given a special assignment from the Hokage himself. He cried as he beamed at the sealed envelope in his hand. This excitement. He closed his eyes before taking a deep breath and exhaling just as hard, relishing the moment. This type of excitement can only be compared to those one experiences in their youth. Genma smirked cheekily at his passionate teammate. You would say something like that, he replied. Guy flashed Genma a hearty grin and gave him an affirmative and acknowledging wink. What can I say? The best way to live one's life is to live like you're always in your prime. Genma returned Guy's bold statements and flashy gestures with an amused chuckle. If that's what you believe, then more power to you. Naruto giggled at the two's playful banter. All this talk about youth, she sighed dreamily as she absent-mindedly played with a couple of strands of her hair, it really makes you realize how old you've gotten. She giggled again. I guess at this rate I should start preparing myself for my very first wrinkles, she mused playfully. Nonsense. Ebisu said sternly, fixing his glasses with one hand and taking his envelope with the other. Despite your age, you look just as beautiful as you did years ago. He fixed his glasses again as he nodded affirmatively at his own statement, smiling proudly at himself for having come up with it for good measure. If anything, your beauty has only increased as the years have went by. Naruto released a tiny gasp before giving Ebisu a grateful smile. Thank you, Ebisu, she said. That's very thoughtful of you to say that. When she noticed the light blush spreading across Ebisu's face, which he tried in vain to hide behind his hand, disguising his intentions by pretending to be fixing his glasses again, Naruto cocked an eyebrow knowingly and teasingly added, in fact, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were interested in me. Ebisu yelped as he began to fidget uncontrollably. And no, of course not. What makes you say that? He laughed nervously in the hopes of masking his long-time, secret attraction to the Hokage's assistant. Besides my lack of interest and the obvious tactical foolishness of an active ninja participating in a romantic relationship, the age difference between us is far too apparent. Ebisu gasped as he realized his fatal blunder. That's not to say that I think you're too old for me or anything. Ebisu took a moment to think it over for a second. Well, I guess I did kind of say that, but I wasn't insinuating that you were too old, it's just. Genma chuckled good-naturedly at his teammate's predicament, much to the chagrin of said teammate. Smooth man. Guy placed his arm around the distraught Ebisu's shoulders and laughed heartily. Come on. No need to take back what you said. Think back to your youth. You know, back when you would take chances, get messy, and make mistakes and just roll with them. Do that. He took his arm off of his teammate's shoulders and clenched his fist enthusiastically. Life's much more satisfying that way. Ebisu released an annoyed tick at his teammate's annoying, and, in his humble opinion, immature philosophy. Youth,
youth. That's all I ever hear from you, and that's all I ever see you try to embody. He fixed his glasses as he looked at Guy disapprovingly. Honestly, Guy, you should really start acting more your age, he reprimanded sternly. Same can be said about you, Ebisu, Genma said, giving his two teammates an amused glance. He placed a hand on his own shoulder and casually rolled his neck. You act far too old for your age. Ebisu shook his head and placed his hands on his hips. It's called displaying behavior befitting of your rank and position. He fixed his glasses again. Maybe you should try it sometime, Genma. It certainly helps one's credibility. He glared at Guy from the corner of his eyes. Take Guy for example. He gestured towards Guy with his hand. Despite his talent, no one takes him seriously. Probably because he's always spouting some nonsense about youth and working out in such a grandiose and ridiculous fashion. Despite the harsh words from Ebisu, Guy seemed completely unfazed by them. If anything, he seemed to take it as a sign that his philosophy was reaching out to people. What can I say? Guy asked dramatically. He then struck a pose. Go big or go home. He then playfully winked at Naruto and asked, Am I right, Naruto? Naruto giggled. Well, you certainly won't live with any regrets with that philosophy, that's for sure. Ebisu angrily folded his arms as he looked disapprovingly at Guy. Guy. That is the Hokage's assistant you are talking to. You must respectfully refer to her as Mrs. Uzumaki. He shook his head irritably. Honestly, it's basic manners. Oh, I don't mind, Naruto quickly reassured him. If anything, it makes me feel young again, being referred to by my first name. Ebisu winced before sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Well, if that is how you wish to be referred to, then I have no choice but to dash. Hey Naruto, Genma interrupted, feeling that he had had enough of this particular conversation for one day and holding his envelope up, looking at it curiously. What is this exactly? Naruto smiled at him. Like Guy said, it's a special assignment given to you by the Hokage. Genma nodded understandingly. I see. He looked his envelope over for a moment and asked, so, how special are we talking about? Ebisu eyed his envelope gravely. Obviously it's a top secret mission of the greatest importance. He held his envelope up. Why else would the Hokage assign us these tasks in such a manner? Genma frowned. Because we're grown men with our own schedules who will open our envelopes the moment we have the time to look at them. Ebisu was evidently taken by surprise at his teammate's logical conclusion. Well, yes, but why else would he seal our important tasks in these envelopes? Well, he can't exactly send all of our tasks in the same envelope, right? Guy said. He shook his head disapprovingly. Now that would just be inconvenient. Ebisu heaved an exasperated sigh. That's not what I meant, he muttered under his breath. Naruto giggled. I doubt that they're anything too special, she reassured them. Otherwise, he would have sent the Umbu to go fetch you. Genma smiled. Yeah, you're probably right about that. He then proceeded to nonchalantly open his envelope. Wait, what are you doing? Ebisu demanded, horrified that Genma had the gall to open his envelope here of all places. Genma looked at Ebisu and gave him a few confused blinks. I'm opening my envelope, he answered simply. Don't open them here. Ebisu hissed. Think of the consequences. Genma let out an exasperated sigh at his teammates' antics. Honestly, despite all of Ebisu's talk against Guy's enthusiasm, in his opinion, Ebisu was just as bad, if not worse. I thought we already established that these things aren't that important. Ebisu fixed his glasses stubbornly. As a ninja, you can never be too careful. For all we know, this is a genius plan made by the Hokage to relay important assignments to us. When Genma gave him an exasperated look, Ebisu quickly added, at least have the decency to look at it in private. You go look at it in private, Genma countered. I'll take my chances. Humph, Ebisu said, tucking his envelope under his arm and began to walk away from the group. Suit yourselves. He gave Naruko a quick farewell bow. Naruko. Naruko returned his gesture. Ebisu. She, along with Guy and Genma, watched as Ebisu walked all the way towards the door of the Hokage's office, stopped, sheepishly looked at his envelope, situated himself besides the door, and began to open it. Genma smirked. Wow, didn't know that that was considered private. Ebisu scowled. Notice that I am not listening. Genma looked at Naruko and smiled before indicating towards Ebisu with his thumb. This guy, he good-naturedly scoffed. You know what I'm saying. Ah, I think it's actually kind of cute, Naruko said, causing Ebisu to jerk suddenly, which, in turn, caused him to quickly do his best to cover it up by standing stiffly and forcing himself to regain his composure. It didn't work, though it did earn him an amused giggle from Naruko, so he at least had that going for him. Genma whistled amusingly. Kind of cute, eh? He shook his head disapprovingly with an amused smirk on his face. Man, I'd hate to know what I'd be attracted to once I'm your age. Naruko giggled. Let's just say that you start to appreciate all of the little things. Genma chuckled. I'll take your word for it. He looked at Guy and held his envelope up. You want to do this together or what? Guy smiled brightly as he too held his envelope up. I thought you'd never ask. He took a deep breath in order to savor the moment and then placed his hands on the envelope flap. Are you ready? He asked, smiling excitedly in anticipation. Genma nonchalantly followed suit. Ready as I'll ever be, he answered. The two opened their envelopes, only to find that their envelopes had been filled with various papers, which they both took out and studied carefully. Looking past them, Naruko could see that Ebisu had done the same. After waiting patiently for a couple of minutes or so, Naruko curiously and anxiously asked, Well? Genma looked up and gave Naruko a reassuring smile. Like you said, nothing major, he said. Ha! Guy cried. Speak for yourself. Naruko and Genma's eyes both widened in surprise. What do you mean? Naruko asked. Guy smiled proudly to himself. I don't mean to brag, he began, handing Naruko and Genma some of his papers so that they could see for themselves, but the Hokage has just requested for me to take a special, young, up-and-coming ninja under my wing. Of course, once he graduates from the academy. Genma looked up from studying Guy's papers and asked, So? All veteran ninja eventually have to go through that? Guy shook his head obstinately. Yes, but you don't understand. Helping to shape someone's youth, there's simply no other job in the world more important than that. Genma chuckled. Well, if that's how you feel, then who am I to stop you? Guy grinned brightly, winked, and gave his friend an enthusiastic thumbs up. Now you're talking. Naruko smiled before looking back at Guy's papers again. Now, who's so special that the Hokage feels that they need to be trained by Guy of all people? She mused. After a moment of skimming through the papers, Naruko finally found her answer in the form of a headshot photograph of the mentioned up-and-coming ninja, and smiled warmly down at the familiar face. I know him. Naruko said, pointing at his picture as Genma looked over her shoulder to get a glimpse of Guy's future student. Rock Lee, Genma read. He observed the photo for a moment, before smirking, turning to Guy, and saying, Kid's almost a spitting image of you. He then added, especially around the eyebrows. Poor thing, Naruko said. From what I've heard, he's not particularly good at ninjutsu and genjutsu, and his taijutsu isn't very good either. Naruko then smiled, and added, but he's definitely got spirit. He should get along with you just fine, she said to Guy. Guy nodded in agreement. Right.
He raised his fist and held it out passionately. I'll personally make sure that his dreams are realized, 100%. Naruko giggled. I wouldn't expect any less from you. She then turned to Genma and asked, well, what about you? What assignment did the Hokage send you? Genma simply raised his envelope and papers and answered, it's basically him asking me to be a reserve practitioner for the third stage of the Chunin exams. He nonchalantly shrugged. Like I said, nothing major. Guy and Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. It kind of is, Naruko said. Isn't Hayate the official practitioner for the third stage of the Chunin exams? Genma nodded. Yeah, but, the guy coughs like, 24/7. He very well might be dying. Guy rubbed his chin. Yeah, but, he's had that cough for quite a while now. Genma shrugged. Like I said, he might be dying. He shook the papers and envelope in his hand a little bit. Guess that's one of the reasons why Hokage wants to assign an official reserve. Naruko shook her head and sighed. He really needs to do something about that cough of his. He's always pretty busy, Guy mused. Doubt that gives him a lot of time to take care of his body properly. That's no excuse. Naruko argued. When neither Guy nor Genma looked completely convinced, Naruko thought for a moment, and declared, well, if he's not going to look after himself, then gosh darn it, someone else will have to look after him for him. Genma looked at her incredulously. What? You're going to manage his medication for him or something? Naruko shook her head, smiled, and winked mischievously. Of course not. I'll introduce him to a friend of mine, Yojao Ozuki. She's a nice girl, and I have a feeling that they'll take a liking to each other. Genma raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're going to heal Hayate by giving him a girlfriend. Even I don't see the logic in that, Guy admitted. Naruko stubbornly shook her head and shooed away their criticisms. Oh hush. Taking the time to care for someone other than themselves will do those two workaholics some good. Naruko held her chin as she began planning the perfect scheme to get the two together. I should probably buy Hayate some flowers and tell him that Yojao sends her regards. Her eyes then widened as she suddenly remembered another errand the Hokage had sent her to do. Oh, that reminds me. She frantically ran around the Hokage's office, tidying up as much as she could before taking her planned leave. The Hokage asked me to pick up some flowers for him. Naruko explained once she noticed Genma and Guy's looks of confusion. I just hope I can get there in time before they close. Genma said, raising his index finger up, if you don't mind me asking, why would the Hokage want a bunch of flowers to begin with? Naruko finished the last of her cleanup and sighed. Politics, she answered. Genma raised an eyebrow in surprise. Politics. He repeated. Guy thought it over for a moment before laughing heartily. Let me guess. This other politician is female, am I right? Naruko nodded. Female, and cranky. Our Hokage wants to get on her good side early on in their meeting, but, she laid her face in one of her hands and sighed, if you ask me, I think it's a bit of a lost cause. She shrugged. But I'm his assistant, so, she made her way past Genma and Guy, off I go. Genma chuckled and gave her a small wave goodbye. Good luck. You know, if you start running now, you won't have to worry about luck, Guy said. Naruko giggled. I think I'll take my chances. Unbelievable. Ebisu internally cried, too absorbed in the request that had been hidden inside of his envelope to have paid any proper attention to whatever else was going on at the moment. The Hokage is personally asking me to train the honorary grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi. This is arguably a greater honor than becoming Hokage myself. To think, I will be known as the man who trained a future Hokage. A future legendary ninja. Ebisu clenched his fist in determination and passion. I must accept. I would be a fool not to. By Ebisu.
Ebisu awoke from the deepest reaches of his mind and turned his head towards the direction of the voice that had just spoken to him. To his shock, and embarrassment, especially if the person noticed that he had been completely enveloped in his own thoughts, he saw that the voice belonged to Naruto, who flashed him one of her precious and trademark beautiful smiles as she was reaching towards the Hokage store to let herself out of his office. Good luck with whatever the Hokage assigned you. Ebisu's face went beet red. He raised his hand in an attempt to give Naruto even the smallest wave goodbye, but with how much he was shaking, it looked as if his hand had been paralyzed and he was trying desperately to get a feeling coursing through it. GGGG goodbye, MMMMMRS Uzumaki, he stammered pathetically. Naruto gave Ebisu a small, sympathetic smile, and, much to Ebisu's delight and horror, gently placed her pointer finger over Ebisu's lips, signaling for him to be quiet, and said, Naruko, remember. Ebisu noticeably began to sweat profusely, but nodded his head regardless. And Naruko? Naruko giggled. Looks like someone is finally learning, she said. She then opened the door, looked over her shoulder, and cried, have a nice day everyone. Why yeah, you too, Ebisu stammered, once again trying to give Naruko a wave goodbye, only for Naruko to have already left and closed the door behind her. Guy and Genma exchanged amused grins with each other. Genma nodded towards the door Naruko had just exited through. Can you imagine what she'd be like if she had ever pursued being a ninja? Guy let out a vivacious laugh. She'd probably have half of the entire ninja population wrapped around her finger. Mrs. Yamanaka was rearranging a batch of flowers, until she heard the doors to Yamanaka Flowers open, alerting her that her family's flower shop had acquired yet another customer for the day. Turning around to properly face the last-minute customer, she smiled after recognizing the familiar face. Naruko! She cried, clasping her hands together and making her way around the counter to properly greet her old friend. What a pleasant surprise! When was the last time we last spoke? Naruko laughed and hugged Mrs. Yamanaka, who returned it in her usual graceful manner. I can't remember. It seems like it's been ages, hasn't it? Mrs. Yamanaka nodded. Indeed, it certainly has. I must admit, I've sorely missed your company. I understand that there are few opportunities in your line of work, but you simply must ask the Hokage to give you a day or two more off of that schedule of yours. Between assisting the Hokage, taking care of that child of yours, and taking time off for yourself, you hardly spend any time with the members of the Allied Mothers Force. She frowned. Honestly, if we didn't know how busy you were, we'd have it in our right mind to accuse you of rudeness of the highest caliber. Naruko laughed awkwardly. Well, no offense, but it's not like I'm an actual member of the Allied Mothers Force. It's not like I'm missing out on any meetings or obligations or anything. Mrs. Yamanaka let out a disapproving huff as she placed her hands on her hips. But are you not friends with each and every one of us? She pointed out, causing Naruko to release even more awkward laughs. Honestly, to Naruko's surprise, she smiled as she pinched one of her cheeks. If you weren't so charming, you'd be long due for an earful from me. Naruko once again laughed awkwardly. I guess I should really count my blessings, huh? Mrs. Yamanaka smiled knowingly. Indeed, you should. Now, she clapped her hands together, what brings you here on this fine evening? She smiled mischievously. Have you finally found a man that has earned your fancy? Naruko's eyes widened as she raised her arms up and shook her head in an attempt to turn down the notion. What? No, of course not. With the schedule I have, how is that even possible? Mrs. Yamanaka frowned slightly. Shame. You know, darling, just because you're in the middle of all of this, she thought for a moment to select the right words, taboo business, it doesn't mean you should deny yourself of that particular happiness. Well, with Naruto under my care, I doubt a lot of men would want to start a relationship with me in the first place, Naruko pointed out.
Mrs. Yamanaka released a disappointed sigh. Yes, I suppose there's that as well. But if not, then why did you come to our humble shop? Naruko frowned and gave Mrs. Yamanaka a small pout. What? A friend can't come and visit another good friend without some kind of ulterior motive. When Mrs. Yamanaka gave Naruko a skeptical look, Naruko sighed, rubbed her temples out of embarrassment and exhaustion, and admittedly mumbled, "The Hokage asked me to pick up some flowers for him." "Ah, yes, of course," Mrs. Yamanaka said. Another attempt at emotional manipulation in politics. She gestured for Naruko to follow her to acquire the Hokage's bouquet. "Come to the front, darling. I'll get them for you." Once Naruko was at the counter, she waited patiently for Mrs. Yamanaka to retrieve the Hokage's bouquet. When she finally saw them, she gasped. "Wow, it's beautiful!" she cried. She looked back up to the proud Yamanaka. "Your family has really outdone themselves with the bouquets recently." "But of course, darling," Mrs. Yamanaka said matter-of-factly. "You must know by now that customers can only expect the best from Yamanaka flowers." "But," she gave Naruko a knowing smirk, "if you must know, ever since I personally took charge of our shop's bouquets, customers have become much more satisfied with them." She chuckled. "It seems as though that husband of mine is slightly less adept when it comes to this sort of thing." "Speaking of which," Naruko said, looking around the flower shop to spot the said husband, "where is Inoichi anyway? Doesn't he usually run the shop?" Mrs. Yamanaka waved Naruko's question off. "Oh, he's on another one of those missions of his. It's either that or he's out drinking with his friends, though I highly doubt he'd be missing for days if that were true." She sighed. "Though I wish he'd put more effort in returning home sooner. I dare say, it's hard to help one's daughter with her ninja training when one is not a ninja herself." "Oh." Naruko's eyes lit up as she clasped her hands together excitedly. "That's right. How's Ino doing? I hear she's at the top of her class." Mrs. Yamanaka smiled and nodded proudly. "Indeed she is, and we couldn't be more proud of her. But that daughter of ours," she shook her head, "despite the proud smile on her face, she seems to be determined to constantly exceed our expectations." She looked back at Naruko. "Do you know of Mabuki's daughter? The one with the pink hair?" Naruko thought about it for a moment. "If I remember correctly, her name was Sakura, wasn't it?" Mrs. Yamanaka nodded excitedly. "Yes, that's it." "Well, what about her?" Naruko asked, leaning against the side of the counter, Mrs. Yamanaka's excitement quickly rubbing off on her. "Well," Mrs. Yamanaka began, "Mabuki was always talking about how shy Sakura was and how hard it was for her to make friends, but then, one day, she told me that, one day, in class, Sakura was being bullied by a couple of female delinquents in their class dash." "Bullies?" Naruko cried incredulously. "At their age?" Mrs. Yamanaka nodded in agreement. "That was precisely what I said, but listen to this. She told me how my little Ino stood up for her and how they immediately became friends." She placed a hand over her heart and shook her head. "You should see them when they're together. Sakura absolutely adores her, looks up to her even. I couldn't be more proud." "Oh my gosh!" Naruko gushed. "That is so cute. I wish I could see them." "You should, darling. It's absolutely adorable." Just then, the doors to the flower shop opened, alerting both Naruko and Mrs. Yamanaka of the presence of a third person within their midst. Naruko turned around while Mrs. Yamanaka looked over Naruko's shoulder, as they both saw Inoichi Yamanaka making his way to the counter. "Naruko!" Inoichi cried, arms outstretched and a smile on his face. "Good to see you again." Naruko laughed. "Well, look who finally came back from one of his missions." She accepted Inoichi's offer for a friendly hug. "Where have you been?" Naruko asked,
amiably punching Inoichi on the side. The last time I checked, you were assigned a simple C-rank escort mission this time around. Mrs. Yamanaka raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that so? She asked suspiciously. Inoichi sheepishly scratched the back of his head as he laughed awkwardly. Yeah, well, you see, he reached into his pockets and pulled out a small, stylized hairpin. I saw this on the way back home, and I just knew that Ino would absolutely love it, but, he gave Naruko and his wife a shamefully embarrassed look. Well, let's just say that one thing led to another and I had to stay at that village for one more night. Dear! Mrs. Yamanaka cried. All that trouble for a hairpin. But sweetie, look at it. Inoichi cried, handing the hairpin to his wife in order for her to get a closer look at it. Won't this look beautiful on our Ino? Mrs. Yamanaka examined the hairpin closely. Well, it certainly would look good on her, she admitted. She then looked back at her husband, a cross look on her face. But dear, we've been through this over and over again, you simply cannot keep spoiling her like this. Inoichi twiddled his thumbs bashfully. But I love her so much, he murmured. And I just want her to be happy. Our daughter is perfectly capable of being happy without all of these accessories you keep buying her. His wife argued, crossing her arms. Realizing that a family squabble was about to break out, Naruko slowly reached for the Hokage's bouquet and quickly made her way out of Yamanaka flowers. Well, I'd better get going now, she quickly said as she opened the door to the shop. It was nice seeing you two again, she called. Mrs. Yamanaka looked over her husband's shoulder, smiled, and waved Naruko goodbye. It was nice seeing you too, darling. And please, try visiting again in the near future. See you around, Naruko, Inoichi mumbled, knowing full well that with Naruko gone, it gave his wife the perfect opportunity to officially let him have it. Naruko closed the door behind her and let out a sigh of relief. Dodged a bullet there, she whispered to herself. She looked down at the bouquet of flowers in her arms. Better get these delivered before I hear something I shouldn't. As she walked towards the destination the Hokage had instructed her to go to deliver him his flowers, she spotted a short figure in the distance, walking by himself with his hands in his pockets and with his head down, as if trying not to attract too much attention to himself. Unfortunately for him, Naruko noticed him, and couldn't contain her excitement as she ran up to him while raising one of her hands up and waving energetically at him. Sasuke! Sasuke! Sasuke looked up to spot Naruko running up to him. Mrs. Uzumaki, he said. Once Naruko finally reached him, she took a moment to catch her breath before kneeling down, grabbing one of Sasuke's cheeks, and giving it a playful pinch. I've told you 1,000 times, call me Naruko. Sasuke blushed and averted his eyes to the side. Don't wanna, he grumbled. It's weird for a kid like me to call an adult like you by their first name. Naruko yanked Sasuke's cheek even harder. And it's rude for a kid like you to disobey an adult like me, Naruko pointed out. When Sasuke wouldn't relent, Naruko leaned closer, pouted, and said, Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Despite Sasuke still not complying with Naruko's wishes, Naruko giggled, threw her arm around Sasuke's shoulder, and brought him in for a one-armed embrace. Oh, who am I kidding? You're just so cute, I could just eat you up. She gushed. Sasuke blushed harder as the side of Naruko's face pressed itself and rubbed against his own. Sasuke was never the type of person to enjoy a cuddle, and receiving one from the greatly effeminate Naruko Uzumaki didn't help matters, especially when one realized that, except for a few chance meetings with his mother, who she was apparently really good friends with, Sasuke barely really knew her. She was like the aunt that Sasuke's mom loved to talk about and be around, but also the aunt that Sasuke never really saw on a regular basis, and based from the few chance meetings Sasuke had had with her and everything his mother had told him about her, Sasuke quickly realized that,
Although Naruto was undoubtedly a nice person, he wasn't the type of person that he'd like to hang out with. Looking for a way to get out of his uncomfortable predicament, Sasuke eventually noticed the bouquet cradled like a baby on Naruto's arm. "What are the flowers for?" he asked. Naruto stopped cuddling him, released him, much to his relief, looked down at the bouquet in her arms, smiled, and teasingly answered, "For a certain, special someone. You'll understand when you're older." Unless, she leaned in and whispered, "Sasuke already has a certain special someone." Sasuke's face turned beet red. He understandably averted his eyes away from Naruto's gaze. "No. Why would I? Girls are annoying anyways." Naruto giggled. "That's not what your face is telling me," she said in a sing-song tone of voice as she pointed at Sasuke's face. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you secretly like someone." Sasuke's blush deepened in hue as he shook his head obstinately. "I do not." Naruto laughed. "You do too," she teasingly insisted, once again wrapping her arm around Sasuke and began to cuddle and shake him. "And I'm not letting you go until you tell me who it is." Sasuke internally screamed as he struggled hopelessly in Naruto's surprisingly tight grip. What was he going to do? He had to get home soon, but Naruto wasn't going to let him go unless she got her answer, an answer that Sasuke truthfully couldn't provide her, and even if he could provide her an answer, he would have rather died than give it to her. He had absolutely zero interest girls, and the girls who always approached him never acted anything close to resembling normal human beings his age, so what was he supposed to do? Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. Naruto seemed like the type of person who wouldn't relent until she was got what she wanted, so if it was an answer she wanted, it was an answer he was going to give her. Forget about the potential consequences. He would deal with those later. Right now, all he wanted to do was get home. Sasuke's mind raced furiously, trying to think of a possible answer that would both make sense and satisfy the Hokage's assistant. Sasuke blushed, as he cried, "Ino Yamanaka." Naruto stopped shaking him and gave him a wide-eyed look of surprise. "Huh?" She turned him around to properly face him. "Really?" Sasuke quickly took Naruto's hand off of him and nodded, his blush not leaving his face for a second and his eyes not looking back at Naruto's either. "Of course," Sasuke cried. "She's at the top of her class. And Sasuke gulped down his pride, she's really cute too." When he looked at Naruto from the corner of his eye, he saw that Naruto was completely frozen with shock. Too shocked to move perhaps? Sasuke looked down the path he intended to run down and get home with. "Well, I need to get back home now," Sasuke said, quickly and frantically. He politely gave Naruto a small wave goodbye. "It was nice seeing you," he lied, before running away from Naruto as fast as he could, desperate to avoid another hostage situation. Naruto simply watched him as he quickly ran out of her sights, returning his wave goodbye with a small one of her own. When Sasuke was finally gone, Naruto simply stood there for a moment, her mind trying hard to process the information it had just received. When it finally did, she leapt up, began jumping in place, and squealed excitedly. "Sasuke likes Ino! Sasuke likes Ino! Sasuke likes Ino!" she cried, laughing happily as she said it. Wait until Inoichi and his wife heard about this. She was about to run back to Yamanaka Flowers to relay the information to them, but stopped abruptly once she remembered the flowers she was supposed to deliver to the Hokage. She gritted her teeth anxiously. She really wanted to tell the Yamanakas the news, but she also knew that she needed to deliver these flowers on time, or else the Hokage might get in a bigger pickle than he already was in terms of politics, and if Naruto had learned anything from being the Hokage's assistant, it was that one should never underestimate the power of politics. Naruto groaned loudly, before making up her mind and resuming her task of delivering the bouquet the Hokage felt would give him some sort of political edge at his meeting. "What? Sasuke cried horrifically. Mikoto smiled and gave her son a small nod. Yes, no matter how hard Naruto seemed to want to squeeze an answer out of you, I'm 100% positive that it was all in good fun. She shook her head as she let out a chuckle. Honestly, one day all of that teasing is going to put her between a rock and a hard place, but until then, she sighed and shrugged her shoulders, she's practically got everyone she knows wrapped around her finger. She then noticed the horrified expression on her son's face, frowned in concern, and asked, "Is everything all right, sweetie? You're looking a little pale." Sasuke shook his head. "No, nothing's wrong," he answered. Despite Mikoto not believing him for a second, his expression and his body language were a dead giveaway. Mikoto also knew how stubborn the men in her family were, so she simply sighed and said, "Okay then. Remember, if anything's wrong, you can always come to me." Sasuke nodded understandingly before his mom left the room. The moment she did though, he immediately grabbed his head and internally screamed, "I just told somebody that I like someone even though they weren't even serious about asking." Naruto slowly opened the door to her apartment, careful not to wake anyone who might be sleeping inside. Once there was enough room to fit her head through, she stretched her neck out and peered inside, only to find that the lights had been turned off, and the house had been mostly unchanged since she had left it last. Naruto opened the door even further and surveyed the apartment curiously. Unfortunately for her, the Hokage had noticed that Danzo, Homura, and Koharu were acting much crankier than usual today and had practically begged her to attend the meeting with him, hoping that her presence would make the council members more compliant and considerate of his ideas and arguments, and Naruto, ever the loyal assistant, forced herself to comply despite her personal dislike for such meetings, causing her to come back home later than she usually would have, making it all the more suspicious when she found her apartment looking practically untouched since she had last left it early this morning. Naruto was a good kid and all, but even he wasn't above leaving a big mess for his mother to clean up, so why then did the apartment look so clean? "Mom!" Naruto let out a surprise yelp before she covered her mouth, quickly turned around, and saw Naruto, with dirt on his face and clothes, standing right behind her. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Naruto placed her hand over her heart and gave Naruto a horrified look. "What am I doing here?" she asked. "Naruto, what are you doing up this late?" She quickly ushered him into the apartment, closed the door behind them, and turned on the lights to get a better look at him. "And look at you!" Naruto cried, gesturing towards Naruto's face and clothes. "You're filthy." Naruto sheepishly wiped his nose with his arm and grumbled, "It's not my fault that I'm all dirty." Naruto quickly put her things down before kneeling down to get an even better look at her son. Her eyes widened as she noticed what else covered his body besides dirt. "And where did all of these scratches and bruises come from?" she demanded. Naruto averted his eyes to the ground. "It's not my fault that they wanted to start something," he grumbled glumly. Naruto quickly grabbed one of his hands and gave it a disapproving slap. "Naruto! Don't talk like that. That's exactly how delinquents talk, and delinquents are not welcome in this house." She tilted her head to properly look at her son. "Do you understand?" "But it's true." Naruto whined. Naruto shook her head and raised her finger to signal for Naruto to be quiet. "No buts, mister." When Naruto looked like he was going to say something else, Naruto quickly added, "We'll discuss this after you clean yourself up. Now go on." Naruto stood up and clapped her hands, "Take off your clothes." After a brief stare down, Naruto slowly obeyed his mother's command. When he was stripped down to just his underwear, Naruto covered himself with his arms, and grumbled, "Why is it that whenever I take a bath, you get to see me without my clothes on, but whenever you take a bath, I'm not allowed to see you without any clothes on?" Naruto looked up from folding Naruto's dirty clothes. "Naruto, you're still wearing underwear." "You know what I mean," Naruto said.
When I was little, you always saw me take a bath, and whenever I take a bath, I didn't have any clothes on. Naruto sighed. Naruto, we been through this. I'm your mother. When you were little, you were too young to take a bath by yourself, so I had no choice but to give you a bath myself until you were old enough to. She went back to folding Naruto's dirty clothes and nonchalantly shrugged. Besides, when you were born, you weren't wearing any clothes to start out with, and that gave me the right to see you without your clothes on. Naruto pouted. But isn't it my right to see my own mom without her clothes on? Naruto, we been through this too, Naruto calmly answered. Boys are not allowed to see girls without their clothes on. That's basic manners, sweetie. She then ushered Naruto towards the bathroom. Now get in the tub. Naruto continued to grumble as he slowly made his way to the bathroom. But it's okay for girls to see boys without their clothes on. Naruto shook her head. No, no it isn't, but we're not talking about me, we're talking about you, now get in the tub. When Naruto looked unsatisfied with the answer he got, Naruto sighed, rubbed her temples in exhaustion and frustration, and asked, do you like it when people see you without clothes on, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. Well, that's another reason. When someone doesn't have any clothes on, whether it's a male or a female, they want to hide their bodies, because they also don't like to be seen without their clothes on. It's common courtesy, sweetie. Now please, get in the tub and wash yourself off. As Naruto slowly complied, he let out one last grumble. What's so special about a girl's body? What's so special about them that they need to hide? Naruto sighed. That's another conversation for another day. And when I mean another day, I mean when you get older. Now once you're done washing yourself off, knock on the door, and I'll give you your pajamas, okay sweetie? Naruto nodded. All right. Naruto smiled. That's my boy, she said proudly. She then closed the door, but waited until she heard Naruto turn on the water before putting his clothes into the laundry. Honestly, one of these days, she was going to have that talk with him, and she was going to dread every single moment of it. Her only saving grace had been that she'd have to wait until he was older, but with Naruto's almost suicidal curiosity, she was worried that she was going to have that talk with him far too soon for his own good. Ah, there's my clean and well-dressed little man, Naruto said once Naruto had finished taking his bath, put on the pajamas his mother had handed him, gotten himself ready for bed, and was currently making his way to said bed, where Naruto, who was now in her usual sleepwear, was sitting in the middle of with a proud smile on her face as she beckoned Naruto to join her. With how small the apartment was and how poor they were, even with Naruto's job as the Hokage's assistant, the Uzumakis could only really afford to have one bed, but considering how small and young Naruto was, Naruto thought that it was perfectly reasonable for a child and his parent to share one, at least for now. Once Naruto got close enough to the bed, Naruto quickly reached out for him and pulled him in to give him one last-minute inspection to make sure that there wasn't a spot that Naruto had not neglected to wash. When it was clear to her that Naruto had indeed passed her little inspection, she giggled as she enveloped Naruto into a great, big, warm, motherly hug, much to Naruto's irritation. Mom! He whined, blushing as he squirmed ferociously and futilely against his mother's grip. YVE, you always got to hug me for no good reason. Naruto giggled at her son's embarrassed state despite the fact that no one else was there to witness his embarrassing situation. She ruffled up his hair a bit as she answered, for no good reason? I've got plenty a reason. For instance, she gave him a tender kiss on the cheek. I'm so proud of the fact that my little boy can clean himself up so nicely. Naruto's blush grew a darker shade of red as a result of all of the strange and silly praise he was receiving. Why Yuri proud over something as weird as that? He cried. Naruto frowned, letting out a small noise that indicated just how surprised she felt about Naruto's statement. Of course I am, she said matter-of-factly. It proves that you were paying attention all of those times I taught you how to take care of yourself. She turned her son around so that they could look at one another and waited for him to comfortably situate himself on the bed before playfully poking at his stomach. And I'd be even more proud if you'd stop getting into fights all of the time and actually started trying to make some friends for a change. Naruto frowned, furrowed his brow, and let out an angry huff before laying down on the bed, rolling over to his side, turning his back on his mother, folding his arms stubbornly, and grumbling, "It's not my fault that the other kids keep picking fights with me." Naruto let out a weary sigh. "Naruto," she reprimanded gently. "Well, it's true," Naruto cried, slowly starting to get upset over the fact that his own mother, despite knowing full well how the rest of the village treated him, was not automatically taking his side. "And when they're not picking a fight with me, they're always saying mean things about me behind my back." He turned his body around once more so that he lay on the bed stomach first, his face shoved into the pillow that he and his mother shared. "Why would anyone want to be friends with jerks like them?" he grumbled, the pillow he was shoving his face into muffling his words to the point where it was an outright miracle that his mother heard a single word of his question. Naruto sighed before placing her hand gently on Naruto's back and tenderly rubbing her hand in a circular motion. "Naruto," she began quietly, "I understand that a lot of the people in the village can be," Naruto bit her lip as she tried to think of the right words to best describe the villagers' behavior for this particular conversation, "difficult, but being friends with people is a two-way street. You can't expect people to be nice to you if you aren't nice to them." "But I don't want to be friends with them," Naruto argued, pushing himself off of the bed and looking indignantly towards his mother. "They all treat me like I'm different. And for no good reason too." He gave his mother an angry pout before muttering, "I'll never make friends with them if it's the last thing I do." Naruto let out a small and weary sigh as she wearily rubbed her face with her hands. Her son could really be a handful sometimes. Under normal circumstances, she probably would have kept the argument between them going, but it was late and she was tired, and despite the fact that Naruto could get relentlessly energetic if he wanted to, he was probably tired too, so she chose to retire the conversation for another day, but not before ending things on a more carefree and silly note between them. She recomposed herself from the stress that came along with having to deal with that stubborn, little boy of hers by running a hand gently through her hair before giving Naruto a knowing and teasing grin and letting out an equally knowing and teasing hum. "If that's what you say," she said in a sing-song tone of voice. Naruto looked up at his mother and gave her an aggravated look. "What the heck is that supposed to mean?" he cried, knowing full well that if his mother took that tone of voice, something was definitely amiss. Naruto yawned, stretching her arms above her head to show her son just how sleepy she was at the moment, before gently laying down on the bed, covering her body with the blanket, and casually and calmly replying, "Well, let's just say that life has a way of proving us wrong sometimes." Naruto glared disapprovingly at his mother's skeptical words before crawling closer to her and demanding, "Yeah, and what's that supposed to mean, huh? Are you calling me a liar or something? Huh? Is that it?" Naruto turned to her son and gave him a small smile. "No, of course not, sweetie," she quietly answered. "It's just that sometimes, when we get mad, we say things that are a bit silly and unrealistic, so once we stop being mad and we go back to living our lives the way we usually do, we tend to contradict whatever silly and unrealistic statement we made back when we were mad, and we feel silly when someone points it out." Naruto frowned, gave his mother a blank stare, and asked, "W what?" Naruto giggled before explaining, "What I'm trying to say, dear, is that I find it very hard to believe that someone at your age would be so resolute in the fact that he won't make friends with a single person in the village." "Yeah? Well, I won't. Just you watch," he cried, jabbing at his chest with his own thumb. "I'll be able to walk through the entire village without ever wanting to make friends with anyone, believe it." Naruto giggled knowingly before rolling onto her side, closing her eyes, and quietly saying, and then, you'll meet that one person who you can't help but want to be friends with, and you'll forget what you just said, walk up to that person, and try to be friends with them. Naruto balled his hands into fists upon hearing his mother's teasingly incredulous words. No, I won't, he whined. A small smile crept onto Naruto's face as she continued to try and fall asleep and talk with Naruto at the same time. Yes, you will, she said melodiously. And when you finally become friends with that person, you two will look so cute together. We will not. Naruto insisted, though Naruto could hear that he was trying to stifle a yawn as he said this. Oh? Naruto asked. Is that a we I hear? Naruto shook his head indignantly as he rubbed his eyes drowsily with the back of his wrist. No, he insisted, a little bit quieter this time. I'm just saying that, he yawned again, since I don't want to make friends with anybody. His arm slowly gave out from beneath him, sliding forward as they gently carried his body back down onto the bed, his head once again resting onto the soft pillow that his instincts usually associated with sleeping, and for every second his head lay atop of that pillow, his instincts, despite his childlike and stubborn insistence on continuing the argument he was having with his mother, slowly got the better of him, his eyes noticeably getting heavier and his muscles noticeably becoming more relaxed. There'll be, he yawned, no one else, to look cute with. It was at this point where Naruto finally gave up and let himself fall asleep, his soft snoring being the perfect indicator for just how truly tired the young boy was after having such a long day all to himself. Naruto opened her eyes as she rolled herself over so that she could watch her son sleep for a bit before she would eventually follow his lead. She smiled contentedly down at the peaceful image of her sleeping son, gently kissed him on his forehead, which, to her delight, seemed to make him more relaxed and peaceful, giggled quietly to herself, and murmured, "Still got it?" She then yawned, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, before making herself comfortable, covering the both of them under their blanket as best she could without waking Naruto up, and slowly falling asleep herself. Back again, are we? Mrs. Yamanaka asked, crossing her arms as an amused smirk crept onto her face. Naruto let out a couple of weak and goofy laughs as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. It's for a completely different reason this time, I swear. Is that so, dear? Mrs. Yamanaka asked, amusingly placing one of her index fingers onto one of her cheeks as she eyed her friend knowingly. Well then, I simply can't wait to find out what you plan to do differently, in a flower shop of all places. Naruto simply let out a defeated sigh before explaining, let's just say that the Hokage's pair of Umbu got into a little squabble and, after finding out how effective a bouquet of flowers could be, the mister asked me to go fetch him a bouquet of flowers for the missus while the two of them did their jobs. Mrs. Yamanaka nodded her head solemnly. I see. She then let out an exasperated sigh and asked, honestly, it's at times like these where I seriously begin to put their ability to properly care for and raise a child into question. She gave Naruto a disapproving frown and asked, I mean, just because they're Umbu does not mean that they are qualified to raise another human being from scratch, don't you agree, Naruto dear? Naruto gave Mrs. Yamanaka a small, reassuring smile before letting out a soft chuckle, placing an index finger onto one of her cheeks thoughtfully, and saying, well, if I remember correctly, raising and taking care of a child wasn't exactly easy for you either. After giggling upon seeing the slightly embarrassed look and blush appear on her friend's face, Naruto quickly asked, oh, but I guess I shouldn't be one to talk either, huh? It was at that moment that the entrance to Yamanaka Flowers opened, indicating to the two women that another person had just entered the Yamanaka's flower shop, but since this was perceived as normal and since the conversation had engrossed the two women so much, they paid little attention to it. Mrs. Yamanaka cleared her throat a bit before giving Naruto a small, concurring nod. Yes, it might be best to end this conversation at that. What conversation? A young voice curiously asked. The two women looked towards the entrance to find that the one who had just set foot into the flower shop was none other than Mrs. Yamanaka's precious little girl herself, Ino. Ino's mother frowned disapprovingly at her daughter's apparent rudeness and said, "Don't be rude, Ino dear. One must introduce themselves before jumping into others' conversations. You know that." Ino blushed a bit, scratched the side of her face, and let out an embarrassed laugh upon receiving her mother's stern reprimand for her thoughtless behavior. "Sorry, I guess my curiosity just got the better of me." Nariko smiled reassuringly down at the youth. "Don't be too hard on yourself, sweetie. You're still young, after all." Nariko gave Ino a playful wink. "You're allowed to make mistakes like that every once and a while." Mrs. Yamanaka redirected her disapproving frown towards the older blonde. "Don't encourage her, darling. I'm trying to teach my daughter how to properly behave herself." She then averted her eyes to the side, narrowed them, and grumbled, "After all, it's not like I can trust that fool of a husband of mine to do it for me." Nariko giggled. "I see that you two are still hung up about that." "Well, of course I am," Mrs. Yamanaka reaffirmed. "It doesn't matter how well behaved and talented my daughter is. If Inoichi keeps showering her with gifts, it's only going to inflate that perfectly level-headed and well-deserved ego of hers." She let out an exasperated huff as she folded her arms solemnly. "Someone around here has to keep my darling, little girl more humble and grounded than she already is." Nariko chuckled softly at her friend's slightly ironic behavior. She began teasingly, "I don't know. Inoichi may be the one spoiling her, but it looks like someone else is responsible for stroking poor, little Ino's ego." Mrs. Yamanaka blushed upon hearing her friend's trademark teasing directed in her direction. It was a bouquet of flowers you wanted, yes?" she asked, hoping that her friend would take her invitation to mercifully let the subject go for now. Nariko giggled before giving Mrs. Yamanaka a merciful nod and answering, "Yes, and make sure it simply screams, 'I'm sorry, please forgive me, okay?'" Mrs. Yamanaka nodded her head dutifully before heading towards the back and saying, "Of course, darling. I just hope you can understand that a bouquet for such an important matter will require a little bit of patience, something that I trust you have enough of, I hope." Nariko nodded before cupping one hand around her mouth and playfully and melodiously crying out, "Sure thing." As Ino's mother disappeared into the back to properly make that bouquet Nariko was asked to get, Nariko turned around and decided to engage in some small talk with Mrs. Yamanaka's daughter. She slowly made her way across the store to where Ino was standing, crouched down, smiled, and asked, "So Ino, what have you been up to lately?" Ino coolly and nonchalantly shrugged before placing her hands on her hips confidently and answering, "Oh, you know, school and stuff." Nariko cocked an eyebrow playfully. "Oh?" she asked. "Really? Nothing else?" "Nothing else at all." Ino curiously frowned at the strange question Nariko was posing to her. "Of course not," Ino answered matter-of-factly. "What else is there besides all of the other obvious kid stuff?" Nariko began twirling her hair as she smiled mischievously towards the younger girl, causing said little girl to instantly regret the question she had just so mindlessly uttered. "Oh, I don't know," Nariko said with an impish smile and giggle. "I mean, you're not exactly a kid anymore, are you? You've grown up a bit, haven't you?" "Yeah, so?" Ino asked cautiously. Nariko smirked. "So," she rested her chin against her knuckles teasingly, "aren't you at that age where you start to notice how cute the boys around the village are?" Taken aback upon realizing that the conversation had taken a strange and embarrassing turn, Ino's eyes widened in surprise as she blushed uncomfortably upon hearing Nariko's question. "And no," Ino denied, closing her eyes and averting her face away from Nariko's gaze as she placed her hands on her hips indignantly, "Of course not. Why would I? Have you seen the boys my age?" She shook her head and crossed her arms firmly. I have better things to do than to have a crush on one of those knuckleheads. Naruto cocked an eyebrow incredulously before asking, "Oh, is that so?" The door to Yamanaka Flowers opened once again, but once again, those currently in said shop paid little to no attention to it, due to how entirely wrapped in their own conversation they were. "That's too bad," Naruto continued, placing her index finger onto one of her cheeks to feign disappointment. "Then I guess you wouldn't really care if I told you that Sasuke told me that he liked you." And, unbeknownst to the two of them, the little girl who had just entered the shop, let out a gasp of surprise. Really?" Ino demanded, though admittedly a little louder than she would have wanted. "He said that? Sasuke actually said that he liked me." Naruto giggled mischievously upon seeing Ino produce the exact reaction that she had wanted and hoped for Ino to produce. She lifted up her hand and answered, straight from the horse's mouth himself. Ino and the other potential customer took a moment to take this information in, both of them too shocked to immediately say anything, but when Ino had finally recovered somewhat from her shock, she took deep breaths to further compose herself as she placed her hand over her heart as she blushed in both excitement and disbelief. She shook her head in astonished disbelief, "I can't believe it. Sasuke," she cupped her face into her hands, "actually likes me." Naruto giggled uncontrollably at the young girl's adorable reaction. "Oh, what's this?" Naruto asked, playfully poking the side of Ino's face to indicate the intense blush that Ino's hands had no hope of hiding and covering up. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you like him just as much as he likes you." "Of course I do," Ino admitted. "He's so handsome and smart and cool." She let out an excited squeal as the young, pink-haired girl in the shop slowly made her way out of the shop. "It's just that he's so distant and hard to read. I just assumed that he wasn't interested in anyone yet, but this changes everything." The entrance to Yamanaka Flowers opened again, signaling to the two that someone had either come in or that someone had just left the shop. Ino balled her hands into fists and looked gravely in front of her before performing a solemn nod and saying, "If I want Sasuke and me to be together, then I'm just going to have to take the initiative." Naruto nodded her head in agreement. "That's the spirit," she said enthusiastically. "If he won't come to you, then you'll just have to come to him." Running. It was all Sakura felt like doing after what she had just heard. Anything to get her away from her supposed best friend's family flower shop as quickly as possible. Did she really hear it right? Did she really just hear that Ino, who had all this time denied ever liking any boy, secretly liked the boy who she already knew that Sakura liked? How could she do this to her? How could she lie to her like that? How could she lie to her with such a straight face? Wasn't she supposed to be Sakura's best friend? Had she only been using her this whole time? Had she been her friend out of pity? There was so many thoughts running through Sakura's mind right now, and honestly, it was all just so overwhelming. Run, her mind seemed to will. Just run away, and keep running away until you can find a place and a way to properly deal with all of these thoughts, these emotions, everything. And that's precisely what she did. She ran, paying little to no attention to everyone and everything she was running past, only paying attention to the hot tears running down her face and how far she was to the flower shop, which ended up causing her to accidentally collide with a boy who was about her age from around the corner. The two fell to the ground, groaning in pain for a second before the boy quickly picked himself up, pointed an accusing finger at her, gave her an angry look, and angrily cried out, "Hey, what's the big idea? Why don't you watch where you're going, you little dash?" It was then when Naruto finally got a good look at the person he had just collided with, and once he did, he couldn't help but notice how much his heart skipped a beat upon seeing her. She was just so cute, and unlike a lot of people, she wasn't treating him with hostility or accusing him of purposefully colliding with her, which was probably what any other villager would have done. She just feebly and sheepishly looked up at him from where she was sitting on the ground, a shy and embarrassed blush spreading across her face as she hung her head in order to avoid eye contact with the boy who had suddenly stopped screaming at her for some reason. He's probably horrified over how big my forehead is, Sakura thought. Not wanting to subjugate herself to this humiliation any longer, she quickly picked herself up, dusted herself off, gave Naruto a small, respectful, apologetic bow, and quickly murmured, "I'm sorry for bumping into you. It won't happen again, I promise." And before Naruto could stop her, she quickly made her way past him and ran off to wherever her little legs could take her, leaving Naruto alone to passively watch her as she faded away from view. Naruto couldn't believe it. Even when she had the chance, she still didn't yell at me, he thought. No one's ever treated me like that before. He then started to remember the sight of Sakura's smooth and beautiful pink hair and her clear and expressive emerald eyes and started to blush. And she's really cute too. He then remembered what his mother had told him the night before and let out an exasperated and stubborn huff. Better not tell Mom about this, otherwise, I'll probably never hear the end of it. That's what you get for picking a fight with us, loser. One of the bullies said as he and his friends finally succeeded in taking the resilient and stubborn Naruto down. Naruto angrily sat up and pointed an accusing finger at his enemies. "Picking a fight with you?" he cried. "Yeah, right. You were the ones who were picking a fight with me. Admit it." One of the bullies personally took Naruto's accusation as a sign that Naruto had yet to learn his lesson and responded accordingly by giving Naruto another rough kick to the face. "Yeah, right, Naruto. You were the one who threw the first punch, you jerk. And even if we did start it, all we'd have to do is say that you started it and then we'd get off scot-free." Another bully scoffed. Naruto angrily growled at his wrongdoers and cried, "Yeah, well, just you wait. Someday, I'm going to become Hokage, and when I do, not only will you have to respect me, but you're also going to have to pay for every single bad thing you've ever done to me, believe it." "TCH, one of the bullies scoffed incredulously, "you, become Hokage? Ha! Please. You can barely perform a decent transformation or clone technique, and those are like, the basics." The bully who was saying this smirked. "How's a loser like you ever going to become Hokage? Get real." "Yeah, and even if you did somehow manage to become Hokage, everyone in the village hates your guts. No one's going to respect you just because you've become Hokage." The group of boys snickered and laughed at Naruto's misfortune, which happened to double, to them at least, as proof of their superiority over the boisterous blonde. Naruto smirked. "Ha! Shows how much you know. How can everyone in the village hate my guts when my mom, the third Hokage, and the old man and his daughter from Ichiraku Ramen obviously don't hate my guts?" "Huh, well." The bullies frowned disapprovingly upon hearing this particularly weak and pathetic argument. "The third Hokage's like, everyone's grandpa, you know." One of the bullies argued. "He's not going to soil his reputation over a little fart like you." One of the bullies laughed as the rest snickered to themselves due to their comrade's comment. "Yeah, and the only reason Tarakai and Ayam keep you around at Ichiraku Ramen is because you keep wasting all of your money there. It's good for business, you idiot." Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration over the fact that 2/3 of his argument had become so easily countered, but smiled victoriously and smugly to himself as he knew that the last 1/3 was his ace in the hole. "Yeah, well, that still leaves my mom, you jerks. How can you say that everyone hates my guts if my mom is part of everyone, huh? Huh. Well." The bullies were noticeably taken aback by the effectiveness of this argument, some of them even taking a step back and obviously losing some of the control that they had had over the situation just seconds earlier. Before Naruto could celebrate his victory, however, one of the bullies pulled out an unexpected trump card. Placing his hands into his pockets and smiling to himself smugly, the bully calmly said, "Yeah, well, that'd be true, if Naruto was even your real mom." This particular comment rattled everyone who heard it, but since this particular bully was a part of a group of bullies, the others quickly recovered from their initial shock and took comfort in the fact that one of their own was about to wipe whatever smug and obnoxious grin Naruto had on his face. Naruto got up from the ground and glared at the bully who had thrown the most recent curveball. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto cried out angrily, his fists clenched and his body ready to pounce if he deemed it necessary. The bully glanced towards him for a moment before nonchalantly shrugging and answering, "Nothing, it's just that," he placed his hands smugly behind his head. "I overheard my mom talking with her friends, and I heard her mention how sorry they felt about how Naruto was stuck having to take care of a loser like you and how it wasn't fair because she wasn't even your real mother." Naruto released a tiny gasp, his expression softening in disbelief and sadness for a moment before he went back to glaring daggers at the bully who had said this time, amplifying his glare tenfold. "You're a liar!" he screamed. "Mom's my mom. You're just jealous that my mom is totally prettier and nicer than yours will ever be." This seemed to strike a nerve with the bully, who stopped the entire smug act, walked up towards Naruto, glared at Naruto right in his face, and cried, "Don't you make fun of my mom, you jerk." He then proceeded to punch him, and in a split second, his friends had begun to follow his lead, joining him on the retaliation against Naruto and his big mouth and continuing to do this until they were more than satisfied with the results, a dirted, scratched, and bruised Naruto lying on the floor, breathing heavily from the beating and cowering behind his own arms which, for the most part, failed to protect him from the assault. As everyone began to calm down, the bully who had started the second attack on Naruto said, "My mom and her friends aren't liars. If they say that Naruto isn't your real mom then she isn't, you hear me?" "No." Naruto cried out stubbornly, using what little strength he had left to direct one more glare at the boys he refused to back down from. "You're a liar. You're all liars. All of you." The bully growled in frustration over Naruto's stubbornness, but eventually regained his earlier smugness after a mischievous plan popped into his head. He once again placed his hands smugly behind his head and said, "Fine, then prove it." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Prove it?" he repeated. "How the heck am I supposed to do that?" The bully snickered at the complete control they had over Naruto at that point, and the bully answered, "Give us proof that your mother really is your mother by making her do something for you that only a mother would do." Naruto still didn't quite understand what was being asked of him. "Yeah, like what?" he asked loudly. Upon realizing that he had had nothing specific planned for that part, the bully looked to his friends for some help, and each and every one of them took a moment to come up with the best answer that, no matter whether Naruto succeeded or not, it would either hurt Naruto or be to their advantage. Eventually, one of them got a devilish idea, and said, "Your mom's got to let you see her without any clothes on." "Wait. What?" Naruto cried, completely appalled and surprised at the stipulation made for him. Even the bully's friends were surprised by their friend's term at first, but upon realizing that no women in their right mind would let a kid like Naruto look at them naked willingly and that, if Naruto was desperate enough, he would have to peek and risk getting caught, which, being the loser that he was, he probably would, he'd no doubt get punished for it, which would be just as fun as watching Naruto having to eat his own words if he failed. Everyone was immediately on board with it. The bully who suggested the condition smirked, and asked, "What? Have you never seen your mother naked before?" When Naruto shamefacedly shook his head, the boys snickered amongst themselves upon realizing just how perfect this plan was. Everyone's seen their mom without their clothes on, idiot. "Are really?" Naruto asked, doubt slowly beginning to creep into his mind. I thought that it was rude to look at other people naked." The bullies laughed at Naruto's gullibility and one of them cried, "Of course it is, you dolt. But your mom's your mom, isn't she? Why would they care if their own kid saw them naked?" Naruto gulped to himself nervously. I never thought about it like that before." Another bully smirked. "Wait, So are you telling me that you've never seen your mom without her clothes on before? Ha! That's just proves that Naruto isn't your real mom. Shut up. Naruto cried, quickly pushing himself up from the ground and pointing a daring finger at the bullies. I'm just never around when she takes her clothes off, alright? Just you wait, I'm going to ask to see her without her clothes on and she's totally going to be cool about it. And you know why? Because she's my real mom, that's why. He then proceeded to run back to his and Naruto's apartment, leaving behind the bullies who were laughing so hard to the point where some of them fell to the ground. Was this kid for real? Mom! Naruto called out as he opened the door to his apartment. Mom! Still nothing. He entered his apartment and closed the door behind him, walking into the middle of the room before settling that the apartment was indeed empty at the moment, and considering how much his mom usually worked, he deduced that she wasn't going to be home in a while, which would give him time to think his predicament through. Ah man, what am I going to do? He thought frantically. Mom's definitely my mom, she has to be. But she's been telling me since day one that she doesn't want me looking at people without their clothes on, especially her. He scratched his head frantically as he realized how much of a predicament he was in. Ah man, what I am going to do? Just then, much to his surprise, the door to the apartment burst open, allowing his mother to make her way into the apartment, half walking and half dancing as she hummed a little song to herself. Upon realizing that Naruto was in the apartment, however, she quickly froze in the tracks, blinked a couple of times in surprise, blushed a bit in embarrassment, recomposed herself in an attempt to make Naruto forget what he had just witnessed, smoothed out her clothes a bit to act more natural, and asked, Hey there, sweetie, what? She laughed awkwardly, what brings you home so early? Naruto, however, ignored the question, as he was too shocked by the fact that he had just witnessed his mother be, quite frankly, a little bit too happy for seemingly no reason. Mom, he asked, what the heck was that just now? Fixing her hair in an attempt to feel less embarrassed about being caught being too enthusiastic about what the third Hokage had just given her, Naruto, with her face still a bit red from embarrassment, explained, well, that was your mother being very happy about something. That's all. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he eyed his mother suspiciously and cautiously and asked, and that something is? Naruto sighed, realizing that she was going to have to let the cat out of the bag in this case, took out a small piece of colored paper, held it up in front of Naruto, and answered, the third gave me the day off and gave me this coupon that grants whoever uses it a free hour at the village hot springs. And I can bring up to any 2 friends I want along with me. She then gave her son a shameful pout, and cried, Mommy was just really happy that she could go to the hot springs for free on her day off. She hung her head in embarrassment. Mommy must be getting so old if she's getting so excited over something as small as this. Naruto's eyes lit up once he realized that his mother's strange behavior hadn't been over something overly weird, and once he realized what exactly she had been given. A free trip to the hot springs. He cried out excitedly. He clenched his fists in anticipation. Man, I've always wanted to go there. He rushed towards his mother, clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and pleaded, take me with you, take me with you, take me with you. Please. Naruto's expression softened upon witnessing her son's innocent behavior, but sadly, she was going to have to put her foot down on this one. She kneeled down and apologetically combed through Naruto's hair with her hand as she said, as much as I want you to come along with me, the hot springs aren't mixed, so if I were to take you, I wouldn't be able to keep an eye on you. Besides, she poked him playfully in the stomach, much to the chagrin of Naruto, you still might be a bit too young to be going to one of these. She then smiled kindly and reassuringly towards him and suggested, maybe some other time when you're older, okay sweetie. Naruto pouted and folded his arms angrily, but ultimately relented under his mother's gaze. Yeah, sure, I guess. Naruko giggled and gave her son a peck on the forehead. "Thank you for being so understanding," she playfully said before she got up to properly get ready for her little getaway. As Naruko took her time to make the necessary preparations, Naruto laid down on the bed, hands behind his head, and watched his mother quickly walk around the house as she did what she needed to do. "Geez, what's so fun about the hot springs anyway?" he asked aloud. Naruko poked her head from behind the restroom door and gave her son a bewildered expression. "You don't even know what a hot springs is." Naruto simply shrugged. "And you made such a fuss about going too." She went back to whatever she was doing in the restroom. "Well, yeah," Naruto argued. "It's got to be fun if only adults with enough money are allowed to go in." Naruko left the bathroom and closed the door behind her, shaking her head in amusement at Naruto's innocent and naive reasoning. "Well," she began to explain, "hot springs are nothing more than very big, very relaxing public baths." That suspiciously seemed to gain Naruto's attention, not that Naruko thought too much of it. "Public baths?" Naruko nodded. "Yep, just a bunch of people sitting around naked in a pool with a bunch of relaxing properties to it. Sound pretty boring, doesn't it?" She opened the door of her apartment. "Well, I'm off." Her face then became stern as she added, "Be good while I'm gone. I mean it this time. I don't want to worry too much about you on my day off, understand?" Naruto nodded his head a bit too quickly than he probably would have liked. "You can count on me," he cried, giving his mother a small salute. Naruko smiled. "That's what I like to hear. If you need me, I'm going to be at the hot springs for the next hour or so, okay? Just ask the people in front for me and they should be able to get me for you, okay?" Naruto nodded dutifully. "Got it?" Naruko smiled, blew Naruto one last kiss, and said, "Love you," before exiting the apartment, closing the door behind her, and making her way to her destination. Naruto took a deep breath and began to stretch his muscles, getting his body ready for what he was going to attempt. "Well, guess it's time to see if all of those stealth skills they taught us at the academy actually work or not. This is a waste of time," Kurane Yui muttered under her breath out of annoyance as she followed a twin-tailed Naruko outside to where the women's hot springs were, her arms folded and an annoyed look on her face. "We shouldn't be here sitting around in a pool of water doing absolutely nothing, we should be training to become even stronger." Just then, an arm wrapped itself around her shoulders and pulled her in closer towards her fellow female ninja, Anko Mitarashi, who embraced her friend exuberantly as she said, "Ah, lighten up, Kuri. All work and no play makes for a dull life, you know? And besides, don't hot springs have some kind of regenerative property or something?" She gave her friend a knowing smirk. "A ninja should make sure to take care of their bodies, shouldn't they?" Kurane gave her friend a disapproving look and replied, "Don't give me that. The only reason you're here is because this place gives out free dango to all of its customers." Anko nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders, obviously unaffected by her friend's accusation. "Guilty as charged," she said, raising her hand up as if she had been caught red-headed in the middle of a crime. She smirked and said, "But come on, Kuri, even you wouldn't turn down some free food, right?" Kurane averted her eyes away from her friend and muttered, "Keep talking like that and you're going to start packing some unnecessary weight everywhere you go." Anko released her arm from Kurane's shoulders and gave her one last nonchalant shrug. "Well then, I'll just have to work harder to work all of that unnecessary weight off, now won't I?" "All right you two, knock it off," Naruko said sternly. Kurane and Anko turned to see that Naruko had already removed her towel and was already in the water. "I didn't invite you here so that you two could argue while I relax my muscles. Now come in, we've only got an hour before we've got to start paying for everything." Anko smiled. "Don't have to tell me twice." She removed her towel and quickly made her way into the hot springs, letting out a satisfied moan as she let the water's healing properties do its work. Ah yeah, that's the stuff. She leaned back against the edge of the pool, resting her arms on the edge of the pool behind her as she leaned her head back. Ah man, you're really missing out, Kuri. This feels amazing. Nariko let out a hum of agreement as she gently placed her ponytails behind her shoulders and followed Anko's lead, though without the arm resting. This really is nice, she said softly to no one in particular. I never realized how tense my body was until now. This hot springs really hits the spot, doesn't it? Anko nodded her head enthusiastically in agreement. Ah yeah, you can say that again. Seeing as how much her friends were enjoying it, Kurane blushed a bit in embarrassment and averted her eyes away from her friends' gazes as she removed her towel and finally followed them into the water. Kurane let out a satisfied moan. They were right. This did feel nice. Nariko giggled. Well well, look who finally decided to join us. Anko smirked. Took you long enough. Kurane blushed even harder as she once again averted her eyes away from their gazes. Shut up you two. As the two girls laughed at the silly behavior their friend was displaying, Naruto peeked from behind his cloak of invisibility technique to see what was going on. When it looked like one of them was about to notice him, however, he quickly retreated back into the security of his cloak and froze there for a few seconds. From what he had heard, the two women accompanying his mother were ninja, so he had to make doubly sure that he didn't mess up, otherwise he'd probably get in even more trouble than he already would have been in if only his mother had caught him, which was bad for him, considering the fact that, while he liked the cloak of invisibility technique, it was one of the few ninja techniques that he was legitimately good at, which was probably because it was one of the few ninja techniques he actually put some practice into. It kept him from actually seeing what was going on in front of him, so even though he had had an ample opportunity to see his mother naked, he had unfortunately missed it, and the only way he would be able to do that was if he risked getting caught by poking his head out from behind the cloak every once in a while. Beads of sweat fell from Naruto's forehead as he stood as still as he possibly could, while internally screaming, "Oh man, I am so dead, I am so dead, I am so dead." So, Nariko said as she gently combed her hand through one of her pigtails, "How's life been treating you two lately? From what I've heard, you two have been getting stronger and stronger with every mission." Anko flashed Nariko an arrogant grin as she flexed her arm at her. "You got that right? The me today would totally leave the me from last month completely in the dust. At this rate, I'll be a jonin in no time." She then grinned mischievously at Nariko, made her way towards her, and said, "But enough about me, what about you?" Nariko frowned and gave Anko a few confused blinks before asking, "What about me?" Anko smirked before forcibly turning Nariko around, playfully wrapping her arms around Nariko, reaching towards Nariko's bosom, and giving them a playful squeeze, which earned her a surprised yelp and blush from the older woman. "Kuri and I aren't the only ones who've been growing." She then forcibly turned Nariko around so that Kurane could see what exactly she was doing to Nariko and asked, "Hey Kuri, what do you think? Don't they look bigger than the last time we saw them?" Kurane blushed, averting her eyes away from the spectacle Anko was forcing her to look at, and muttered, "I guess." Nariko blushed even harder. Hey you two, stop it!" she cried as she tried to pry herself away from Anko's grasp. "I'm way too old to be subjugated to these kinds of jokes." Anko laughed as she did her best to keep her grip on the blonde's slippery body. "Are you kidding me? You don't look a day over 30. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not." Nariko wailed as finally pried herself away from Anko's embrace. After she took a moment to catch her breath, she splashed Anko as hard as she could and said, "You naughty girl you. You should show more respect to your elders." Anko laughed and returned Nariko's splash with a splash of her own. "That line's not you and you know it." Kurane sighed as the two of them got into a fairly big water fight. "I thought the whole point of this was to relax," she muttered to herself as she sank deeper into the water. Meanwhile, on the men's side of the hot springs,
Izumo, Kotetsu, Irika, and Mizuki simply sat in the pool, their heads hung down as they heard everything that was happening on the women's side of the baths. "Hey," Kotetsu quietly asked, "what should we do?" Izumo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "We do nothing, that's what we do." "Yeah, but how?" Kotetsu questioned. Izumo gulped nervously. "With great restraint," he answered. Irika turned to his friend, Mizuki, and asked, "What do you think, Mizuki?" Mizuki simply shook his head, folded his arms, and said, "You guys leave me out of this." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kurane let out an exasperated sigh, stood up, and said, "All right, that's enough relaxing for me." She turned towards Naruko and gave her a grateful bow. "Thank you for inviting me, Naruko, I really appreciate it, but I've got to get back to training." Naruko and Anko stopped what they were doing and both gave the genjutsu user a look of surprise. But it hasn't even been 5 minutes yet." Naruko exclaimed. "Yakuri, what the heck are you trying to pull, huh?" Anko cried, making her way towards Kurane as best she could despite all of the water hindering her movement. Kurane calmly reached for her towel and answered, "I'm not trying to pull anything. I simply take being a ninja and getting stronger very seriously, that's all." "Bull!" Anko cried, pointing an accusing finger at Kurane as she turned to face Naruko. "You want to know the real reason why she's so obsessed with training and getting stronger, huh? It's because she's still bummed out over the fact that Daddy Dearest didn't let her fight when the nine-tailed fox attacked the village all those years ago." Kurane gasped. "How dare you?" Kurane cried. "That was not your secret to tell." Anko turned to her, an annoyed scowl on her face. "Like I care. And it's not like it was much of a secret anyway. Most of the other ninja either heard or saw firsthand what happened between you and your father when the nine-tailed fox attacked. It didn't matter if you admitted to it or not, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. Doesn't help that, no matter how hard you try, a lot of us can read you like an open book anyways. The only reason why no one's brought it up was because we all felt sorry for you and because we thought you needed your space so that you could sort out your feelings and whatnot. But you know what? I'm fed up with all of this. I get that you loved your dad and all, but get over it. We're ninja. People like us die all the time and your dad has been dead for years now. Just accept the fact that he died like an honorable ninja and move on with your life, because honestly, it's starting to affect everyone around you in your present life, and it's really starting to tick me off." Kurane gritted her teeth as she averted her eyes to the side, away from Anko's intense glare, clenched her fist, and hissed, "Like you're one to talk." Anko raised an eyebrow challengingly at her friend. "Huh? What the heck's that supposed to mean?" Kurane glared at Anko, Anko's response to her words striking a bit of a nerve with her. "Don't you play dumb with me!" Kurane cried. "You think you're so clever, don't you? Secretly going off to train when you think nobody else is watching and working yourself to the point of exhaustion every time you do? Did you really think that no one would get suspicious over how quickly you were improving? Over how quickly you were getting stronger and stronger by every mission? Over how quickly and easily you were being considered for the Jonin position within such a short amount time?" She pointed an accusing finger at Anko. "Why don't you just admit that the reason you've been working yourself just as much as I've been is because you're insecure about yourself because of your past with Orochimaru? How dare you?" Anko cried after she had recovered from her initial shock. "Just who the heck do you think you are, you selfish little punk? I could ask you the same thing." Kurane countered. "Hey, that's enough," Naruko gently chided as she made her way towards the two girls and tried her best to calm them down. "You're both taking this a bit too far, don't you think?" "She started it?" both women cried, pointing an accusing finger at the other. Naruko sighed wearily. "And here I thought we'd all just get some rest and relaxation today," she murmured to herself. She then lifted her hands up and pressed each of them against each woman's chest, hoping that they would get the message and refrain from coming to blows with one another. When it seemed like the two women were willing to comply, she turned to Kurane and gently asked, "Is what Anko said true, Kurane?" Kurane averted her eyes to the side again. "It's just not that," she argued. "Do you know what my father said to me before he went to fight the nine-tailed fox? He told me that I was a woman. He tried to justify preventing me from entering the battle by telling me that I was a woman and that I should pass on the will of fire to his grandchildren." She clenched her fist in anger. Was that all I was to him? Just a way to give him grandchildren? She shook her head angrily. "It was then that I decided to become stronger. Much stronger. I'd be so strong that even if people told me that I was a woman, they still wouldn't be able to keep me away from the battlefield, because they would know that I was so strong that it would be downright foolish to keep me away. And by doing this, you're also denying to fulfill his wish of bearing him grandchildren," Naruto gently pointed out. "I'm not just good for bearing grandchildren," Kurane cried. By saying that, he wasn't just disrespecting me, but all female ninja. So when you think about it, I'm not just getting stronger for myself, I'm also becoming stronger for all the other female ninja out there. Naruto placed a finger onto her cheek inquisitively and tapped it against her cheek as she pondered over what Kurane had just said to her. "Perhaps," she said slowly, "but last I remembered, it takes two to tango." Kurane finally looked up towards Naruto, both surprised and somewhat enraged by her strange response to everything that she had just said to her. "What's that supposed to mean?" Naruto smiled good-naturedly and explained, "A woman can't bear children by herself, now can she? She'd need a man to help her out, right? Men are just as responsible in bearing a child as women are. You don't think that all of the other male ninja who heard what your father said didn't feel the same way you did when they heard what he said?" What are you saying?" Kurane asked. "Are you seriously trying to say that male ninja are just as discriminated against as female ninja? Because if you are, then you must not know as much about the world of ninja as I thought. Oh please, stop with all of the faux feminism," Anko cried. "You're not fooling anyone, you know." She pointed an accusing finger at Kurane. "This isn't about changing people's attitudes towards female ninja, and you know it." Before Kurane could talk back, Anko quickly added, "You realize that every time you lie, you could never look whoever you're lying to in the eye, right? It's so obvious. The only reason you're looking at us in the eye right now is because you realize you need to save face, even though you know as well as we do that this whole feminism act you're putting up is just that, an act. And what if it isn't?" Kurane cried. "Oh, it isn't, I'm sure of it," Anko calmly said as she confidently folded her arms. "Because the Kurane I knew, she never cared about all that junk. She had better things to focus on, like getting stronger for the sake of getting stronger and improving herself as a ninja." She pointed an accusing, but still somewhat nonchalant, finger at Kurane. "This whole feminism bit? I've never heard a word of it come from your mouth until today, so either you look me right in the eye and say that it's all true, or you admit that this is just some boneheaded way for you to not admit the real reason why you've been working yourself to the ground. Do it, I dare you." Taken aback by the bluntness of Anko's challenge, alongside the fact that Anko was right but she didn't want to admit it, Kurane slowly found herself averting her eyes away from Anko's gaze and saying, I, I'm. Ha. Anko turned to Naruto, a triumphant smirk on her face. "See, what did I tell you? Like an open book this one is." She turned back to Kurane. "So, mind telling us what you're really trying to accomplish with all of this training?" When Kurane didn't immediately answer, Anko quickly added, with a nonchalant shrug, "You've been exposed, after all. Might as well cut your losses, am I right? It's because your father died, isn't it?" Naruto gently asked.
Kurane let out a small gasp of surprise at Naruko's inquiry. Naruko gave Kurane a soft, tender smile. You really loved him, didn't you? You loved him so much that the fact that he died and the fact that you were kept from doing anything to prevent that from happening, from your own father no less, frustrates you, doesn't it? That's why you're desperately trying to get stronger. You don't want to go through that entire ordeal again, feeling and being powerless to save someone you care about. Is that it? When Kurane hesitated in confirming Naruko's theory, Naruko took Kurane's hand, gave it a firm, but gentle, squeeze, and added, "It's okay if you don't want to answer, but you should know that there's no shame in having that type of reasoning." "Yes it is." Kurane cried, unshed tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "Father," she sniffed, "Father always told me how I should learn to accept the deaths of my fellow ninja comrades, because the life of a ninja was hard and that ninjas were never expected to live forever, but when he died, the tears had begun to fall. When he died, I couldn't accept that." She looked up towards Naruko. "It's not fair. What did any of those who fell to the Nine Tails do to deserve what had happened to them that day? And why were the older ninjas so ready to leave their loved ones in the world of the living, without them? Didn't they realize just how much they meant to those who loved them? Didn't they know how much we'd miss them if they ever went away and never came back?" She shook her head shamefully. "I am a ninja. I should have been prepared, from the moment I donned my forehead protector, to accept the harsher aspects of the ninja lifestyle. But here I am, unable to even accept the unfairness of the deaths of my father and his fellow ninja. How could I let myself admit that, especially after what my father tried to teach us in his final moments with me and the rest of the ninja of the next generation?" She shook her head again. "I couldn't. I had to make him proud. That was the least I could do." Much to her and Naruko's surprise, though Naruko's was more pleasant than Kurane's, Anko wrapped her arms around her and gave Kurane a firm, reassuring hug, before releasing it, and saying, "I may have never known my real father, but even I know that a father will always be proud of their child, especially if their child is a totally awesome genjutsu user who should really give herself a break." She gave Kurane a playful wink. "Don't beat yourself up too much, Kuri. No one's going to complain about you missing your father, or anybody else who died that day, or you wanting everyone to stay alive on a mission or whatnot." Realizing the irony of what she had just said, however, Anko blinked, laughed and scratched the back of her neck awkwardly, and added, "Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I did sort of do that to you earlier, but that was a totally different, you know." She sighed. "The point is, Kuri, that you don't have to do it and suffer through it all alone, you know? We'll all be there for you, and we'll all get stronger with you so that what happened that time will never have to happen again." Anko grinned. "That's a promise." Touched by what her friend had just said to her, but realizing that this was the perfect moment to do to Anko what Anko had done to her, Kurane chuckled, as best she could in the current state she was in, and said, "All of you, huh?" This earned a confused raised eyebrow from both Naruko and Anko. "Does this mean you'll finally stop being so hard on yourself and start thinking of yourself as a true member of the Hidden Leaf Village, Anko?" Anko averted her eyes to the side as she fidgeted nervously. "Kuri. Just because Orochimaru was a traitor, it doesn't automatically mean that you are," Kurane sadly argued. "You may have studied under him, but that doesn't make you an accomplice of his, Anko. You don't have to feel like an outcast amongst your friends anymore. Please, let go of this guilt that you never deserved to inflict on yourself and go back to the Anko you used to be. Not just the act you keep up just to keep us from worrying about you." Anko shook her head incredulously. "You just don't get it, Kuri. Orochimaru," she gritted her teeth and clenched her fingers around her arms tightly, "calling Orochimaru a bad man is the biggest understatement anyone who knows that bastard could say about him, and I used to look up to him. I used to adore him. I used to dash. Whatever you used to do doesn't automatically determine what you do now, Kurane said. And what you do now, it's nothing more than awe-inspiring. You're living proof that people can be given second chances and not squander them. You're a good person, Anko. You always were. So stop thinking of yourself otherwise and just let everyone in. When Anko still looked a bit hesitant, Kurane added, I'll move on if you move on. We could move on together. The prideful ninja who is ashamed to admit her own naivete and idealism despite the harsh realities of her job, and the ninja who is stubbornly latching onto the past that no longer defines her, getting stronger together. How does that sound? Anko let out a small gasp before considering Kurane's offer and saying, I don't know Kuri. When it comes to Orochimaru, I'll always feel like I'm connected to him, you know. Naruto noticed that Anko had placed a hand on a mark that she had on her neck as she said this. But when it comes to moving on and letting other people in together, Anko looked up and grinned, now that, I wouldn't mind giving a try. As the three women smiled at each other, they eventually heard a meek voice ask, from the other side of the hot springs, is everything all right over that? The three of them all turned to find that the voice had belonged to Katetsu, who, along with Izumo and Irika, had poked their heads above the wooden fence separating the men and women's sides of the hot springs, with blushes on their faces as they looked at the three women whose decencies were only covered at this point due to the way the women were inadvertently covering themselves, either due to the positions they were standing in or them somehow being lucky enough to position their arms and legs in ways that protected their more sensitive parts. Anko and Kurane, upon seeing the three ninjas eyeing them, immediately tried to cover themselves up even more. You pervs! Anko cried, raising her fist at the three peeping ninjas. Just what the heck do you think you're doing? Well, Izumo nervously began, it's just that, you were both yelling at each other so much, and then it suddenly got quiet. Why yeah, Irika said. We were just worried about you, that's all. Don't lie you guys, the voice of Mizuki said from behind the wooden wall. Fess up, you're all just secretly a bunch of perverts who were looking for an excuse to peep at women, weren't you? Katetsu, Izumo, and Irika screamed in horror. Mizuki, how could you? Katetsu cried. So you guys are just acting like a bunch of pervs then? Anko cried. Much to everyone's surprise, Naruto let out an amused giggle. Well, I suppose they are at that age. Everyone looked towards Naruto, only to be absolutely shocked the moment they saw that Naruto was eyeing the boys with a seductive and amused look on her face. And Naruto? Kurane asked. What are you saying? Naruto gave her a nonchalant shrug before walking to the edge of the pool, pulling herself up, covering herself with her arms and hands, and playfully saying, well, if you boys are really that curious then we might as well get this over with then, before removing her arms and hands and revealing her naked body in all its glory to the three boys, for, unbeknownst to everyone else there, and posing seductively. How's this, boys? She asked, giving them a playful wink. Is this good enough to satiate your curiosity? Ack. Izumo, Katetsu, and Irika cried as their noses bled with so much force that they were launched off of the wooden fence and into the pool, much to Mizuki's shock and horror. What the heck? The three girls, and Naruto, heard from the other side of the hot springs. Guys, what happened? What did this to you? Hey, are you listening to me? Guys. Anko and Kurane stared at the now uninhabited fence for a long time before slowly returning their gazes towards Naruto. Noticing this, Naruto made a mad dash out of the hot springs, jumping onto the roof and fleeing from there, who was now covering herself with an embarrassed blush, but an amused smile on her face. Once Naruto noticed Anko and Kurane's shocked expressions, her blush noticeably got darker as she fiddled with one of her pigtails, and explained, the fourth Hokage, also took an interest in the opposite sex around that age. I've learned from personal experience that, if you want to stop the constant peeping, You've got to kill the curiosity from the get-go, you know? I mean, it's still embarrassing and all, and it's obviously a problem if they keep coming back, but, you know, you've got to do what you've got to do sometimes, right? She then placed both hands on her cheeks as they were practically set on aflame by her feelings of embarrassment over the whole thing. Oh, I hope that doesn't make me sound too weird. Much to Kurene's shock, Anko enthusiastically replied, "Are you kidding? That wasn't weird. That was totally awesome." Naruto and Kurene both gave Anko surprised looks. "Awesome!" they both cried out incredulously. Anko nodded her head fervently. "Heck yeah, it was." To be completely confident in your own sex appeal, she held her chin as she reminisced about Naruto's daring moment. "I really like the sound of that." She then turned to Kurene, grinned, and asked, "Maybe I should dress myself up from now on to reflect that, yeah." Kurene frowned disapprovingly at her friend. "How?" "By wearing those ridiculous fishnet clothes that have started to become popular among female ninjas for some reason." Anko blinked a few times before snapping her fingers excitedly and crying out, "Now there's an idea." She then began to giggle mischievously to herself. "Yeah, I could totally make that work, couldn't I?" Naruto groaned, burying her face into her hands. "I am such a bad influence," she lamented. "What do you mean you saw your mom naked?" one of the bullies asked. "It's exactly what you think it means, you idiots!" Naruto cried. He placed his hands on his hips triumphantly as he smugly closed his eyes and held his head up high as a result of his victory. "She was so cool about it too." He lied. "It totally wasn't a big deal with her." The bullies looked at each other for a moment before turning their attention back to Naruto, with one of the bullies asking him, "Okay, fine, where's your proof?" Naruto's eyes snapped open upon hearing this. "Proof?" The bully nodded. "Yeah, where's your proof?" At this, Naruto began to laugh awkwardly and fidget nervously. Well, why you see," he stammered. The bullies all smirked amongst themselves. "You don't have any proof, do you?" Miraculously, an idea came to Naruto at this most crucial of moments. "Why yeah, sure I do." He then performed the required hand signs, focused, internally prayed for his to work, and cried out, "Transform." One puff of smoke later, the bullies were met with the image of Naruto's naked body in the same pose Naruto had seen her do in front of Katetsu, Iruka, and Izumo, with one hand behind her head and the other hand holding the heel of one of her feet as the other one raised her up on her tippy toes, with it asking, in a tone of voice equally as seductive as Naruto had done mere minutes before, "How's this for proof?" This all proved too much for the bullies, who were in so much shock and embarrassment over the situation that they either fainted, screamed, froze in place, or ran. Upon changing back, examining the reaction his transformation had caused to the bullies, and remembering what it had done to the older ninja at the hot springs, a mischievous grin appeared on Naruto's face. As long as his mother didn't know about it, because if she did, she would no doubt get mad at him and ban him from performing this technique ever again, it seemed that he had a pretty effective secret weapon at his disposal. At the very least, no one would be able to ignore him after performing this particular technique. "Here you go," Naruto said, handing Itachi the large, manila envelope that contained the necessary information that he needed for his next, big mission. Naruto watched proudly as Itachi accepted the envelope, gave her a respectful bow, opened it up, and quickly looked over the contents of the papers inside. My. So many specifically assigned, important missions, and at such a young age too. She giggled. "Keep this up and you'll be giving the fourth Hokage a run for his money." Itachi looked up from reading his papers for a moment to give Naruto a slightly amused and slightly disapproving smile. "No offense, but isn't talking about the fourth Hokage taboo? For you especially?" "Maybe."
She gave Itake a playful wink as she lifted her index finger and pressed it against her lips. Which is why you can't go telling anyone, alright? This'll be our little secret. Itake let out an amused and weary chuckle. Another one of your secrets that I need to keep track of, huh? He let out a weary sigh as he wearily rubbed the bridge of his nose. As if I already didn't have a lot on my mind. Naruko said, quickly exchanging her previously playful expression for a concerned one. What's that supposed to mean? Did something bad happen? Are you okay? She placed one of her hands gently over Itake's forehead. You're not sick, are you? If you are, then you should probably reconsider dash. Itake let out a light chuckle before gently removing Naruko's hand off of his forehead and saying, I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine. Really? At times like these, Naruko really seemed to act like the doting aunt he never had, to the point where he had grown used to it. At first, it had honestly annoyed him, but as he grew up, he had grown to appreciate the love and concern she gave him. This was especially true now, as with tensions between the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf Village reaching its unfortunate boiling point, it was nice to have one unadulterated constant in his life. He looked back at his papers and frowned. The location for this mission seems a bit far, doesn't it? Naruko giggled. Why are you asking me? I wouldn't know. I'm not allowed to read them, remember? Itake let out a small gasp of surprise before giving Naruko a small, apologetic smile and saying, sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Well, you did, Naruko said in a sing-song tone of voice. She then reached for one of Itake's cheeks and gave it a tiny pinch. Keep that up and you'll lose that forehead protector faster than you can say, oops. Itake chuckled. Yes, I guess you're right. He then solemnly looked back down at the paperwork in his hands before asking, Naruko, if you don't mind me asking, he raised his head and looked Naruko straight in the eye, who exactly is the one assigning me this mission? Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. Why do you ask? It's just that, everything about this mission. I've just got a bad feeling about it, you know. Naruko said, giving Itake an acknowledging nod and a rare, angry, and irritated pout. I shouldn't be surprised. If you ask me, anything that's even remotely related to that self-righteous jerk, Dasno, would give any decent person a bad feeling. Itake's eyes widened in surprise. Danzo? Danzo is the one who is assigning me this mission. Naruko nodded affirmatively. Yes, and he made it very clear that I was only supposed to give you this when we were alone. Said that it was a top secret mission and even the third Hokage shouldn't be informed about it until we were sure about what we were dealing with. Naruko stuck her nose up into the air, turned her head to the side, closed her eyes, and crossed her arms irritably. That's just so typical of him, isn't it? Being all paranoid for no good reason. Would it really kill him to lighten up a bit? He talks a big game about wanting to protect and bring peace to the Hidden Leaf Village, but if you ask me, no one's going to feel safe or protected as long as he keeps throwing out all of those conspiracy theories and negativity that he keeps cooking up in that bandaged head of his. Realizing that she had unintentionally gone on a bit of a rant, Naruko blushed, looked down at her feet in embarrassment, held a hand gently against her chest, and quickly added, oh. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Insubordination is what I would call it, a gruff voice said. Naruko and Itake gasped before turning to see that, much to their chagrin, the voice had belonged to Danzo himself. Danzo calmly and menacingly made his way towards Naruko. I must admit, you are either very brave or very foolish for talking so crassly about one of your superiors behind his back, especially when this particular superior is in charge of his very own assassination squad. I dare say, a normal secretary such as yourself should know her place a bit better. Much to both Danzo and Itake's surprise, Naruko held herself protectively as she gave Danzo a defiant glare and countered,
I can say the same about you, considering the fact that you've got a list. Foolish woman. If you know that, then you must know that none of those accusations were ever fully proven. A man shouldn't rely so much on proof to prove his innocence, Nariko softly argued, as calmly as she could, with a very obvious edge in her voice. He should also rely on the faith his friends have for him to vouch for him. But I guess you don't have any friends, do you? How dare you, Danzo growled. He then took a menacing step towards Nariko and whispered, now see here, you miserable wretch. If you think that just because Sarutobi gave you this job on a silver platter means that you can't possibly lose it, then you are sorely mistaken. Cause enough trouble, and I assure you, you and that demon that you are harboring will be out of the streets and starving in no time. Nariko gulped nervously before bravely and asking, what's the matter, Danzo? Not used to being called out by someone weaker than you. Realizing that his threat had worked, Danzo regained his usual, stoic demeanor, before smugly answering, on the contrary. I am quite used to it. Nariko gave Danzo one last glare before bowing her head shamefully and muttering, while fighting back a few tears, good for you. Realizing that he needed to break the tension before things could inadvertently get out of hand, Itaka cleared his throat, successfully diverting Danzo's attention away from Nariko and redirecting it towards him, gave Danzo a respectful bow, and said, forgive me for asking, sir, but why is it that you are here? Humph, Danzo said before fixing his clothes a bit. Not to make sure that you had received your assignment if that's what you're wondering. He then glanced disapprovingly at Nariko before adding, though considering what just happened, maybe I should have. He then turned his attention back to Itaka. But to be completely honest, I was expecting to meet some colleagues of mine here at this time. Just then, a group of Danzo's root members appeared before them, heads bowed and standing dutifully on one knee before their leader. Ah, well, speak of the devil, here they are now. He then turned to them, nodded towards the door, and commanded, come, there is some things I need to discuss with you all. And just like that, all of them followed Danzo as he led them out of the room to discuss whatever it was that he wished to discuss with them. Itaka's eyes narrowed suspiciously at the door that the last root member had closed behind them. Strange, what could be so important that Danzo is planning on using the root for? After setting a heavy pile of paperwork down on the Hokage's desk, Nariko leaned back against said desk and let out a heavy sigh of exhaustion. She glanced back at all the paperwork that had been sent to the Hokage that day, which had been piling up due to the Hokage himself stating that he had to take care of something urgent, and although Nariko didn't know what this urgent thing was, she did know this, that the Hokage was going to have one heck of a time looking through, filling out, and answering the mountain of papers now stacked on his desk. Nariko let out a weary and apprehensive sigh. One of the many perks of being Hokage, she sarcastically murmured. I know, right? A friendly and familiar voice joked. Nariko's eyes widened in surprise before quickly looking behind to her to find Shisui suddenly sitting behind the Hokage's desk. I mean, Shisui humorously gestured around him at the mountains of papers, files, and forms that lay before him, just look at all this paper. It's an art instructor's dream in here. Nariko gave Shisui an amused and knowing smile. Is it now? She asked before slowly picking up one of them and waving it a bit in front of him. Then I don't suppose you'd mind answering all of this paperwork for the third Hokage all by yourself then, she teased. Shisui cringed before gently moving the piece of paper away from his face, raising his hands up in resignation, and saying, I would, but, I just remembered that I've got this thing that I've got to do, so if you don't mind, he gave Nariko a playful bow from where he sat, I'll be taking my leave. And with that, he disappeared in a flash. Nariko let out an amused giggle before placing the piece of paper back onto the desk. Of course you do, she said. Actually, I do, Shisui said matter-of-factly from behind her, earning a surprised yelp and jump from the blonde. Naruko quickly turned around and gave Shisui a good-natured punch on the shoulder. "Don't do that," she said. She then took a moment to recompose herself before muttering, "Honestly, you're almost as bad as the fourth was." "Ah," Shisui said, placing a hand over his chest, feigning excessive flattery, "you're comparing me to the fourth Hokage. I'm touched." His face then turned serious. "But all joking aside, I could really use your help, Naruko." Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, what?" she asked incredulously. Shisui nodded, giving Naruko a reassuring smile. "You heard me," Shisui said. He then shrugged, and nonchalantly added, "I decided that I needed a third opinion, and who better to ask than everyone's favorite assistant in the leaf." Naruko blushed and swooned slightly from the compliment. "Ah, you really know how to butter a girl up, don't you?" Shisui chuckled. "Of course." He indicated towards himself. "After all, the Uchiha looks can only take a man so far. Eventually he's going to have the personality to back it up." "Well then," Naruko replied, "I guess I've got no choice but to help you out then." She playfully threw a slap at Shisui, which neither reached him nor was meant to. "How shrewd of you, forcing a girl to be in debt to you." She then gave him a look of genuine concern. "But what could have possibly come up that you would need a third opinion from somebody like me anyway?" Shisui crossed his arms and let out a tense sigh before softly answering, "Look, Naruko, we don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to shoot completely straight with you, alright? It's going to be a lot to take in, so I need you to promise me that you won't freak out once I tell you, okay?" Naruko's concern only grew upon hearing this. Alright, I'll try." Shisui took a deep breath. "The Uchiha clan is planning to perform a coup against the Hidden Leaf Village." Naruko's eyes widened in shock. "What?" she asked, completely flabbergasted over what she had just heard. Shisui nodded his head sadly. "I'm sorry, but it's true. Itaki and I were able to infiltrate their ranks and relay information back to the Hokage, but it was no use. Nothing we did could stop the coup from happening, and it's going to happen very soon if we don't do something fast." Naruko slowly looked down with a shocked look on her face. She shook her head. "No, no." She raised her head to properly confront Shisui. "Even if you say that, there's no way Mikato would let something like this happen." Her opinion was both overruled and outnumbered, Shisui said gravely. "Then the rest of the clan then? The ones who aren't ninja? They either agreed with it or don't even know about it in the first place." Naruko's mind raced furiously in an attempt to find any other plausible arguments to stop the coup from happening. But that would cause a civil war to break out within the village. A war that the other villages would take notice of and possibly take advantage of. "We know," Shisui said. "The Uchiha are very aware of the risks the coup could bring to the village." Shisui shook his head in dismay. "They don't care. Either that, or they're confident enough in their power that they think they can handle whatever problem comes their way." "No," Naruko said, shaking her head in dismay. "This can't be happening. And I think I might have found a way to make sure it doesn't," Shisui said. A surprised and somewhat hopeful look appeared on Naruko's face. "You have?" Shisui nodded. "I think so." "What is it?" Shisui took a moment to think of the best way to explain his plan. "Well, to make a long story short, I know a technique that can convince everyone in the clan to stop the coup just by telling them to." "Really?" Shisui nodded. "Really, really?" Naruko let out a sigh of relief. "Shisui, that's perfect." Shisui sheepishly shrugged. "I mean, I guess." Naruko gave Shisui a look of concern. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, I mean, yeah, it's perfect, I guess," Shisui began as he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "But," he gave Naruko a conflicted look, "is it ethical?" Noticing the look of confusion on Naruko's face, Shisui let out a weary sigh before explaining, "Look, I want to avoid war just as much as you do, but," he shook his head, "the entire clan, no, the entire village is my family. And I'm not sure if I'm okay with essentially brainwashing my family into doing what I want them to do." He placed his hands onto his hips and started pacing around in front of Naruko. "This is why I came to you in the first place. I need someone to convince me to do this, and believe it or not, you're one of the only few people who can that I can trust." He stopped pacing around and gave Naruko a pleading look. "Please, I'm begging you. Help convince me that this is the right thing to do, that I should have absolutely no regrets doing this to my own flesh and blood just to keep the peace." For a moment, all Naruko could do was stare at Shisui in shock before nodding her head and saying, I'll do my best." She then took a moment to think Shisui's entire situation over before slowly saying, "You're asking, if hypnotizing your family, forcing your family to keep the peace, no longer makes it true peace, is that it?" Shisui nodded. "Well, that's just it," Naruko said softly. "By doing this, you truly are trying to keep the peace, because all peace is a state without conflict, and if you do this, then the village will definitely be in a state without conflict. What's really bothering you is if by doing this, you're admitting that you love the village more than your own clan, because by doing this, you're betraying your clan's trust in you, that you'd be betraying their love for you. But you love everyone, don't you? After all, you consider everyone in the village family, isn't that right?" Shisui nodded as he forced himself to gulp down a sudden whimper that would have escaped his lips if he hadn't been more careful. Naruko took a step towards Shisui and placed a hand comfortingly on one of his cheeks. "But that's not what's important right now. What's important is that we make sure to stop the fighting before anyone we love gets hurt. Yes, if they ever found out what you did to them, the Uchihas might never forgive you, but I can say this, love sometimes takes time, and time isn't something that we have right now." She placed her hands firmly onto Shisui's shoulders and gave them both a firm and reassuring squeeze. "Go. Carry out that plan of yours. In the end, it will buy you some time that will help the Uchihas understand why you did what you did and why what you did today was the right thing to do, and eventually, that understanding will grow to love that you deserve more than anyone." "Naruko," Shisui murmured, looking at the woman in awe for a moment and taking another moment to fully absorb and think about what she had just said before giving her a firm and confident nod. "Thank you. I now know what I must do." "Are you sure?" Naruko asked. Shisui nodded and gave her a reassuring smile as he slowly forced Naruko to let go of him. "I'm sure." He gave Naruko a goofy grin. "I no longer have any regrets." He gave a look full of confident resolve. "I will save my family. All of them." He gave Naruko a thankful and respectful bow. "Thank you again for your help, Naruko." He straightened himself up before letting out a chuckle and saying, "Maybe after all of this is over, I can repay you by taking you out for dinner." Naruko blushed and took a moment to recompose herself before waving Shisui's offer off with a wave of her hand and saying, "Oh, stop. You know perfectly well that I'm far too old for you." "Even so," Shisui said, "you deserve it. Really, you do." This earned him a small and surprised gasp from her before she gave him a sad and disappointed smile and murmured, "That really is too bad." She gave him a playfully flirtatious wink. "If you were just a little bit older, I would probably seriously consider you." Shisui smiled. "Of course you would." He flashed her a heart-fluttering smile. "I've just got such a great personality." He then made his way towards the windows of the Hokage's office and said, "Well, wish me luck," before disappearing in a flash. Despite the fact that Shisui was no longer there, Naruko waved a goodbye at the spot where Shisui had been before clasping her hands together, closing her eyes, taking a breath to calm herself down, and whispering, "Please, please let this work, to herself. Unbeknownst to her and even Shisui, some unwanted company had been listening in on their conversation, and had teleported themselves away to relay the necessary information to their leader. Mother. Father. Big brother. Sasuke murmured in his sleep. He then proceeded to slowly open his eyes and let out a surprised gasp upon realizing that Naruto was the one who was greeting him, and in the hospital no less. Naruto let out a relieved gasp before quickly and gently taking a hold of Sasuke's hands, cupping them in hers, giving him a relieved smile, and softly saying, "Sasuke. You're awake." Sasuke slowly turned to look at her, still a bit drowsy from his forced slumber. "Huh?" he asked, his voice slightly raspy from all of the traumatic yelling and screaming he did the night before. Naruto gave Sasuke's hands a gentle squeeze as she looked at him tenderly, unshed tears beginning to form at the corners of her eyes. "You've been asleep for a long time," she whispered. "You don't know how happy it makes me, to see you awake and well." Sasuke let out a tiny gasp of surprise upon hearing Naruto's strange statement. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Naruto's eyes were red. Did she have allergies? Had she not gotten enough sleep? Had she been crying? He then took a moment to slowly survey his surroundings. Sure enough, he was in the hospital. How strange, why was he here of all places? The last time he checked, he was at home. Sasuke's eyes widened horrifically in realization. His home. His family. Sasuke quietly and painfully whimpered as the memories started flooding back, his hands clutching his head as if the memories were somehow causing more physical pain than he was already in. Mother. He was beginning to get the sniffles. Father. Tears were slowly falling down his face. Uncle. He was slowly starting to hyperventilate. Auntie. He let out a silent scream of horror. Quickly realizing what the child was going through, Naruto quickly pulled Sasuke into a warm, comforting, and sympathetic embrace as she rubbed comforting circles against Sasuke's back with her hands in an attempt to further comfort the clearly traumatized and sobbing youth. SHHH. SHHH. It's all right. She gave Sasuke a gentle kiss on the forehead. It's going to be all right, she said, her voice cracking a bit due to the fact that Sasuke's sobs were tempting her to cry along with him. Sasuke angrily shook his head. No. It's not all right. It's never going to be all right. He then proceeded to push Naruto off of him, much to her surprise. He gave her a questionable and angry look. Why? What reason could my big brother possibly have for killing everyone? It doesn't make any sense. Naruto returned Sasuke's look of anger with one of sadness and doubt. I don't know, she answered truthfully. She then reached for Sasuke's hands and gave them a firm and reassuring squeeze. But this is a Takawiri talking about, isn't it? I'm sure your brother had a reason for doing what he did. I mean, she averted her eyes to the side, yes, it doesn't excuse the fact that what he did was terrible, but he's no murderer, right? She looked hopefully into Sasuke's eyes. There must be a reason behind this, right? Sasuke thought about it for a moment before scoffing and replying, it doesn't matter. He forced his hands roughly out of Naruto's grasp. I hate him. He clenched his fists before grabbing the hospital blanket tightly and screaming, I hate him. Tears fell down onto the blanket, leaving behind stains as they were absorbed into said blanket. I'll make him pay for what he did. I'll make him pay for killing and betraying the Uchiha clan. He deserves nothing but death. Naruto let out a tiny, horrified gasp as she watched the young Uchiha in concerned horror. You don't mean that, she whispered. Yes, I do. Sasuke cried. Naruto calmly shook her head before reaching forward, cupping his face with one of her hands and rubbing it tenderly. No, you don't. Because even after all he's done, he's still the older brother that you loved, idolized, and were proud to be related to. That type of love for someone, it doesn't just go away. Sasuke slapped Naruto's hand away from his face, much to her surprise. "Shut up!" he cried. "You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. I hate him. I hate him for what he did. And I hate myself for ever having looked up to him and loved him in the first place. Because this proves that he didn't deserve any of that admiration and love to begin with." "Sasuke!" Naruto scolded. "Stop talking like that this instant. You're not my mother." Sasuke bellowed. "My mother is dead. And my brother was the one who killed her." He then turned himself around and buried his head into his pillow, angrily crying into it, before screaming, "I'll kill him! I'll kill him!" Naruto's eyes went tender as she slowly tried once again to reach out to Sasuke, hoping to try one last time to try and calm the traumatized youth down and possibly divert him away from the dark path he was very quickly traveling on. "Sasuke! Go away!" Sasuke cried. Naruto immediately retracted her hand and held it close to her as if Sasuke had just lashed out at it. After a moment of watching Sasuke sob into his pillow, Naruto bowed her head in sad resignation and began to exit Sasuke's hospital room. Before she did, however, she looked back at the sobbing child and gently said, "If you want, you can live with Naruto and me at our house. I imagine that Naruto would love the company, especially with the two of you being the same age and all." She was about to close the door behind her, before she stopped herself, and added, "And even if you don't want to, if you ever need anything, I'll be there for you, always." She then closed the door and left the child to continue mourning over his family's deaths. Naruto took a deep breath to calm herself from the emotional ordeal she had had the misfortune to get caught up in as she leaned against the door. Once she had decided that she was indeed composed enough to face the rest of the world, she let out a gasp of surprise as the very first person she saw was Danzo himself. The two stared at each other for a long time, Danzo's stare as menacing as ever and Naruto's being curious and somewhat cautious, before Danzo let out a smug scoff and said, "I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, you truly are harmless thorn in my side." He then made his way around Naruto and began to walk away, leaving a slightly confused Naruto behind. "Consider yourself lucky, Mrs. Uzumaki." Naruto never did learn what Danzo had meant by that, and much to her disappointment, Sasuke never did accept her proposal, and to this day, she still wonders, from time to time, what had ever happened to Shisui Uchiha. "How many times has it been now that I've told you to stop getting into fights and start making friends?" Naruto wearily asked as she used a wet towel to wash off all of the dirt and grime off of Naruto's face. Naruto gave her an angry and stubborn pout before averting her eyes away from her gaze and crossing his arms. Naruto sighed. "Naruto," she said, giving him a rare instance of her actually being stern and losing her patience with him. Naruto gulped upon seeing the look on his mother's face before shoving his hands into his pockets and reluctantly answering, "A bunch of times now." "Exactly," Naruto said pleadingly. "And no matter how many times I tell you, you never seem to listen." "I do listen," Naruto argued adamantly. "It's not my fault that they keep starting it." "And that's another thing," Naruto cried. "You keep getting into fights because other people keep starting it. How many times have I made it clear that I don't care who started it, I won't allow anybody who keeps getting into fights in this house." "Well, if you were there, you'd want to hit them too." Naruto let out an offended gasp upon hearing the absurd accusation. "You and I both know that that is very unlikely." "Well, if you were my mom, then you would've." Naruto was visibly shaken from this argument, but for reasons that were different than Naruto had assumed. "What?" Naruto asked softly. Naruto angrily nodded. "You heard me." He bowed his head as he was noticeably trying to hold back tears. "They keep treating me like I'm different. Like I'm some kind of monster. And for no good reason either. And not just the other kids, but the parents and the adults too. He whimpered a bit as he continued to try and hold back the tears from falling. I don't understand. He looked up at his mother, unshed tears at the corners of his eyes. What am I doing wrong? Naruko inwardly let out a sigh of relief upon realizing that Naruto's argument wasn't what she had feared it was. Oh, thank goodness, she thought before walking up to Naruto and wrapping him in a warm and gentle hug, which he desperately reciprocated. There, Naruko gently soothed as she rubbed circles in the back of Naruto's back. It's going to be all right. I'm here now, and one day, so will everyone else. Naruto lifted his head to look at his mother. But Naruko gently placed her index finger over Naruto's lips to silence him and gave him a reassuring smile. But nothing. Trust me, you're not doing anything wrong. In fact, she clapped her hands happily, I heard that you actually got a decent grade on your test today. Despite her absence from Naruto during the day, she had always tried to stress the importance of doing well in the academy, and despite Naruto's admittedly irresponsible behavior, she had somewhat succeeded. After all, if she hadn't, then for all she knew, Naruto would have flunked to the point where he would still be in the early stages of primary school. True, she wished that his grades would have been better, but considering the circumstances, she would have to cut her boy some slack. Naruto grinned proudly as he smugly rubbed the bottom of his nose with the back of his finger. Ah, it was nothing. He bragged. The lesson the test was based on was actually interesting for a change. That's not something I wanted to hear, Naruko muttered. But I guess I'll take what I can get. She then walked up towards her bag and pulled something out of it, extending it for Naruto to take. Here. For a job well done. Before Naruto could excitedly grab it from her though, she held it up away from his reach for a moment and added, and hopefully to many more in the future. Naruto rolled his eyes at this. Yeah, I will. He then extended his hands in an attempt to reach his gift by himself, but when he failed to do so, asked, so can I have it now, huh, can I? Can you say, please? Please. Naruko wearily sighed before lowering her arm and handing Naruto's his gift. Honestly, sweetie, how can you expect to make any friends if you can't even remember basic manners? This particular criticism, however, flew right over Naruto's head as he was too busy opening his present to listen properly, letting out a gasp of surprise and delight as he saw what his present was. This is . Naruko nodded her head and smiled. These were those goggles you were talking so much about, right? I hope you like the color. It was the only ones they had at the time. They're even cooler up close. Naruto cried. He ran up and hugged Naruko's legs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you shouldn't be thanking me, Naruko said as she patted Naruto's head. I swear, I spoil you too much. Yeah, but you're the only one who gives me presents, so it's fine. Naruto said, now attempting to get goggles out of their plastic cover. Heh, now whenever I get into a fight, no one can cheat by throwing dust in my eyes. Naruko sighed. Naruto, what did I just tell you about not getting into fights and trying to make friends? Who needs friends when I've got the best mom in the world? Naruto asked with a grin. Naruko let out a small, concerned gasp. Come on now, you don't really mean that. But I do. Naruto insisted as he continued to pick against the goggles' plastic casing. I don't need them. I don't need anyone else except you. And what happens if we have other family besides us? Naruko questioned. Are you going to hate them too? Of course I will. Naruto argued angrily. If they really cared about me then they would have come to visit by now. Families shouldn't abandon each other, but that's exactly what they did. He stopped picking at the plastic to look at his mother with a solemn and angry look on his face. I don't even care if they suddenly start coming to visit now. If they do, then I'll kick them out of the house myself. I don't care what their reasons are. Naruto released another tiny gasp. Did Naruto truly mean that? If so, then would that mean that if she ever told him who his real parents were, would he still reject them? Would he reject Minato and Kushina even though they were his actual mother and father? No, he shouldn't, he won't. But how could she change Naruto's entire attitude towards the whole thing? What could she possibly say that could make the stubborn Naruto just a bit more open-minded about the people around him? Just then, a thought came to her of how she could do just that, a thought that she had long been dreading since the moment he had first called him mama all those years ago. At first, Naruto opened her mouth in an attempt to initiate her plan, but no words came out. She then closed it and took a moment to collect herself before quietly asking, "And what if I wasn't your mother?" Naruto stopped what he was doing as his eyes widened in surprise. What? Naruto gulped as she considered backing out last minute, but mentally shook the thought away and pressed forward. It was too late to turn back now. What if I wasn't really your mother? Would you hate me too? Naruto lowered his gift, his lip quivering upon hearing such a thing being said, and by his mother no less. Why would you ask something like that? He demanded. There's no if about it. You're my mom. You'll always be my mom. He waited for his mother to reply that he was right, but when no reply came, his voice cracked as he quietly asked, "You are, aren't you?" Naruto once again lost her voice for a moment before kneeling down, placing her hands gently onto Naruto's shoulders, shaking her head, and answering, "I'm so sorry, sweetie." Tears threatened to fall from her eyes, but she held them in. She couldn't tell Naruto who his real parents were if she were to turn into a crying mess. I really am. Naruto stared into space for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No, that's not possible. He looked back at Naruto, eyes wide with disbelief. You're not my mother. Naruto bit her lip as she shook her head. I really am sorry, Naruto, but I'm not. Naruto shook his head again. No, that can't be right. He placed one of his hands over the whisker marks on Naruto's face. We both look the same. Naruto placed her hands gently onto Naruto's and forced him to lower them. It's a coincidence. It's one of the reasons why I was chosen to take care of you. Naruto dropped his newly acquired, green goggles and slowly began to back away from her. Naruto, please, let me explain, Naruto pleaded. Naruto shook his head. You're not my mother, he said quietly. Biologically. Naruto whispered. But that doesn't change anything, Naruto, honest. Naruto shook his head. No, it changes everything. He then bolted for the door, but Naruto grabbed his arm just in time. Let me go. He cried. Not until you listen to what I have to say. Naruto pleaded. He glared angrily at her. Why should I trust anything you say? He cried. You're not my mother. You're just a big, fat, two-faced liar. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as she let out a horrified gasp, weakening her hold on Naruto's arm enough to allow the boy to reach the door. She held out her hand to him, tears in her eyes, as she cried, Naruto, please wait. No. Naruto cried, tears in his eyes as well. I don't want to wait. I don't want to see you ever again. And with that, he left, slamming the door of the apartment behind him and leaving a weeping Naruto as he did, running off as far as he could. Naruto, she silently cried out in anguish, her hand still extended out to where Naruto had been before she lowered it and buried her face into the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. What have I done? He ran. He ran as far and as fast as his young legs could take him and navigated as best as he could despite how unfamiliar the village looked at night. He ran until he could run no more, collapsing to the ground in tears, crying silently to himself with no one there to comfort him. He truly was alone now. Before, he at least had a mother who loved,
But now he realized that what little he had just been a lie. Did she really love him like she kept saying she did? Was she really working as the Hokage's assistant, or was that just an excuse to get away from him the entire day? Who was she really? Where were his real parents? Did they abandon him? In a way, a part of him wanted to go back so that he could get some answers, but no, he had already declared that he never wanted to see her again, and he had vowed to never back down on his word. He couldn't go back, even if he wanted to. Naruto, Minato, Kushina. I'm sorry, Naruko thought as she continued to sit in the same spot where she had been when Naruto had left. I failed all of you. Naruko shook her head as the tears threatened to fall down her face again. To think that I used to dream about being one. What a joke. She buried her face into her hands. I'm a terrible mother. And now he's out there probably feeling lonelier than he's ever felt before, and why wasn't she running after him? Naruko slowly raised her head from her hands upon coming to this realization. That's right, why aren't I running after him? She nodded her head with resolve as she slowly picked herself up off of the floor. Despite what he thinks of me, he needs me now more than ever. I don't have time to feel bad about myself. I need to be there for him. She then ran to the door and put her hand on the doorknob. Please be safe, Naruto. Your auntie is coming. She then opened the door, only to be greeted by the presence of a man with a black and red cloak and a red mask. Naruko gasped upon being taken by surprise from her surprised guest, but quickly recomposed herself, wiped her face a bit, and asked, hello. Is there anything I can do for you? Much to her surprise, the masked man raised his hands as if to signal for Naruko to calm down and innocently said, actually, there is. He looked past Naruko and peered into her house a bit before asking, I'm looking for someone who has a nine-tailed fox spirit sealed inside of them, and I heard that someone like that lives in this very apartment. He then looked back at the shocked and horrified Naruko. Does a person fitting that description live here, or did I just get the apartment number mixed up? He scratched the side of his head bashfully. I'm really not sure at this point. Naruko gulped as her mind raced frantically to consider all of her options. She then chose to shake her head, act innocent, and answer, I'm sorry, I've never heard of anyone around here fitting that description. Maybe you just heard it wrong. Really? The masked man asked, before leaning dangerously close to her and menacingly whispering, because it would make a lot of sense for the fourth Hokage to seal that type of beast inside his little sister, who actually has been told that she had great potential as a ninja instead of his own son, isn't that right? Naruko Namikaze. Naruko let out a horrified gasp upon hearing the name that she had long since abandoned uttered to her again. She slowly backed away from the mysterious masked man and asked, who are you? The masked man slowly advanced towards her and answered, a friend, before Naruko's vision went black. A few minutes later, as Naruto was walking around, minding his own business, three masked lead ninja appeared before him, causing him to let out a gasp of surprise and step back a bit. One of the Umbu Black Ops ninja raised his hand in an attempt to calm Naruto down. Keep quiet, he whispered. We need to get you to a safe place this instant. Naruto eyed the three Umbu suspiciously. What do you mean by that? He cried, something the Umbu had hoped that they could avoid. Who are you? And what do you want with me? We don't have time for this. Another Umbu hissed, advancing towards Naruto and raising a hand sign up. Let's just knock him out and leave before anything bad happens. I'm not going anywhere. Naruto held up the hand sign for the transformation technique. Sexy technique. And in a flash of smoke, he turned into his infamous technique, which then posed suggestively towards the three Umbu soldiers and gave them a flirtatious wink, causing two-thirds of them to scream and fall back, practically knocked out and bleeding from the nose, which caused this version of Naruko to celebrate by jumping up and down excitedly, giggle, and cry out, yes.
No one can beat this technique. No one. Before instantly getting knocked out by a chop to the back of the neck from the third Umbu soldier, who just so happened to be female. As Naruto naturally changed back to his true form, the female Umbu took a moment to take the entire scene in before sighing, shaking her head, and saying, "Boys, honestly." Naruto groggily woke up in a dark room with only a single light above him to illuminate it. His head was certainly hurting a great deal after his encounter with the Umbu, but waking up in a strange place certainly made him focus despite it. He quickly looked around the room and realized that beyond the chair he was sitting on and the ropes that were tying him down to it, there seemed to be nothing else in the room, that is until a familiar voice came out from the darkness and said, "So, it looks like you're finally awake, Naruto." The owner of the voice then stepped out from the shadows to reveal himself as the third Hokage. Naruto let out a gasp of surprise and relief. "Gramps." He then began to dangle his legs frantically and cried, "Boy, am I glad to see you. Some crazy ninjas just kidnapped me. You gotta get me out of these ropes and kick their butts, you know." When the third Hokage still didn't do anything, Naruto gave him a questionable look and asked, "Hey, what's the matter, Gramps? Get me out of this." The third Hokage let out a weary sigh before fixing his hat and saying, "Naruto, this entire ordeal was made specifically for you." "Huh?" Naruto asked, cocking an eyebrow in surprise. "What do you mean?" The third Hokage sighed once again before explaining, "We have received reports that enemy ninja have invaded the village and that their primary target was the nine-tailed fox." Naruto let out a gasp of surprise. "The nine-tailed fox?" he repeated incredulously. "But that can't be. The fourth Hokage already beat it and saved the village." The third Hokage nodded his head solemnly. "Yes, the key term being beat and not kill." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "So wait, you're telling me that the nine-tailed fox is still alive?" "More than just alive, Naruto," the third Hokage answered. "The nine-tailed fox is sealed inside of you." Inside of me?" The third Hokage nodded. "Yes. The fourth Hokage sealed the demon inside of you as a last-ditch effort to save the village." Naruto was stunned. But why?" he demanded. "Why me? Why did he choose me to have the nine-tailed fox be sealed into?" The third Hokage shook his head. "That, I cannot say, but what I can say is that the enemies seem to have successfully pinpointed where you live and seem to have taken Naruto." "What? But why would they do that?" "It appears that they may have mistaken her for the vessel instead of you. Still, despite that, we made the necessary precautions so that they couldn't kidnap you as well." He then turned to leave and said, "Do not worry, Naruto. I promise you that we will find your mother and bring her back safely. All that you have to do is to be patient." "But she's not my mother though," the third Hokage heard Naruto say dejectedly from behind him. "She lied to me all this time." Naruto looked up at the third. "And you knew, didn't you?" "Everyone knew, didn't they?" The third let out a weary sigh before turning around and saying, yes, I did." "Then why didn't any of you tell me?" Naruto cried, struggling even more against the ropes binding him to the chair he was sitting in. "Instead of telling me the truth, everyone lied to me. You're all a bunch of liars." "And what do you suppose we should have done?" the third asked. "Tell you that you had no parents and risk you resenting the village for viewing you as the nine-tailed fox, even though you are not, and without a proper upbringing? Is that what you are suggesting?" Naruto let out a small gasp of surprise before shaking his head stubbornly and answering, "Well, yeah. It's better than having someone pretending to be my mom and then me finding out that everything about her was a lie." The third nodded his head understandingly. "I see," he said. "But if that's the case, then I suppose that every happy moment you spent with her was also a lie, is that it?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah. Then if it wasn't happiness that you were feeling all of those times, then what was it that you were truly feeling?" Naruto gave the third a questionable look. Huh? The third placed his hands behind his back. Regardless of whether she was not your true mother, did she not give you moments of happiness in your life? Did she not give you comfort whenever you needed and desired it? Did you not feel loved whenever she told you how much she loved you? But that's the point. Naruto angrily argued. All of it was a lie. And what I am saying, the third said sternly, is that despite that, she made you feel true emotions and feelings. This earned him a surprised gasp and stunned silence from Naruto. Your time with her was precious, you cannot deny that. He then turned his back to him, intending on leaving the room again, and gently added, and if it makes any difference to you, I can attest that she did, in fact, love you with all of her heart. That is just the type of person that she is. He was about to leave the room once again, only to be interrupted this time by 3 Umbu ninjas, who bowed to him out of respect before one of them said, Lord Hokage. They all looked up at him. We searched the entire village, but we couldn't find Naruto or the enemy ninja anywhere. What? Naruto cried, struggling once more against the ropes holding him down. Gramps, let me go. We have to go find her. We will do everything we can, Naruto, the third attempted to reassure. In the meantime, you need to stay here so that they don't take you as well. But I have to go. Naruto insisted. I have to. You will not. The third commanded sternly. Yes, Naruto gritted his teeth. He began to emit a monstrous, orange chakra, will. He roared, the ropes wrapped around his body breaking a bit, much to the shock of the third and the Umbu behind him. It can't be. The third thought. Is the 9-tailed fox actually escaping? Let me go. Naruto cried, almost successfully escaping from his binds if it had not been for the mysterious figure appearing behind him and knocking him out before he could, the monstrous and orange chakra receding back into him as Naruto lost consciousness. The third let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Danzo, he said as Danzo stepped out of the darkness and walked up to the Hokage. A second longer, and who knows what would have happened. Danzo nodded. Of course, he said. But I regret to inform you that I didn't come all the way here just to save you from an unforeseeable threat. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow gravely. Oh? He asked. Then why exactly did you come all the way here then? Danzo gave the third a solemn, stern look. The girl, he began, I believe her to be a lost cause. The Umbu behind the third let out horrified and surprised gasps as the third continued to eye Danzo gravely. I see. And what exactly do you mean by that, Danzo? What I mean, Danzo explained in a hushed and urgent tone of voice, is that if they haven't killed her now, they will, and with us unable to locate her within the village walls, it is safe to say that they have already escaped the village and could be anywhere now. We have no chance of finding her, and if she is, in fact, dead, he glanced back at Naruto's unconscious form, then that last outburst won't be the last. The third took a moment to consider what Danzo was saying before nodding his head wearily. Yes, I suppose you have a point there. So what do you suggest that we do about it then? I know of an ability that can make the boy forget her, Danzo explained. And just in case, we will simply enforce a stronger taboo on mentioning her existence than the existence of her brother and sister-in-law. The third contemplated over this option for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh and saying, I guess it can't be helped. He nodded towards Danzo. You have my permission to carry out this plan of yours. The Umbu gasped. But Lord Hokage, you can't. One of them cried. And even if you did, one of them said, shaking their head, we couldn't possibly forget about her. We are not asking for you to forget about her, the third reassured gently. We are simply asking for you to cease mentioning about her within the public eye, that is all. But even if you did enforce such a law, the third one said, then there will surely be an uproar amongst the villagers. Naruto is simply too popular to dash. The Hokage has made his decision. Danzo cried out angrily. He stepped forward menacingly. And all of those who oppose will be branded for treason and be put to death. That is final. He glowered at the three Umbu. Do I make myself clear? The three gulped nervously before quickly nodding their heads and giving the two a respectful and obedient bow. Yes, Lord Danzo. They cried. Danzo nodded solemnly. Good. Now, he waved his hand, out of our sights, this instant. They raised their heads and gave them an understanding nod. Yes. They cried before disappearing in a flash. The third side. They had a point, he said dejectedly. The villagers won't be too keen on being prohibited to talk about another person that they loved. Then it's a good thing that they have no choice in the matter, Danzo replied. Not unless they want to risk the destruction of the entire village. They both then heard Naruto letting out a painful groan as he was about to come to. Well then, it seems that I am going to carry out my part of the plan sooner rather than later. He turned to the third and nodded towards the door. I expect that you will now start preparing to perform yours. The third Hokage nodded and began to leave the room. Yes, you can expect at least that much from me. He shook his head as he placed his hands behind his back. I just hope that we're making the right decision by doing this. He then left the room, closing the door behind him. Danzo shook his head disapprovingly. You are weak, Sarutobi. He then began to remove the bandages over his eye. A Hokage must have the resolve to do what needs to be done, no matter how questionable the methods are. Your inability to do such things is proof that you are unfit to lead. But until the day I truly replace you as Hokage comes, I will do what I must to protect this village. Ugh, Naruto said groggily as he slowly regained consciousness. What just happened? Where am I? He then looked down at his bonds and instantly remembered. Ah, that's right. He began struggling against them again. I have to get out of here. Mom needs me. He then noticed the man standing before him. Hey. Who the heck are you? When Danzo didn't immediately answer, Naruto scoffed and cried, Fine, be like that. I'm getting out of here, and I'm going to save my mom whether you people like it or not. Danzo let out a grave hum. Is that so? He asked. Yeah. Danzo scoffed. Such insolence. He looked at Naruto straight in the eyes and activated Shisui's Sharingan, causing Naruto to gasp in surprise before being put into a trance. Naruto groaned as she slowly began to wake up. What just happened? She then attempted to move, only to find out that she was bounded to the floor in chains. Naruto's eyes widened with panic as she tried in vain to break out of her restraints. What is this? She looked around frantically. Where am I? Considering what we're going to do to you, that's going to be the least of your concerns, a voice said. Naruto turned her head towards the voice and nearly screamed out in horror upon laying eyes on the person said voice belonged to. The alien-like man looked across from her. Hey, she's awake. Zetsu cried. What should we do now? We proceed as planned, the familiar voice of the masked man said as Naruto quickly turned her head around to look at him. He then slowly walked down at Naruto, his eyes narrowing under his mask, and whispered, I had really hoped that you would stay unconscious for this, before he and Zetsu got into place on top of one of the fingertips of the demonic statue, which Naruto silently yelped in terror at the sight of, performing a few hand signs, declaring, sealing technique, Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals. And letting the 9 dragon-like effigies pour out of the statue's mouth, surround the chained up and terrified Naruto, and let it painfully remove the supposed 9-tailed fox from out of her body. At least, that would have happened if she had had it in her body to begin with. Hey, what's going on? One of the cloaked figures asked. I thought you said that she was the host for the 9 tails. What gives? Humph, another cloaked figure scoffed. It seems that you got the wrong one after all. The masked man quickly looked down at the screaming Naruto, his eyes widening behind his mask out of shock and dread upon realizing what he had just done. What? What a shame, another cloaked figure said. This technique already kills actual hosts. I doubt being a normal human would make her any different. Humph, another cloaked figure scoffed. If anything, it should make things worse. Ack. Naruto screamed as the technique continued to try find and painfully extract the tailed beast she was supposedly supposed to have. Please, make it stop. Make it stop, I'm begging you. Tears were flowing from her eyes as she was subjugated to a pain she had never thought was humanly possible to bear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She wailed, the obscene amount of pain causing her to partially lose her mind. Oh. One of the cloaked figures asked amusingly. Interesting. Then if you're truly sorry, then could you tell us who the host of the nine-tailed fox really is then? It would make our job a lot easier if you did. Naruto let out another shriek of pain as she-dragons continued trying to find the tailed beast inside of her. For a brief second, she had honestly considered telling them. Maybe, just maybe, if she told them, they would end all of this terrible pain and she'd actually have a chance of living through the ordeal, but then she remembered Naruto, and how she was his aunt, his godmother, his caretaker and protector. She was Minato's baby sister, Kushina's sister-in-law, the third's faithful assistant, a member of the Leaf Village. Tears continued to flow down her face as she slowly shook her head defiantly, gritting her teeth in the hopes that it could help with the pain somewhat. Oh, is that so? Zetsu asked. Interesting. For a normal person to make that type of sacrifice. I'm honestly surprised. But, he frowned down at her, I'm sure you know what this means then, right? Naruto silently screamed as the 9 dragon effigies took one last look through her body before returning back to the demonic statue and leaving near-dead Naruto to take her last futile breaths of life before death finally took her. The masked man leapt down to her to inspect her. He shook his head grimly as she heard him mutter, "There really is nothing I can do to save you," and he clenched his fist in frustration. "Well, it looks like you failed, Toby," one of the cloaked figures said from the fingertip he was standing on. "And if I remember correctly, we agreed that if you failed this particular mission, then your request to join the Akatsuki would be rejected, isn't that right?" Toby immediately recomposed himself and turned around to give the cloaked figure an awkward laugh as he embarrassingly scratched the back of his neck. "Ah, come on. Give me a second chance. Besides," he pointed nonchalantly at them, "didn't we all admit that the tailed beasts had to be collected in order or else the statue would shatter? Why were we gunning for the 9 tails so early on, huh? Seems kind of dumb if you ask me." "Silence, you fool!" the cloaked figure cried, and with a wave of his hand, Toby was immediately sent crashing to the floor. One of the cloaked figures let out a bored sigh. "We were going to let the statue extract the beast and try out a method to keep the beast under our belt for safekeeping, but since she wasn't the host of the 9-tailed fox in the first place, I guess we did this all for nothing." "Yeah," one of the cloaked figures cried out angrily. "Thanks for wasting our time by making us perform our part of the technique for days while you were busy bringing back the wrong person." Toby slowly picked himself up and dusted himself off as if the technique performed on him was nothing more than a clumsy fall. "Ah, come on guys. If it wasn't her, then there's only one other person that it could be. All I've got to do is just go back and I can get him like this whole incident never even happened." "Except it did happen," Zetsu pointed out. "And because it happened, the ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village are moving closer and closer to us as we speak. I can sense it." "Then we will discuss this another time," one of the cloaked figures said as he performed a hand sign that made the gigantic statue disappear in a puff of smoke. "For now, we must retreat and focus our time on the other tailed beasts." "And what about her?" one of the cloaked figures asked, nodding towards a slowly dying Naruto. The cloaked figure pondered for a moment before looking at Toby and instructing, "Dispose of the body. I'm sure that you can do at least that correctly." Toby let out a gasp of delight before giving the cloaked figure a goofy salute. "You can count on me, sir." "Humph," the cloaked figure scoffed before he and the rest of them disappeared. Toby let out a dejected and weary sigh before turning back towards Naruto, her hand extended towards him pleadingly in the last-ditch hope that he could somehow save her life. "Help me." Tears were in her eyes. "Please. I don't want to die." Toby looked away from her for a moment before kneeling down and saying, "I'm so sorry I dragged you into this, Naruto. I really am." Now that the initial fear was mostly gone at this point, Naruto mentally noted that the voice sounded quite familiar. She stared questionable at him for a long time before her eyes widened slightly. Her body was too tired to make them widen even more than that, before quietly asking, "Obito?" Naruto could hear a sniffle coming from the masked man as he nodded his head. "Yes," he said with a cracked voice. "It's me. It's Obito." Naruto shook her head. "I thought you were dead," she whispered, as she no longer had the strength to talk normally anymore. Obito took a moment to consider how he should respond before settling with, "In a way, I guess I am." Naruto shook her head again. "I don't understand." Obito simply shrugged. "It's all just dumb luck, really." Realizing that she probably wasn't going to get a straight answer from him, and that now was probably not the time to insist upon it, Naruto looked up at him pleadingly and said, "Help me, please." She shook her head as the tears slowly began to fall down her face. "I don't want to die." Toby stared at her for a moment before softly answering, "I'm sorry, but at this point, there's nothing me or anyone can do." It was at this point that Naruto truly broke. This was it. She was going to die. The reality of the situation was too much for her. She sobbed for a moment at the unfairness of the situation before looking back at a guilt-filled Obito and asking, "Why? What's going on? Why did this even happen? What did I just die for?" Obito shook his head. "I can't tell you that," he said while comfortingly cupping one side of Naruto's face with his hand. "But what I can tell you," he continued, his voice growing ominously dark, "is that I'm going to make this right. I'm going to make everything right. I'm going to make a better world." He then wiped away Naruto's tears with his thumb. "I just regret the fact that you couldn't be there to see it too." Naruto looked at him thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "I don't understand." "And I don't expect someone like you to," Minato replied. He held Naruto's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Now sleep." When Naruto still looked hesitant to let go, he added, "Don't worry. Everyone you care about, everyone we care about, I'm going to lead them to a better place, I promise. Just leave the rest to me." Naruto wasn't so sure about that, but at the same time, she could tell that she didn't really have much of a choice. Her eyes here closing on her no matter how much she tried to open them, she could feel her heartbeat slowing down at a pace she never thought she'd hear it beat at. She was losing her grip on Obito's hand. "Minato. Kusina. Naruto. I'm so sorry." And with that, Obito picked up Naruto's body and ran off to go and properly dispose of it. Naruto woke up in his bed and yawned, stretching his arms over his head and opening his mouth a few times before drowsily looking around his apartment. For as long as he could remember, he had lived here completely alone, with no one to come home to or to take care of him like the parents of the other kids throughout the village. He supposed Sasuke was the only other exception nowadays, and in a way, he had wanted to approach the boy because of that very thing that they had in common, but the raven-haired boy was just so infuriatingly good at everything that it made it hard to muster up the courage to befriend him. The only other exception was the Hokage, but he was like that with everyone, so he technically didn't count, at least, not in Naruto's mind.
He dejectedly looked around his apartment only for his eyes to widen in surprise upon seeing the pair of goggles still in its plastic packaging on the floor. He got out of bed and inspected it curiously. Since when did these get there? He could have sworn that he had not stolen them, so what gives? He then tried to remember if he had bought them or not. No, he couldn't have. No one would let him buy anything from their stores, except Ichiraku Ramen, but ramen was a completely different. When nothing came to him, he just assumed that the third Hokage had given them to him and happily tore off the plastic and put the goggles on. He looked at himself in the mirror and grinned. He felt like they really did suit him. And besides, even if they didn't, now he had a way to keep the other kids from kicking dust into his eyes. Boy, was he going to show them. He was going to show everyone in the entire village. They may be treating him poorly now, but once he finally becomes Hokage, then they'll see who gets the last laugh. Naruto laughed at the thought before brushing his teeth, eating breakfast, getting dressed, and running out the door. Today was going to be a new day, and who knows? Maybe things will finally change for him, maybe they wouldn't, but Naruto knew one thing for sure. He wasn't going to find out from staying cooped up in his apartment all day. Well, Kakashi said, dusting his hands off satisfyingly as he did, that should be all of it. He turned to his former students, Sakura and Naruto, and Team 7's temporary replacement member, Sai. I appreciate the help, moving all of my belongings to the Hokage residence and all. I hope it wasn't too much of a bother for all of you. Oh, not at all, Sai said with an unusual smile on his face. I was glad to take time out of my day to assist the Hokage in a mundane task that he should be powerful enough to do himself. Why ever would that be a bother? Kakashi frowned behind the mask he wore and gave Sai a gloomy look. All right, I get the point. Next time I need help on something, I'll ask my actual attendants for it. Happy now? Sakura gave her former sensei a look of annoyance. Of course not. After all we've been through, we've never once been to your house. Now you're Hokage and all of a sudden you're willing to ask us to handle your personal belongings. What's with that? Kakashi laughed awkwardly as he waved his hand in an attempt to alleviate the younger ninja's suspicions and animosity. Now, don't be like that. I simply thought that we were at that point in our relationship, that's all. Naruto folded his arms as he aimed a scowl his sensei's way. So we're close enough to carry your things for you, but not close enough to see your face after all of these years, huh? Sounds fishy if you ask me. Kakashi let out another awkward laugh before making his way to the kitchen and saying, I'll go make us some tea now. Yeah, you go do that, Sakura muttered as Kakashi went to do just that. Once he was gone, she placed her hands angrily onto her hips and said, I just can't believe him sometimes. Who does he think we are? It would seem like his inferiors, Sai replied. No one who would view us as our equals would use such underhanded psychological responses to escape justifiable scorn otherwise. What? Sakura cried before gritting her teeth and cracking her knuckles angrily. Why I oughta dash she then stopped once she heard the rustling of things behind her. Both she and Sai turned around and let out a surprised gasp upon witnessing Naruto frantically rummaging through the various boxes of Kakashi's belongings. Naruto! What the heck are you doing? Naruto stopped what he was doing to turn around and answer, I'm trying to find any of Kakashi-sensei's photo albums. He went back to rummaging through the box he was currently looking through. I mean, he's got to have at least one, right? And if he does, then maybe there's a picture of him without his mask on. Sakura gasped. Of course. Why didn't you tell us sooner? She then began looking through some of the boxes herself before turning back to Sai and whispering, Come on, Sai. Grab a box and help us out. Sai simply watched as Sakura and Naruto frantically searched through as many boxes as he could before saying, I had honestly considered you two a bit more mature than this.
Are you two really so petty that you would search through a person's private belongings just to satisfy your childish curiosities? Sakura gasped before quickly backing away from the box she had been searching through and crying, "Oh my gosh. Sai's right? Naruto, what are we doing? We need to put everything back before Kakashi-sensei gets back." "Found it?" Naruto cried, raising Kakashi's photo album up into the air as if it were a long sought-after ancient artifact that had finally been found. Sakura gasped and quickly made her way to him. "Well, don't just hold it," she cried. "Open it up." Sai sighed. "I suppose you two really are that childish, aren't you?" "Shut up, Sai." Naruto and Sakura cried as they quickly skimmed through the contents of the photo album, only to look horrified upon quickly coming to a horrible realization. "No." Naruto cried. "That's impossible." "How could," Sakura muttered in disbelief, "how could? How could all of these pictures have him wearing that dumb mask?" They both cried, causing for Sai to look over the shoulders to find that it was indeed true. Every picture in Kakashi's photo album that was of him had his iconic mask on his face. Sai grabbed his chin curiously. Interesting. Perhaps the traumatic events he had suffered with Obito and Rin had caused Kakashi to suffer through a stint of paranoia and social recluse. What are you guys doing?" Kakashi's voice said from behind them, causing Sakura and Naruto to let out yelps of surprise as they quickly stood up and tried to act normal. Well," Sakura said, waving her hands instinctively in an attempt to calm a potentially mad Kakashi down after catching them red-handed looking through his private photos. We were just, What she means is," Naruto began, holding the photo album upside down protectively in front of him, "that we saw how dirty the stuff was, so we were trying to clean all of the dust off." He quickly turned to Sakura. "Alright, Sakura." Sakura quickly nodded. "Alright. That's it?" She then grabbed the photo album so that she could give it to Kakashi. "It's all clean now, so you can have it back now." It was then that, due to Sakura's slight pulling and Naruto's slight pulling back, that many of Kakashi's photos fell out of the album, causing the two of them to scream as they fell to the floor. "Naruto!" Sakura instinctively screamed. "But I didn't do anything," Naruto cried as he and Sakura quickly got down and started to pick them up. Kakashi chuckled heartily. "It seems that some things will never change, will they? So, why exactly were you looking through my photo album in the first place?" Naruto and Sakura immediately froze upon hearing such a question. Well, you see," Sakura began. "They wished to know what you looked like under your mask," Sai stated simply, causing Sakura and Naruto to let out screams of surprise in response. Kakashi blinked innocently. "Oh? Well then, why didn't you just ask? Don't give us that bull!" Naruto cried, pointing an accusing finger at him. "We both know that the only thing under that mask is another mask." "Well, yes," Kakashi admitted, "but what about what's under that mask?" Sakura gave him an angry pout. "It's probably just another mask," she grumbled. "Actually, it isn't," Kakashi said, placing his fingers at the edge of his mask as he did. "Do you want to see what's behind it?" Sakura and Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as they quickly crawled towards him. "Are really?" Naruto asked. Kakashi nodded. "Really? No tricks?" Sakura asked. Kakashi shook his head. "No tricks. We're at that point in our relationship after all." "Then what are you waiting for?" Naruto cried out excitedly as Sai sighed and continued to pick up the photos for them. "Take it off already." "Alright then," Kakashi said as he slowly pulled the mask down. "Here it goes." He kept going at an agonizingly slow pace, to the point where Sakura and Naruto gulped in anticipation. "Is the suspense killing you yet? Just take it off already."
Sakura and Naruto cried. Alright, I just thought I'd have some fun with it, that's all. Just then, the three of them heard a rare gasp coming from the usually stoic and emotionless Sai's lips. My, who is this? Kakashi said, having stopped taking off his mask to look at what had caught Sai's attention and interest. Don't stop. Sakura chided. Sai, don't ruin this for us. Naruto cried, turning angrily to him as he did. But Naruto, Sai said, turning the photograph around for him to see, aren't you the least bit interested in who this woman is? Naruto narrowed his eyes to better focus at who Sai was referring to in the photo as Sakura turned around and followed suit, the two of them letting out surprised gasps upon seeing who Sai was talking about. In the picture was a young Kakashi, Obito, and Rin being hugged by a woman who looked suspiciously like what Naruto looked like whenever he performed his sexy technique, which freaked Naruto a little while Sakura and Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. Who the heck is that? Naruto asked, pointing a shaky finger at the woman in the picture, not even attempting to disguise how freaked out the woman in the photo was making him. And why does she look exactly like my sexy technique? Kakashi's eyes widened even further as he quickly glanced at Naruto. That's what your sexy technique looked like? He asked incredulously. A sickly expression then appeared onto his face. If that's true, then maybe it's a good thing that I've never seen it. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at him due to his strange response. Naruto. Sakura thoughtfully muttered, causing for Naruto's eyes to widen as he quickly turned to Sakura with a shocked look on his face. Naruto? Sai calmly asked, causing Sakura to immediately realize her mistake and quickly cover her mouth. Who is this Naruto? Sakura quickly shook her head. I really shouldn't. Yeah, well I think you really should. Naruto countered angrily before snatching the picture from Sai and showing it to the sixth Hokage himself. Who is she? Wait, Sakura said, giving Naruto an inquisitive look as she did. You, don't remember? Don't you think I would have remembered someone who looks exactly like my sexy technique? Naruto demanded. He then showed the picture to Sakura. Now tell me, who is she? Naruto, we can't. Sakura explained. It's taboo. I don't care. Naruto cried, causing for Sakura to flinch and avert her eyes away from his intense gaze. Naruto gasped upon realizing that he went a little bit too hard and gently explained, Look, I get that this might be taboo, but don't you get it, Sakura? He looked longingly at the photo in his hands, or rather, the woman featured in it. I could still have a family out there. More family? Kakashi asked with an acknowledging nod. Well, it is possible, but not with her I'm afraid. He nodded towards the photo in Naruto's hand. I'm afraid that one is no longer with us. Naruto and Sai let out surprised gasps upon hearing this, Naruto's being slightly more devastated in comparison. Naruto turned to Kakashi. What happened to her? He asked, his fingers clutching the picture tighter as he did. Kakashi looked at Naruto thoughtfully. You really don't remember, do you? Naruto shook his head. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you, now would I? Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, is it really okay for us to dash? Kakashi gave her a reassuring smile from under his mask. Don't worry, Sakura. With the whole tailed beast incident under wraps and with me being the Hokage now, I think it's about time we lifted some of those little taboos of ours. He then turned back to Naruto. As for how she died, I'm sorry, but I don't exactly know the details about it myself. A disappointed look spread across Naruto's face, but from what I do know, Naruto gasped as he looked back up, his attention dead set on whatever Kakashi was going to say next. She was apparently kidnapped by the Akatsuki back when you were still a child. Sakura let out a horrified gasp. Oh really? I didn't know that. Kakashi nodded solemnly. I don't expect you to.
I doubt the village would enforce a taboo on mentioning her if they knew that the village knew about that. What exactly were you told? Sai asked Sakura. That Naruto died from a terrible accident and that we weren't supposed to talk about it, Sakura answered, eliciting a surprised gasp from Naruto. Kakashi coolly took note of Naruto's surprised reaction. Yes. The higher-ups were afraid that the trauma of Naruto losing his only friend and mother figure would inadvertently release the nine-tailed fox from within his body. Granted, I don't exactly know what they did to Naruto to make him forget such an important person in his life, but whatever it was, I doubt it was of his own free will. Wait, Naruto said, she's only presumed dead. He let out an excited and relieved sigh. Then she might still be alive. I highly doubt it, Sai calmly replied. If she was presumed dead, then that means that she or her body were never found. And if this is the Akatsuki that we're talking about, especially the Akatsuki back then they probably killed her trying to extract the nine tails from out of her body, or realized she wasn't the host and killed her anyway to keep from having any witnesses as to what they were trying to do. Either way, they would have probably went out of their way to dispose of the body thoroughly, otherwise they would attract unwanted attention from every village they performed their missions in. Yeah, but and even if, by the off chance that they let her go unharmed, Kakashi solemnly said, then she would have come back for you. I'm certain of that. That was just the type of person that she was. Naruto's face fell upon hearing that. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto looked back at the woman in the photographer before asking, fine, so she was my mother figure, but who was she really though? And why did she take care of me when everyone else in the village hated my guts back then? Well, Kakashi said as he nonchalantly folded his arms, I imagine that she just couldn't leave a newly born and helpless orphan boy all by himself, especially if that particular orphan was her godson and nephew. Naruto let out a startled gasp. She was my aunt. He looked back at the picture. Dad had a sister. Kakashi nodded. Younger sister, to be specific. I didn't know that. Sakura said. I always just thought that Naruto was Naruto's mother. Kakashi chuckled good-naturedly. I'm not surprised. The way she took care of Naruto, practically anyone would have mistaken her for his mother, especially with the outlawing of mentioning Minato and Kushina's existences beforehand. But this doesn't make any sense. Naruto cried. I've met my mom and dad. Why didn't either of them mention her? Kakashi said as he held his chin as he thought of the best possible explanation for Naruto's inquiry. You met them when you were about to release all of the Nine Tails tails during your battle with Pain, is that right? Naruto nodded. Yeah. And it was only because they put themselves into the seal keeping the nine-tailed fox trapped in your body, is that correct? Naruto thought about it for a bit before nodding his head and answering, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Well then, that's one explanation for it, Kakashi stated simply. Those versions of Minato and Kushina couldn't have possibly known about Naruto taking you under her care, because those versions of them hadn't lived long enough to know about that. And with a situation as dire as Naruto threatening to release all of the Nine Tails power, there was really no reason to mention her at the time. Sai added. But what about when I told my dad that I was left all alone for all of my life? Naruto asked. Why wouldn't he ask why his sister didn't take care of me? Well, the Nine Tails did cause a lot of damage to the village in general, Kakashi suggested. Maybe Minato thought that she had died in the crossfire. Or maybe he felt personally responsible for your loneliness, Sakura gently chimed in, and so asking why his sister didn't take care of you would have been irrelevant. Either way you look at it, Kakashi said, it wouldn't have really been the right time or very productive to mention her. Time was of the essence in that situation, wasn't it? Naruto bowed his head. I guess. He raised his head and added, but that still doesn't explain why I can't remember her at all. Kakashi nodded his head. Yes, whatever they did to you, it was certainly powerful enough to stay with you for all of this time. And you've released genjutsu techniques before, haven't you? Naruto nodded. Then it either isn't that, or it's a genjutsu that was so powerful that one can't release it normally. Maybe the trauma of what happened made Naruto mentally repress all of his memories with her. Sakura asked. Sai shook his head. No. Even back then, I can tell that running away from the truth like that wouldn't fit his personality. Besides, Kakashi said, with how many little friends Naruto had back then, I doubt that he would go out of the way to forget the only one he truly had. Then what is it? Naruto asked, getting increasingly impatient at all of the turned-down suggestions and vague explanations that weren't going to help him solve anything. Is it a ninja technique or is there something wrong with me? Yes, that certainly is the question, isn't it? Kakashi remarked, holding his chin as he thought of a possible way to solve this particularly vague problem. Well, if it really is a genjutsu, then it wouldn't hurt to ask Kurenai for her help. Sakura nodded. And if it has something to do with the mind or Naruto's health, then it wouldn't hurt to ask Ino and Lady Tsunade for help either. Sai nodded. And if it involves the Akatsuki and political controversy in general, then perhaps Danzo had something to do with this as well. I will ask all of the previous Root members if they know anything about what happened to Naruto. With Danzo dead, his seals on all of us have vanished, so they will be more willing to talk than they used to. And I'll start using those assistants and attendants of mine to gather as much information as we can, Kakashi offered. He turned back to Naruto and gave him a reassuring smile. Don't you worry, Naruto. We will do all that we can to help you. Naruto smiled as he looked at all of his friends who were willing to help him. He was so lucky to have friends such as these. And if all goes well, he was going to remember another one. Gah! Ino wearily cried, letting go of Naruto's head as she held her knees and began to pant heavily. That's it? This is officially hopeless. Come on, Ino. Naruto begged, turning around in his chair to properly talk to the Yamanaka. Can't you at least try just one more time? Please. Ino placed her hands onto her hips and gave him a disapproving scowl. We've tried plenty, and I'm telling you, it's hopeless. No matter how many times I tell your brain to remember, it just seems like it can't. I can't even tell it to release whatever genjutsu was placed on it. She frowned sadly. I'm sorry, Naruto. I really am. But my hands are tied. Kurenai sighed, having stepped aside after all of her attempts to release Naruto from whatever type of possible genjutsu he was inflicted with proved futile. Then I guess that's that, she said simply. It's not a genjutsu, or at the very least, it's not a genjutsu that can be released normally. It's not a matter of the mind, Ino continued. And based on all of these tests, Naruto is perfectly healthy, both mentally and physically, Tsunade finished, holding up all of the results of the test as she did. So that can't be the problem either. Oink, Tonton said sadly, causing Shizun to hold her closer to her in an attempt to comfort the ninja pig. Is there really nothing else this could be? Shizun asked, attempting to be the devil's advocate to keep the group going. Tsunade grimly hummed. If it is, then it's something that we don't know about, which doesn't help us one bit. After all, with the death of Ino's father, the three of us are literally the foremost experts in our crafts. So if we don't know what's going on in that head of his, then chances are that no one in the village does. So, what are we going to do if Naruto never will remember? Sakura asked, causing everyone's expressions to glower a bit in response. Sakura bowed her head sadly. I guess that really wasn't the best time to ask. Kurenai let out a sad chuckle as she folded her arms. It's a shame too. I really wanted to pay her back for that trip to the hot springs she gave me way back when. Ino turned to her with a look of surprise on her face. Seriously? Kurenai chuckled happily at the memory of it all. Don't worry, it was a little bit more complicated than that, but the best way I can put it is that she helped me get out of a dark place. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't be as jolly as I am now. Ino cocked an eyebrow at the woman's strange explanation. That's a weird way of putting it. She then smiled. But I guess I see where you're coming from. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't be the woman I am today, she said as she placed her hands behind her head provocatively. You mean someone who's obsessed with her looks? Sakura muttered. Ino scowled at her. Of course not, Sakura. Because of her, I realized that I shouldn't hold myself back from who I truly am anymore. She smiled smugly. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was pretty cool before the change too, but I was more subdued back then. Thanks to Naruto, I realized that I needed to be more forward with myself and others if I ever wanted to get anything I wanted. Which is why you had no shame when it came to confessing your feelings to Sasuke? Sakura asked, disgusted. Hey, at least he knew that I had feelings for him. Ino countered. With you, it was probably still so vague that he could never really tell. But with me. She indicated towards herself arrogantly. Total clarity. He knew well enough. Oh, I'm sure that he did. There. You just admitted it. It's called sarcasm, billboard brow. Oh, so you've resorted to name-calling, huh, Ino pig. Oink. Tun cried out in offense as Shizun chuckled awkwardly. Even after all they've been through and how much they've matured, they still tend to slip back into the people they used to be, don't they? Shizun asked. Tsunade chuckled. Yes, but don't we all? And speaking of Naruto, she turned to Naruto. I hear that she was the one who introduced Kakashi to Jiraiya's Make-Out Paradise series. Naruto and Sakura gaped at Tsunade incredulously. Wait, what? They cried. Tsunade nodded. Yep. So you can thank her for that part of him too. Naruto and Sakura didn't know what to say. No offense, but my aunt sounds like kind of a ditz, Naruto said. She was nothing like a ditz. Ino defended passionately. It's just that she made mistakes from time to time, like all of us do. Like how a rumor I overheard from her nearly ruined my friendship with Ino forever, Sakura mentally noted. It was then that the doors to the Hokage's office opened up, letting Irika and Yujiro Ozuki in as they carried boxes into the room with them. Hey there everybody. Irika greeted. I heard from Yujiro what happened, so I decided to help out with bringing all of Naruto's records over here from confinement. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. You had a special relationship with my aunt too, Irika-sensei. Irika immediately blushed. Well, not like that, obviously. But she did help me get out of that prankster phase I was in after my parents died. I wouldn't be the man I am today if it wasn't for her. Yujiro nodded. And if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been introduced to the love of my life. Naruto looked at her for a moment before asking, no offense, but who are you exactly? Naruto. Yujiro chuckled and signaled for Sakura to calm down. It's alright. We were never really formally introduced. She held out her hand to the still confused Naruto. Yujiro Ozuki. You don't know me, but you probably know my fiancé, Hayate Gecko. Naruto tilted his head to the side cluelessly. Naruto. Sakura hissed. He was the original overseer of the third part of our very first Chunin exams. The one with the really bad cough. Naruto's eyes widened upon realizing who she meant. Oh. That guy. He turned to Sakura. Whatever happened to that guy? Sakura clobbered him on his head, earning her a yelp of pain from him. Honestly, you are just so forgetful and thoughtless sometimes. Naruto released a tiny gasp. Wait, what did you just say? Sakura blinked in confusion for a moment before answering, I said that you could be so thoughtless and forgetful sometimes. Why do you ask? Naruto bowed his head dejectedly and asked, what if he clenched his fists, what if there's nothing wrong with me? What if I just forgot about her? Everyone in the room let out a gasp of surprise. Come on, Naruto, Sakura gently tried to comfort, don't be like that. Of course you couldn't have naturally forgotten her. That's just not like you. Yeah, Naruto quietly admitted, but it's possible. No, it isn't, Iruka firmly argued. Naruto, think back. Think back to when you were a kid and you were living on your own. He waited until Naruto complied and started doing what he instructed him before continuing. Now tell me, aren't there any noticeable holes in your memories? Aren't there things that you remember that don't really make any sense once you really think about them? You remember living all of your early years alone, but how is that even possible for someone as young as yourself back then? Shouldn't there be a memory of someone taking care of you somewhere in there? Naruto gasped upon realizing that Iruka-sensei was right. Hey, yeah. Iruka smiled. Whatever happened to you may have taken the memories of Naruto away from you, but those memories make an essential part of who you are, and that's something that simply forgetting can't easily take away. Kurane smiled and chuckled. He's right, she said. I may have not spent that much time with you, Naruto, but from how Hinata, Kiba, and Shino talk about you, you seem to have inherited quite a bit from her, even if you don't realize it. Just like how you inherited a bit from Minato and Kushina without even realizing it. Tsunade nodded. You may be a descendant of Hashirama, but even you aren't immune to taking after other people who are important in your life. And even if you did forget, Yojao said, walking up to the boxes she and Iruka had brought over as she did, then we just need to jog your memory. Loved ones can never truly be forgotten. And even if they are, Ino said, that doesn't mean that they suddenly never existed. They're just forgotten until they're remembered again. She turned and smiled cheekily at Sakura. Like our friendship, right, Sakura? Sakura let out a tiny gasp before an embarrassed blush spread across her face. Oh, come on, I thought that we agreed to never talk about that stuff anymore. Ino winked playfully. Sorry, never truly forgotten, you know. Naruto stared at everyone in awe for a moment before standing up and making his way towards the boxes. He looked at Yojao. These are all of her records. Yojao nodded. The sixth Hokage specified to hold nothing back when it came to helping you remember someone this village and you used to cherish. So I went all out. Naruto was stunned. Thank you, he said. I barely know who you are, but you're willing to go through all of this trouble for me. Well, yes, we're not very familiar with each other, but I'm familiar enough with Naruto that I'd be willing to do this for her, but to be fair, I guess I'm doing this for her through you. Naruto gasped before giving Yojao an understanding smile. Yeah, I guess I can understand that. He then opened one of the boxes and began to look through it, everyone else in the room eventually following suit. As everyone else looked at the pictures and began to laugh and happily reminisce to themselves, Naruto quickly glanced around at them with an anxious frown on his face. Everyone I talk to who seems to know about Naruto seems to love her, he thought. But I can't help wondering, if I finally remember her, am I going to feel the same way? As if to prove a point, he stumbled onto his and Naruto's own personal family photo album and opened it up, looking at the contents within it by himself for a moment before the others took notice and gushed and laughed over the memories he didn't have. As everyone was enjoying their trek through memory lane around him, Naruto dejectedly continued to look through the pictures he and Naruto had apparently taken with an unavoidable sense of emptiness in his heart. Naruto was admittedly beautiful, although how much she resembled his sexy technique still disturbed him a little bit, and, in a way, he was admittedly happy that he had so many happy memories to remember, but he couldn't help but feel nothing over everything he saw, and that saddened him. Here was someone who had apparently give him all of the love and attention and then some that he had always longed for,
and not only did he not remember her, but he didn't feel anything for her when he saw her or saw how many happy pictures he had with her. Was this all because he couldn't remember her, or was it something else? Naruto sighed. He honestly couldn't tell. It was then that Sai and Kakashi came into the room, drawing everyone's attention to them and everyone taking notice of the grave expressions on their faces. Kakashi, Sai, Shizun greeted in an attempt to break the ominous tension that had suddenly broken into the room. What did you two find out? Kakashi let out an exasperated sigh before answering. We found out that this was all Danzo's doing. Everyone in the room either let out a gasp of surprise or anxiously narrowed their eyes upon hearing the news. Danzo! Yaejo cried. What's he got to do with this? Well, Tsunade muttered, that's not the first time that man somehow managed to be the cause of something. Yes, but how? Irika asked. It was now time for Sai to step forward and share what he had learned from his former fellow Root members. From what I have learned, back before the Uchiha massacre came to be, Danzo took steps to stop the prevention of such a disaster from happening by stealing one of Shisui Uchiha's Sharinans. Naruto gasped. Shisui Uchiha? Itachi mentioned someone by that name. Sai nodded. It wouldn't surprise me. Shisui and Itachi Uchiha were considered the best of friends back when they were alive. Regardless, however, Shisui's Sharingan apparently had the added ability to make others follow its user's will without the victim even knowing it. It was said to be considered quite powerful, and with this in mind, many Root members believe that that is what was inflicted upon Naruto to make him so effectively forget Naruto. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Itachi mentioned a technique like that. Yaejo let out a gasp of surprise. The day that Naruto was kidnapped, some of the Umbu were talking about how Naruto was taken into hiding, and that Danzo wanted to make Naruto's existence taboo and make Naruto forget about her. According to the Umbu there, he had told the third that he had to perfect technique to make Naruto forget. And if we couldn't restore Naruto's memory through normal means, Shizun began. Tsunade nodded solemnly. Then a powerful technique such as that is probably the only explanation, she finished. Ino laughed as she ran up to Sai and gave him a great, big hug, startling everybody in the room, though the former Root member especially. Great job, Sai. Ino said. She then gave him a flirtatious wink. Guess we can always count on you to get to the bottom of things, huh? Sai blinked in confusion. I guess. He said before giving Sakura a confused glance, which only earned him an amused giggle in return. Well, now that we've got that out of the way, Kurane said, that still leaves the question of how to reverse it so that Naruto can get his memories back. Kakashi nodded and looked back at Naruto. And that means that we must turn to you, Naruto. Huh? Naruto asked, pointing to himself incredulously as he did. But why me? Because, Kakashi calmly explained, out of all of us, you were the only one that the technique was explained to. I know that remembering details such as those isn't your strong suit, but if there is any way we could reverse the effects of the technique, then the only one who would have any idea of how to figure that out is you. Naruto gasped as Kakashi walked up to him and calmly placed a hand onto one of Naruto's shoulders and gave it a firm squeeze. Now try and remember everything Itachi told you about the technique. Can you think of any loopholes, any possible cracks in the technique that we can take advantage of? Naruto thought for a moment before saying, well, we could probably just use the technique to make me remember again, he said. But even though I can't remember the details of it, I do know that we can't do that. Itachi made it so that it was impossible for people to misuse it, and I guess that includes people like us. Everyone was noticeably disappointed upon hearing this unwanted revelation. Then I'm afraid our hands are tied, Kakashi said simply. We can keep trying, but there's no guarantee that we can find a way to dispel the technique if we don't know anything about it or how to reactivate it. Then I guess that's that then, huh? Irika said. Kakashi nodded. Yes, I'm afraid so. Just then, the doors to the Hokage's office burst open and in came Anko, out of breath from apparently running so hard to get there before giving everyone a merry salute and saying, "Hey there everyone. Heard that you needed help reminding the kid about who Naruto was, so I came straight here to help." After she had recovered from her initial shock, which had understandably been inflicted on practically everyone in the room, Kurane let out an amused chuckle before saying, "And just like always, you come in too late or too early." Anko laughed as she rubbed the back of her neck bashfully and said, "Yeah, well, this time I had a reason to being late. I had to make sure that someone strong enough could take my place at guarding Orochimaru's cell for me while I was here, which, trust me, isn't easy, since, I know the guy the most next to Lady Tsunade and all." She laughed again, but stopped once she saw that no one else was laughing with her, and asked, Hey, are you guys alright? You guys look like you just saw a ghost or something." Kakashi sighed. "No," he then turned back to confirm that everyone else had the very same idea, "but we might as well be." "Ah, yes, I see," Orochimaru calmly said from his side of the cell. To dispel a technique as powerful as that, one needs to truly awaken the mind and all of the memories it holds. "So you know of a technique that could help Naruto regain his memories?" Kakashi asked evenly. Orochimaru nodded and hummed affirmatively. "Yes. You see, not that long ago, I realized that Kabuto had been made a sleeper agent by one of the Akatsuki, so I developed a technique that would open up his mind to let him remember what he had been turned to and let him once again regain his free will." He then frowned and asked, "Where is Kabuto anyway?" In another cell somewhere else, Anko growled as she continued to glare at the man who she once considered her teacher. "We'd be crazy to let you two be in the same jail, much less in the same cell." Orochimaru nodded. "Yes, I suppose that makes sense. So, will you use that same technique on me so that I can get my memories back?" Naruto asked. "That is entirely up to you, Naruto," Orochimaru said. Everyone on the other side of the cell either let out a concerned gasp of surprise or narrowed their eyes suspiciously. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked cautiously. Orochimaru chuckled before calmly answering, "Opening the mind's eye is not an easy or painless process. I nearly killed Kabuto when I first used it, and Kabuto knows how to regenerate his body." He looked at Naruto. "You may have a healing factor due to the influence of your tailed beast, but it doesn't quite equate to what Kabuto has. If you let me perform the technique on you, you will most certainly be risking your life, and even if you did survive, the possible consequences it may have on the human brain is a noteworthy concern. I was able to get away with this once, but it working perfectly a second time without any repercussions whatsoever, well." He chuckled mysteriously. "I advise that you at least sleep on this before making a decision." Naruto nodded his head understandingly. "And what exactly would you like in return for performing a selfless deed?" Kakashi asked. Orochimaru smiled and thought for a moment before answering, "Well, I wouldn't mind having my sentence shortened somewhat. I must say, I miss not being able to perform my experiments. Experiments that are so inhumane and twisted that they cause nothing but suffering." Anko cried, grabbing a hold of some of the bars to Orochimaru's cell and glaring at him furiously. Orochimaru frowned. "You're right, Anko," he said. "Back then, I was nothing more than a twisted man bent on using people to achieve my own ends." He looked at Anko regretfully. "But believe me, I have changed. I now know what it is like to be used, and I understand now that what I used to do was wrong." "Wrong doesn't even begin to describe it?" Anko hissed through gritted teeth. Orochimaru nodded. "Yes, it doesn't." He placed his hands calmly behind his back. "Which is why I have decided that, in order to atone for everything that I have done, I have to be on the opposite side of this cell, otherwise I will not be able to repay the world and this village for what I have done to them." When Anko didn't immediately reply, Orochimaru added,
I hope that you can at least sympathize with that. Don't tell me who I should give my sympathy out to, Anko growled. She turned around. We're done here, she said, leading everyone out of the room before closing and locking down the door behind her. So, Anko asked, folding her arms and looking expectantly at Naruto as she did, you're not really going to take him in on that offer, are you? When she was not given an immediate answer, she quickly added, I mean, he's Orochimaru for crying out loud. He'll find a way to take advantage of this. That's just the type of snake he is. Tsunade sighed wearily. Normally, I would agree with you, but we have Naruto and Naruto to think about here. She turned to Naruto and asked, well? Are you willing to go through with it? He obviously shouldn't. Iruka protested. You heard what Orochimaru said, it's too dangerous. As much as we all wish for Naruto to remember Naruto, the memories aren't worth possibly losing his mind over. I agree, Shizen said. There has to be a way for Naruto to reclaim his memories without running the risk of killing himself. Yes, it may take longer for us to find, but it has to be safer than this. You two are probably right, Tsunade admitted, but this is a decision that only Naruto and Naruto alone can make, Kakashi finished. He turned to Naruto. So? Which is it, Naruto? Naruto contemplated over what he should do for a moment before saying, thanks for all of your help, everybody. But I think I'll take Orochimaru's advice and sleep on it and see what I think about it then. Everyone nodded their heads understandingly. Of course, Yaejo said. Just don't do anything stupid while you do, alright? Ino instructed. She then groaned. Oh, who am I kidding? She turned to Sakura. You make sure he doesn't do anything stupid while he does, alright? Wait, what? Sakura cried. Why me? Because he's your teammate, obviously. Ino said matter-of-factly. Iruka chuckled at the somewhat nostalgic sight. Alright, settle down, you two, he said sternly. He then turned to everyone else. For now, let's just get back with our own lives. If Naruto wants, he can tell us all his decision tomorrow, but if not, then it's his business. Kurane nodded. Sounds like a plan. She then turned to Anko. Could you mind not killing Orochimaru until then, Anko? Anko chuckled grimly. Sure I can. I've kept myself from killing him up until now, haven't I? Look, I don't know what he did to you, Naruto said, and I know that he did a lot of horrible things, but he feels sorry about them and he even helped us fight in the war. Humph, Anko scoffed. What are you trying to say here, Squirt? That I should forgive him or something? Well, yeah, Naruto said as if it were obvious. I mean, he used to be your sensei and all, right? So there's got to be a little bit of good in him, right? Anko let out a tiny gasp of surprise before giving Naruto a sneer. You sure like to open that mouth of yours when you don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying dash. Naruto, Kurane interjected, shaking her head once Naruto looked at her. Stay out of this. This is between Anko and Orochimaru. Yeah, but dash. You may be the hero of prophecy, Kurane said, but there are still things that even you cannot just magically solve. You're just going to have to accept that. Naruto bowed his head at this remark. He hated being told what he could and couldn't do, but even he had to admit that Kurane had a bit of a point. Yeah, I guess. He mumbled. Seeing this as a chance to finally end things before they got heated again, Kakashi clapped his hands and said, well, now that we've got that out of the way, I'd like to thank everybody for their help today and I hope that today wasn't too much of a bother. Hopefully, our efforts were not in vain. He raised his hand up and waved it. You may all leave now. When no one did and opted to stare at him blankly, Kakashi sighed as he bowed his head and dropped his shoulders. Well, this is going to take some getting used to. Tsunade smirked. Now you know how I felt the first couple of days. She turned to Shizuan. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you, Shizuan. I'm counting on you to keep him in line like you did with me, you hear? Shizuan nodded dutifully. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Tauntaun gave Tsunade a dutiful salute. Oink oink. So, are you really going to do it? Sakura asked as she, Naruto, and Sai made their way back to their respective homes. Are you really going to put your mind and life on the line just for a couple of memories? Naruto looked at her incredulously. I thought you wanted me to remember my time with Naruto. Sakura blushed and averted her eyes away from him. I'm just worried, that's all. I mean, Orochimaru has only ever done this technique once before, and it almost nearly killed Kabuto when he did it. And no matter how important we feel it is to have you remember her, your life now and in the future will always be more important, you know. They were all silent for a moment before Sakura added, and I'm pretty sure that Naruto would have felt the same way. In all honesty, I wonder why you are even going this far to remember her in the first place, Sai said, earning surprised gasps and looks from both of his friends. Sai, what do you mean by that? Sakura asked. I'm saying, Sai explained, that whether Naruto remembers this woman or not is completely inconsequential. This earned him another surprised gasp from Naruto and Sakura. Sai, how can you say that? Sakura cried. I'm just stating the facts, Sai said. Despite the fact that Naruto truly existed, to Naruto, she simply didn't, and when you really think about it, he doesn't need her to suddenly exist in his mind to keep moving on with his life. You don't know that? Sakura cried. And what do you mean that Naruto never existed for Naruto? Sure, Naruto doesn't remember her, but whether he realizes it or not, he takes after her, just like he probably takes after his parents. Oh? Sai asked, an impressed eyebrow cocked at Sakura's argument. What an interesting argument. Well, if you had come to us sooner, you would have heard it already. Sai nonchalantly shrugged. Perhaps. But that still doesn't really answer why Naruto is going through so much trouble remembering someone who he didn't know even existed until today. He then looked at Naruto. After all, if I were in his shoes, this all would probably feel like such a chore. Well, that's you, and not Naruto. And how would you know? Did Naruto himself tell you how much he wanted to remember this person? Well, no. Well then, why don't we just ask him right now then? They both then turned to Naruto. Well, Naruto. Naruto looked at both of them for a moment before scratching the back of his head awkwardly and saying, well, neither of you guys are exactly wrong, you know. Sai and Sakura both let out a gasp of surprise. Naruto, Sakura said. I mean, Naruto explained, when you really think about it, I think the rest of you guys are more invested with getting me to remember her more than I am. And honestly, why wouldn't you? She sounds like a good person that deserves to be remembered. But at the same time, I kind of get what Sai's saying, you know? I just don't feel like I'm as invested at remembering her as the rest of you are. He let out an anxious laugh. I guess that's what happens when you've forgotten somebody for your entire life. He then gave Sakura a reassuring and determined smile. Which will make it all the more important that I need to start remembering her. You're doing it again, Sai said softly. Sakura and Naruto both looked at Sai in surprise. Huh? Naruto asked, a genuinely confused look on his face as he did. You're sacrificing your own happiness for that of everyone else's. Sai said indignantly. The war is over, Naruto. Sasuke has seen the error of his ways. You do not need to keep doing this to yourself anymore. I'm not doing anything dash. You gain nothing from this. Sai continued. If Orochimaru's technique fails, then you either die or become absolutely brain dead, and if it succeeds, you'll just remember someone who is already dead. If what everyone says about her is true, then remembering her will only bring you more sadness and pain. Realizing what Sai was trying to tell him, Naruto and Sakura looked at him thoughtfully before Naruto said, with a carefree smile on his face, "Thanks for thinking about me, Sai, but I think I can manage to endure at least a little bit more pain and sadness in my life." Sai gave Naruto a look of concern. "Even if that is true, you have grown into a remarkable person regardless of whether you remember Naruto or not. Remembering her would simply be doing that, remembering her. It won't change you for the better, it won't make you into a better ninja, it'll just be you remember a dead person and a past that you never needed to look back on. If anything, remembering her could actually be a detriment to you. For someone who wishes to become Hokage someday, are you really willing to put yourself and your future at risk like this?" Naruto considered all of Sai's points before quietly answering, "Honestly, Sai. At this point, the only reason why I'm trying to remember her is because I feel that no one should be forgotten, not like how I forgot her at least." He gave Sai a resolute look. "If I'm going to ever forget someone, it's going to be because I forgot them, not because of some technique. So don't worry about me. Whatever happens, happens. I'll take full responsibility." He then gave Sai a reassuring grin. "All right." Sai nodded, though the look of concern did not disappear from his face. "If you say so." Sakura smiled and looked at Naruto reassuringly. "Don't worry. If it works, then you're not going to regret a thing." Sai inwardly sighed. "Let's just hope that all of you are right. You know, when he said for you to sleep on it, I don't think he meant go home and immediately go to bed," Kurama joked dryly as Naruto continued to lay in bed and stare at the ceiling. Naruto sighed heavily as he turned around to his side. "Shut up, you stupid fox," he mentally chided. "Oh?" Kurama asked. "You're not your usually spunky and idiotic self. What's wrong? I thought that you had made up your mind about this whole memory thing." "I did," Naruto insisted. "It's just, as much as I hate to admit it, Sai had a point." He turned around on his back once again and placed his hands behind his head. "What if remembering her suddenly changes me? I mean, it was one thing finding out who my parents were, they died before we could make any memories together, but this? Naruto and I apparently had lots of memories together. What if it changes me?" "Nah," Kurama nonchalantly said. "You were pretty much the same brat you were before she was kidnapped as you were after she was kidnapped. I guess." It took a moment, but Naruto's eyes widened upon realizing the gravity of what Kurama had said. "Wait a minute. Did you remember her after all this time?" "Yeah, so. Naruto mentally cried. "Why didn't you ever mention her to me before?" "Simple, it's because I couldn't stand you back then. And in a way, I still don't. But we've gotten better, haven't we?" "Yeah," Kurama admitted. "But why give myself a headache mentioning someone you can't even remember? Because let's face it, if it weren't for what that freaky snake guy was offering, you'd never remember her in a million years." Naruto bowed his head dejectedly. "Yeah, I guess you've got a point there." A moment of silence came between the two of them before Naruto asked, "So what was I like back then?" "Huh?" "Like I said, same brat kid before, same brat kid after." Naruto sighed. "Fine, then what was Naruto like then, do you remember?" "Of course I remember. I was there, wasn't I?" "Well duh. That's why I'm asking." "Then ask a more specific question than that, you brat." "How I am supposed to give you the answers you want when you're giving me such vague questions?" "Fine then." Naruto thought for a moment before asking, "What type of caretaker was she like?" Let's see," Kurama mumbled as he tried to recall and find the best way to describe it to his host. "Well, she likes to spoil you rotten, which is probably why you grew up to be the selfish brat you were. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. I was spoiled back then. Kurama nodded. Yeah. You remember those green goggles you used to wear? Naruto's eyes widened even further as he nodded. Yeah. She gave those to you. Said that it was a reward for doing decently in the academy. Naruto couldn't believe it. Since when did I ever do decently in the academy? He asked. Well, how else do you explain how you got so far in the academy? Kurama inquired. Naruto shrugged after trying to come up with an explanation for that particular question. I guess I always thought that I was just good enough to just barely make it by. Humph. Well, newsflash, kid. You were never that good. It was then that Naruto got off of his bed and went rummaging through his closet, intent on looking for his old pair of goggles. When he finally found them again, he dusted them off, went to the bathroom, and put them on, looking at his reflection in the mirror as he did. It was a bit strange to say the least. Nowadays, with his now more developed body, the goggles looked extremely out of place. Looks like I've outgrown them, he noted. Looks like. Naruto took them off and looked at them thoughtfully for a while before asking, do you think that that's what's going to happen once I start remembering her? Well, you would need to survive first, Kurama pointed out. Naruto rolled his eyes. Assuming that I survive and that it works, he clarified. Do you think I'll feel like I've outgrown her too? Probably. Naruto frowned. Do you think that's a good thing? I think it's a normal thing. I mean, nothing lasts forever, right? Even your feelings for people, they can change sometimes, you know. But what about her? Does she deserve to be moved on from after what happened? Kurama let out a weary and exasperated sigh. That's honestly up to you. But what I can tell you is that whatever you do feel after you get your memories of her back, is that those feelings are your own, and no one else's. They are right because they're your own true feelings. If anyone doesn't like how you feel about it after, then that's their problem, not yours. Just hope you survive tomorrow's encounter and just handle it like you usually do, and you should be fine. Naruto smiled. You really think so? Kurama shrugged. Why not? It's kept you alive for this long, hasn't it? Naruto chuckled. No argument there. So, it seems you truly are willing to risk everything to regain that which you have lost, Orochimaru said upon seeing that Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, Sai, and Anko had entered the room that held his cell. He then gave them all an amused smile. But whether you all are willing to face the consequences of running that risk, that is the true question, isn't it? Anko scoffed. Enough of your cryptic rambling, Orochimaru. Just do what you promised and we'll see to it that your sentence gets shortened. Actually, Orochimaru said, I would like to change your end of the bargain just a little. Anko gave Kakashi a look that screamed, I told you so. Before Kakashi let out a weary sigh and asked, and what is it that you'd like to change? Orochimaru smiled. I would also like for you to shorten the sentences of Sasuke's other teammates. He looked up. What were their names again? He then smiled and looked back at them. Oh, that's right. Suijutsu, Jugo, and Karen. Oh, he pointed his index finger up, and Kabuto too, if you don't mind. Why? Anko asked through gritted teeth as she folded her arms. Unfortunately for her, Orochimaru was not fazed. I want to apologize to Kabuto for everything I've done to him, and that seems like the best way for someone like me to do it. And as for the other three, he chuckled, I'm embarrassed to admit that I've grown quite fond of them. Anko scoffed. Fond of them, she repeated incredulously before opening the door to Orochimaru's cell and allowing Kakashi, Sakura, Sai, and Naruto to go in before closing the door behind them and standing guard on the outside. Naruto received reassuring nods from his friends before walking up to Orochimaru, who frowned and asked, I must ask again if you are certain about this. The man I am now would not like to take this life-threatening situation lightly. Naruto gave him a small and determined grin. I had the time to sleep on it, remember? Orochimaru chuckled before nodding his head and saying, yes, yes you did. But if you wish for me to stop, then simply tell me. No shame in backing out to avoid death's doorstep. He then performed the necessary hand signs and declared, special technique, opening the mind's eye. He then jabbed his index and middle finger against Naruto's head and kept them there as Naruto immediately began screaming out in pain as he felt his brain practically splitting in two. Naruto! Sakura cried, attempting to get to him before Kakashi signaled for her to stay back with his arm. Kakashi-sensei. He warned us that this would happen, Kakashi gravely whispered. Now it's time for us to support Naruto as he sees this through. Sakura let out a tiny gasp upon realizing that Kakashi was right before looking back at Naruto and whispering, I hope you know what you're doing, Naruto. Naruto's screams of pain only grew louder as Orochimaru continued to perform his technique on him. Throughout his entire ninja career, he had been bruised, cut, burned, you name it, but this? To him, this practically trumped all of them, which made sense. He had never been very good at mind-related techniques or fighters. But this was different. If any one of those types of ninjas were going through what he was going through right now, even they would have probably buckled under the ludicrous amount of pain this technique could cause them. Would his healing factor even work on this type of damage done to him? He hoped so. In a way, this was the most scared he had ever been in a long time. There was nothing to truly defy here. When the enemy inflicted pain on him, he'd just inflict 1,000 more on them. But this wasn't a battle. This wasn't a fight. This was him having to withstand a pain he was not used to and keep going until he either got what he wanted or gave up. He was really out of his element here. And yet, it was working. Despite the incredible amount of pain Naruto was feeling, he could see every single memory he had ever had as clear as day. He never knew that one could remember so clearly. And yet, none of them were memories of Naruto. Arg! Naruto cried, realizing that his legs had buckled under him from lacking the required energy to support his body anymore. Naruto! He heard Sakura and Sai cry. Don't! He said through gritted teeth as he instinctively raised a hand up to signal them to keep their distance. I'm not there yet. I'm still not there yet. He could feel himself perspirating and his face growing hot. Just a little more. But any more and you could die. Sai warned. I know that, Sai. Naruto cried. I know that. Just then, he vaguely remembered something that he was sure had never happened before. It was still a good deal blurry, but he could tell that the memory had him seemingly playing in the park and turning his head around upon hearing a muted or muffled up voice, which his younger self responded by running up towards it. Naruto gasped. It's working! He cried, much to the surprise of Kakashi, Sakura, Anko, and Sai. It's working! Keep going! Are you certain? Orochimaru cautiously asked. Naruto forced himself to nod, despite the fact that his eyes felt like falling out of their sockets, his face felt it was going absolutely numb, and his brain felt absolutely fried. Keep going! He repeated through gritted teeth. Orochimaru nodded solemnly. If you insist, he said, and added some more chakra into the technique for good measure. Naruto let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body immediately felt weak under the technique's effects. As more and more blurry and muted memories began to flood back into his brain, the more energy the technique seemed to suck away and the more pain to his brain it seemed to cause. It got to the point where Naruto was truly considering the option of backing out, especially when the memories were not getting any clearer as time went on. But no, that wasn't how Naruto did things. He powered through, no matter how hard things were. He had done it all his life. He wasn't about to stop now. Remember? He cried to himself.
Remember, dang it? And that's when everything went white. At first, this shocked him, and as he turned around to survey his surroundings, he found that nothing besides him was there and that he could hear the sound of his footsteps and subtle movements reverberating for much longer and louder than they probably should have. He whirled around frantically looking for a way out, but to no avail. He tried calling out to Kurama, but even that seemed to be taken away from him. For all intents and purposes, he was trapped. Completely and hopelessly trapped, and in a place that was only getting creepier and creepier by the second. "Hello!" he cried, his voice echoing ominously after he did. He paused for a moment at the off chance that someone would answer him. "Hello!" he cried out once again as no one did. It was just him, the echoing of his voice, and the echoing of every single sound his body could make as he frantically searched for a way out of this strange environment. "Is anybody there?" Still nothing. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Sai. Anko. Orochimaru. Anybody? The constant echoing of his voice and footsteps were maddening. "Hey! Can somebody help me? Where is this place?" He began to spin around frantically as he continued to cry out for nothing. "How do I get out of here?" "Nothing." Naruto shook his head hopelessly. "This is insane," he muttered to himself. "There's literally nothing here." He then looked hopelessly on as he whispered, "I really am alone. Oh my gosh." Sakura's muted voice seemed to echo all around him. "Naruto!" she cried frantically. "Naruto!" Naruto's eyes widened in both surprise and relief upon hearing her voice. "Sakura!" He looked around. "Where are you? What have you done to him?" he heard Sakura demand. "If you've killed him," he heard Kakashi threaten. "I only did what he wanted me to do," Orochimaru calmly seemed to argue. It was his own fault for pushing the boundaries of his body so unrealistically hard. "You monster!" he heard Anko cry as he heard the rustling of keys. "I knew that you were up to no good." "Wait!" he heard Sai say. "He's still got a pulse. It's faint, but it is indeed there." He heard Sakura let out a tiny gasp of surprise. "Then there's still time." "Oh!" he heard Orochimaru say. "A medical ninja, are you? How very fortunate. And if she can't save him in time, then you will be very unfortunate," Kakashi growled. "Guys!" Naruto cried, looking up into the endless white above him and cupping his mouth to better amplify his voice. "What's going on? Did something happen? Come on, Naruto!" he heard Sakura mutter. "Don't you die out on us? Not like this." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Dying?" he muttered incredulously to himself. "I'm dying." It was just then that he noticed that it was getting ominously darker around him. "His pulse is getting slower." Sai cried. "Sakura! I'm healing him as fast as I can." He heard Orochimaru getting slammed into a wall. "I knew we should have finished you when we had the chance." "Yes, I suppose we all should have." As this was all going on, the darkness was slowly crawling closer and closer towards Naruto, encircling him, threatening to swallow him up. "Guys!" he cried as he was slowly beginning to panic. "Can you go a little bit faster, please?" He whirled around to better observe the terrible situation he was in. "I don't want to die dash." And then he saw her. The woman in the picture that everyone had talked so highly about. The one who had resembled his sexy technique so much. The woman who had apparently given him all of the love and attention he had always yearned for. His father's sister. His mother's sister-in-law. His aunt. His godmother. Naruto held his breath upon laying eyes on her, shocked that she was there and taken by surprise to the point where he was at a loss for words. Luckily for him, he didn't really need any. As Naruto was gaping at Naruto in shock,
Naruto was staring at him in what seemed to be a mix of relief, happiness, and awe. Was this him? Was this Naruto? She couldn't believe it, and in a way, she didn't want to believe it, because if he was here, then that would mean. She slowly began to approach him. At first, Naruto, a bit too scared about what was going to happen next, began to slowly back away, only to remember at the last second of the darkness that was surrounding him and was threatening to consume him. This caused him to immediately stop, quickly turn around, and look at the ground behind him, internally sighing in relief when he saw that he had yet to step into the ominous darkness, only to look back in front of him to notice that Naruto was standing right in front of him and slowly lifting her hand up to his face, which made Naruto gulp nervously and shut his eyes, mentally preparing himself for whatever was going to happen next. And what happened next surprised him. When all he felt was a warm hand gently placing itself against his cheek, he slowly opened his eyes and saw that that was indeed what Naruto had done. He eyed the hand on his cheek in genuine surprise for a moment before looking into the woman's face, who let out a small, happy, and awestruck laugh before placing her other hand lovingly onto Naruto's other cheek, and hearing Sai say, "His pulse is getting faster. It's working, Sakura." Both Naruto and Naruto looked up. "Oh, thank goodness," they heard Sakura whisper to herself. "Come on, Naruto. Just a little bit more and we'll be in the clear." Naruto let out a relieved laugh as she looked back at Naruto, unshed tears at the corners of her eyes. "You've made friends," she stated happily. And it was then that Naruto remembered. He remembered the first time he had gotten hurt and she had been there to comfort him. He remembered when she had seen him off on his very first day at the academy. He remembered every time he had gotten into a fight with the other kids, and every time he did, she would reprimand him for it. He remembered the time when she had made him their very own festival when he was unable to properly play in one. The time when they lit fireworks. The day when he decided to become Hokage. Every time she wanted him to make friends. Every time she said, "I love you." Every time they slept in the same bed together. And the last thing he ever said to her before Danzo wiped his mind of her. His eyes watered at the memory. "Mom," he instinctively uttered, before letting out a surprised gasp upon realizing what he had just said. I mean, Aunt Naruto." Naruto let out a warm-hearted giggle. "So you found out all by yourself, huh?" Naruto lightly shook his head. It was more out of luck than anything," he admitted sadly. Naruto sighed before smiling and tilting her head to the side. "Oh well," she said. She tapped one of her index fingers against Naruto's nose playfully. "I guess I won't hold it against you." She then looked him over one more time. "You've grown," she noted happily. Naruto gulped down his sadness and regret and nodded. "It's been a couple of years." Naruto nodded understandingly. "I see." She took her hands off of Naruto's face and they stood there in awkward silence for a moment before she let out another giggle. "Look at us. All tongue-tied like this." She let out a small sniffle. "I wanted to see you again for so long," she said. Naruto bowed his head dejectedly. Really?" Naruto nodded. "Of course." She insisted, sounding offended at the very prospect that Naruto would doubt her. Naruto averted his eyes to the side. "Even after I said all of those horrible things to you?" "Oh, Naruto," Naruto said before grabbing both of Naruto's hands and squeezing them reassuringly. "You could say the worst possible thing a human being could say." She leaned towards him. "But you know what?" she asked in a hushed whisper. What?" Naruto smiled radiantly. "No matter what you say to me, I will always love you more than anybody else in the world." Naruto gasped as he felt a rare warmth swell up within his chest, a warmth that he had only felt when he had first met his real mother and father before. He smiled sheepishly at his godmother and asked, "You sure about that? Your sister-in-law might have something to say about that." Naruto rolled her eyes playfully.
Maybe, she said in a sing-song tone of voice. But I'm your aunt. She gave him a small peck on his cheek. We're supposed to love our nephews more than their mothers do. It's an unwritten law. Naruto chuckled at this. Somehow, despite having forgotten her for so long, he seemed to feel calmer and more at home with her than he did with anybody else. Even Irika. It was then that he realized that he was starting to disappear. His eyes widened as he gasped and looked at his hands, which were slowly beginning to fade away. What the dash? Naruto smiled sadly at him. It looks like you're going back to your friends, she said. Say hello to them for me, alright. What? Naruto shook his head. No. We have so much more to talk about. Naruto nodded. I know. She placed her hand gently onto Naruto's chest in an attempt to calm him down. We'll finish this another time, okay? Naruto was now almost completely fading away from view. Wait. He cried, in the off chance that his voice was slowly disappearing as well. I need to tell you something. Huh. I miss you. And so does Irika, Kakashi, Sakura, everyone. Naruto let out a small gasp of surprise before smiling and letting a few tears fall down her face. I miss you all too, she said. But even so, don't be in any rush to see me again, okay? She then paused and added, and Naruto? You be an amazing Hokage. Naruto nodded. I will. Naruto nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, I love you. Naruto had almost completely disappeared. I love you T-dash. And then he was gone, not that that had mattered. She had heard her nephew loud and clear. She placed her hands over her chest as the pain of missing him and everyone else in the village was already swelling up inside of her. It was ironic. Back when she was young, she had always longed for a family that she could truly call her own, but as she grew up, she realized that she had always considered everyone family, no matter how loose her relationship with certain people were. And here her nephew had been, going so far just to tell her that he was sorry and that he loved her and missed her and that everyone else in the village felt the exact same way. She wiped away some of the tears that had fallen down her face. I really had such a lovely family. Guh. Naruto cried as he suddenly woke up, immediately sitting up despite the fact that he could feel how weak his entire body felt and how much of a headache he was having. Naruto! Sakura cried, wrapping her arms around him as everyone else let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness! Naruto panted heavily as he looked around the cell. Sai was kneeling down beside him as Kakashi stood at a distance while Anko held Orochimaru up against the wall by his collar. How long was I gone? Long enough to scare us half to death, Anko reprimanded before putting Orochimaru down. Don't you dare do that to us again. She then pointed a threatening finger at Orochimaru. And don't think this lets you off the hook for 1 second. Orochimaru nodded. Of course. So, Sai said, did it work, do you remember her? Naruto grinned. I did more than just remember her, Sai, he answered. He looked around at everyone in the room. Naruto says, hi.